Good morning and welcome back to Mountain Outpost. We are on day 3, the final day of the Rut 2024. Today is the 50K with just under 10,000 feet of vert, and we're going to get quite a stellar day out there today, Patty.
Yeah, versus the past 2 days, we had snow and wind on the first day on Friday. Yesterday, we still had snow on the ground, but it was kind of perfect. It was brisk conditions. It was cold with the 8 a.m. start. But as we walked over here this morning, we've got a crystal clear sky. The stars are out.
Yeah.
Um, People are going to be able to see maybe the silhouette of the mountain as they ascend through the first sections of the course. It's cold, but it's not too cold. I think it's around 48 Fahrenheit. Um, Perfect racing conditions, I think.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be a perfect day out there for the runners
yeah.
today.
I reckon they're still going to have some residual snow from Friday and Thursday and Friday showers up there. There was quite a lot when we were up in Lone Peak yesterday. I think they're still going to have a little bit of that, but I don't know if it'll negatively impact racing that much.
Yeah, it really didn't seem like in the 28K yesterday when they went up and down Lone Peak, there was really any issues, at least in the elite field, with
Yeah.
the snow. I think a lot of the runners here that decide to do the rut, especially in the elite field, are really familiar with this kind of terrain. Technical, snow-covered
hmm
talus rocks. They seemed to really just roll with it. And in some cases, it actually, in talking to some
Yeah.
after, seemed to make them feel more comfortable.
Yeah, I think something a lot of people were saying is that they felt the freeze overnight refroze the snow to actually hold the talus together better, so you had a bit more grip on the ascent. I found myself on the descent. I think the snow didn't make the descent off Lone Peak any worse. I think there was parts where actually the snow filled in around the
That's
rocks.
right. You raced yesterday. I totally forgot.
My legs did not forget. All night they were just, that typical when they wake you up and they're like, "Hey, just want to remind you, you raced yesterday. I'm not going to cramp, but we could." Yeah.
Do I need to translate that for people?
Hopefully
You're
the
talking about his
subtitles is
legs.
incorrectly translating it for me.
Yeah, we'll get some captions up there later for people who can't understand Patty, but
Yeah.
I'll do my best to translate for him today. I know Chris on Friday for the VK was acting as Patty's translator, so I'll do
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
best to take over.
Yeah. So they have two roles today, announcer and translator. So we are about a minute from what should be the start of the first wave. Oh, here we go. We can see the headlamps now.
Yeah, so there are 6 waves today, about 5 minutes
Yeah.
apart.
Five
Is that
minutes
right,
apart.
Patty?
Mm-hmm.
5 minutes apart, and
Got
this is wave
7
1.
seconds. 6, 1, and off they go into the night.
Morning.
I guess it's still technically is nighttime. Oh, the drone is up, and we've got some great views now. So as they start this race, we're going to break down the race course in a few minutes for you guys once the second or third wave is off. But they start climbing up through the first mile or two is a lot of fire roads up ski slopes, but still starts with a steep climb. As
Yeah,
expected with a rut race, you're suffering from
yeah.
the start.
And when I did this race a few years ago, I remember everyone took it out so fast. It was like I was shook. You're about to, go into some really technical terrain and it really does slow you down, but
Uh-huh.
it's only after the first about 15, 18 miles that you really hit the more mountainous
It's
terrain. The first
earlier than that. It's like 12 to 15, I think.
uh,
We're gonna look and see.
I think cuz when I remember you do Moonlight
Yeah, it's at 12
and
when you do
then
that little drop off, I think.
oh, that's true. I
Yeah.
suppose. Yeah.
Olivia had mentioned that people tend to take it out hard. From the drone footage just there, we have someone already with like a 5 second lead. So I'm guessing that might be our
I guess the
TNF
race is
teammate,
over.
McLean Sinceri, who had told me yesterday his intention is to take it out hard, make people commit to racing.
Looks like we are seeing the back of wave
That's a
1 in that
decent
last
gap.
frame. Yeah, you can see there's one individual who is taking it out faster than the rest, out of everyone. And as Patty was saying, that could be Michelino. That was his race strategy going into this, at least so he says. So, but today we've got 50 kilometers, just under 10,000 feet of vertical gain. They are ascending and descending Lone Peak again, which is just over 11,000 feet above sea level. The first aid station's Moonlight. It's about 6 miles in.
Shall we maybe jump to the screenshot and I can show people?
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Keeps frustratingly flashing in and out. Is this just an example? Here we go. Yep.
We're trying to show you guys the map of the course right now.
Here we go.
Okay, so right now, runners are making their way off the start, going up this fire road. They'll be on a little bit more runnable terrain for the first, say, 2 hours.
Yeah.
At least 2 hours of the course today.
So one thing I must say, the first 2 miles from experience is pretty rude.
It is quite rude, yeah.
1,500 foot climb up to basically the Swift Current aid station, but it's not active as an aid station at this early hour.
No, it is not. And so basically until the first aid station, they're climbing roughly 1,800 feet and losing roughly 1,300 feet. So it is a net gain until the first aid, which is at about 6 miles.
Yeah.
They go actually back to Moonlight again, Moonlight number 2, so it's the second aid station at about 11, let me see here, about 10.6 miles in.
And as you can see from the screenshot here, it's pretty rolling. It's not too many big climbs in that. From mile 2 it descends down to the Moonlight 1 at mile 6, and then back to Moonlight 2 at mile 10.5. But then you start hitting some single track, and we did this, and this is back to the 28k route from yesterday. Start switching up some really runnable switchback, but
yeah,
it's
hard.
steep.
Between Moonlight 1 and 2, they only gain about 1,100 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite runnable. And I say only because the rest of the course, at least this next section between Moonlight and Swift Current, is considerable gain. And it looks like we've got our second wave off to the races. So again, there's 6 waves today in the 50K, about 5 minutes apart. So we'll see each wave go by. This is wave number 2. We saw wave 1 go at 6 a.m. And it's looking like it's going to be a really great day to be on the mountain today. Some cooler temps, but that should actually play to some of the runners' favors, just because they're not going to have to worry about the trying to eat in the heat, which can be very challenging. Right, Patty?
Classic Paddy O'Leary GI dig. One thing we can see the volunteers out there with headlamps directing them up the course. So shout out to all our volunteers who are spending the day out there.
Yeah, and so many people got up so early to make this happen.
Yeah. So we can see the sun is starting to rise in the background. I think in the next half hour or so, we're going to see some pretty views across the Big Sky wilderness.
And sunrise is at about 7 a.m. today, so the first light should be quite before that. So we shouldn't be seeing them running in the dark for too much longer.
See in the top left-hand corner, we've got the weather conditions. See, it's 3.9 Celsius, 39 Fahrenheit, so it's brisk, but it could be colder.
Wind, really.
Patty, we kept that Celsius on there just for you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
the
At least
Celsius
we've got
is
some
only
semblance
for
of
Patty.
sense in this building.
I think one of the main elements that can cause some issues is wind, and it looks like that will not be a huge factor in today's race.
Yeah,
so that's going to be great for the runners.
Yesterday
today.
morning, I was looking before our race, which is an 8 a.m. start, but it was colder than it was now. I was looking up on mountain forecast, and they'd only had the conditions for a nearby mountain north of here, Gallatin Peak, and
Gallatin
Peak, and it was saying like 20-mile-an-hour winds up there, and the wind chill till like 10 a.m. was 26 Fahrenheit. Luckily enough, when we got to Lone Peak, it was lovely conditions up there. If any of you watched the live stream, if not, go back and watch Olivia and Chris's commentary from yesterday's 28K. The conditions were stunning up there, absolutely stunning.
It was beautiful, and some of that drone footage was just, I've never seen anything like it in a race. I was sitting here in the studio. I felt like I was out on the mountain. It was incredible.
Without the hypoxia.
Without the hypoxia, I have a little bit more
lucky,
oxygen here, though still not a lot. I mean, down at the base, we're at, what is it, about 7,500 feet.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the runners are not starting with a ton of oxygen by any means. So the base here, as I was saying, about 7,500 feet above sea level. They get to about 11,120 feet above sea level at the summit of Lone Peak. There will likely be snow up there again, but as Patty and I were talking about, it'll probably be kind of nice to have that snow kind of compacting all of the talus, helping people get better foot placements.
One thing I found yesterday, just even the visuals of getting to run across the snow, it was just stunningly beautiful.
Did you
Like it made the course. What's that?
Did you throw any snowballs?
I didn't have the time or the wherewithal to throw a snowball at one of our friends up there. And our many friends up there. Gus Gibbs is probably the person who deserved a snowball.
Surprised no one threw any at you.
I know.
I would have.
I did get a voicemail on my phone when I was up at the summit from our lovely commentators.
Yes, we
Chris
did.
And yourself.
Yeah. We phoned in the chat. We asked everyone to let us know what they would want us to say to you.
What motivational message?
We thought we saw Patty's phone in his waist belt while he was racing, so we thought we'd try to give him a call to see if he'd pick up, but he did not.
It was my emergency blanket. Okay, so wave number 3 is getting ready to go in 40 seconds.
And we're about halfway through the start now, so there's 6 waves starting at 6 a.m. As Patty just said, this is wave number 3 of 6, and they are going out every 5 minutes.
Well, I said tree, actually.
Tree?
Tree. Once these guys start, I think we'll bop back into the race course map and show you the rest of the course.
We didn't make it very far.
Zach has something sharp and witty to say, I can sense.
we certainly did not make it far.
As you can see from that picture of the village right here, we can flip to it after the start. It's starting to get light out already. I think we're gonna be treated with a pretty clear-skied, beautiful sunrise this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Zach was saying, first light is kind of starting to peak above the horizon. Sunrise is at 7:05 today, but again, we will see light before that just because first light is before the sunrise. So we might even see some people turning their headlamps off prior to that moment. So not too much longer, we will be out of the dark and we'll be able to see all of these runners' lovely faces and figure out who is where.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear your guys' opinion. How frustrating is it to take a headlamp for 20 to 30 minutes of a race and carry it the entire day?
It is so frustrating. I have so many times been like, do I really need it?
I'll usually just assume that I can use everybody else's light from their headlamps, and I'll go without or I'll run by moonlight. And just be like, it's fine. I'll be slow for the first 20 minutes. It's probably a good strategy to slow me down.
Big time.
And then I can turn it on later. Unfortunately, I usually never turn it on later.
Yes, yeah, totally. Fortunately, there's amazing technology out there today, and you can find some headlamps that are so small and compact. So when you have a race where you're only using a headlamp for 20 minutes, you don't have to carry a huge thing for too long. But
I'm showing my age in the sport, and back in the day, in my first 100-miler, I think all 4 AAA or AA batteries in my headlamp, I think gave me 200 lumens for 3.5 to 4 hours.
I don't even know what that is. No, what is a AAA battery? No, I'm just kidding. I know what
these
that
were
is.
like you can recharge these. No, yeah, it was great back in the day, man. Headlamps were just they've come a long way. That's all I'm gonna say.
Did they sound like they had a generator going when you turned them on?
They had a little fan on them just to keep them cool. Yeah. Sometimes you had to like put a little oil in it and then light it with a match. And,
Yeah,
it'd give you a little while.
Yeah. Shall we pop back onto the screen share? Okay, so
I forgot. Where do we get to? I think we got to
got
Moonlight.
to Moonlight 2.
Yeah, we didn't make it very far.
So from here, you start climbing up, and this is what we did yesterday in the single track, and we were still ripping on our way
Patty,
up this.
it's not all about you today.
Just for a few minutes, at least. Give me my moment in the sun, in the starlight. But you get up to, there actually was an aid station here yesterday, but you come up this and you're on fire road to here. Then you start hitting your first bit of technical running. There's 2 descents here that are cross scree fields that the more talented mountain runners amongst us are get a great opportunity to build a little gap on these 2 little tiny micro descents. Then you get into the big bowl below Headwaters. And that is, if you're a talented mountain runner, you're going to be able to move pretty fast across that bowl.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some moves made there in the past.
Yeah. Mike, I would expect to see Michelino Sanseri push
Seems
through
like he's
this
already
pretty
making
well.
a move, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
But then you just have this long drag up out of the bowl. There was bits of snow there yesterday. It seems to be in the shade a lot of the day because this is on the north-facing aspect. So I expect some of that snow may still be on Headwater Ridge. We're going to see because, as you saw yesterday, the drone footage from up there was pretty cool.
Yeah,
and as you see from the Ruts
incredible
Instagram,
footage.
there was a lot of goat footage up there as well.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Wow. So we'll have to check out the Ruts Instagram to see some of those mountain goats.
Saw it. We saw it in the live stream, Patty. I thought that was you. I thought you just changed to a white puffy jacket
shave,
or a Sherpa shirt, and you were just bounding up the mountain.
Yes.
Good point, Zach. So in this section between Moonlight 2 and Swift Current, they're going to see the most vertical gain. It's about 3,100 feet of vert. That's actually with the loss. There's about 2,000 feet of loss. So the net change per mile is 153 feet per mile, which is.
But it's not fast descending
No.
either. The descending, you're picking your way down. So it's slow up and slow down.
It's slow.
Through this section.
Yeah.
Headwaters Ridge especially. There's still quite a lot of snow on that.
And I imagine this is where people will be consuming the most calories, be consuming the most hydration. And so at that next when they hit the next aid, or I guess when they hit the summit, they're going to be definitely feeling it at that point. I remember feeling it at that point.
And wave 4 is off. 6:15. It seems to have got darker in the last 5 minutes. Oh, there we go. There we got some light. Yeah, if you go back to the Instagram, Stephen Nam was up there with the drone on Headwater Ridge yesterday, and he just has some stunning videos of runners running along Headwater Ridge, completely oblivious to a goat up on the ridge overlooking them. The goat up on the ridge overlooking them. We should have
tried to get him to race everyone.
Yeah.
See what happens. I don't know. I think Bailey and Jen would have probably beat the goat.
Mm-hmm. I think so. Who is the original goat, though? The goat, or 310-50K champion Jen, or 310-50K / 28K champion Bailey?
Probably Scott Jurek.
I think the goat would claim original goat because it's genetically a goat.
Don't ask the scientist anything about genetics.
Genetics 101 with Paddy O'Leary and Olivia
All right.
Amber.
It is too early for a science lesson.
I know,
Patty.
we have not. We have both only had about 4 ounces of coffee. But Starbucks opens at 6:30. We are.
I don't think they're a sponsor,
counting
Patty. I don't know
down
if
the
we're allowed to
moments
talk
of
about them.
Shall we pop back onto the map?
Yeah,
There we
let's
go.
continue.
So we were just on Headwater Ridge. So then you were watching this yesterday, the descent off of Headwater Ridge. It has changed
It
since
has
last year, and that led to
changed.
some controversy yesterday.
Yeah, that's where Jen Lichter went off course yesterday. She was about 15 seconds behind Bailey Kowalczyk, and she was flying at this part of the
Yeah,
course and took a wrong turn and went and continued downhill. I think
It's right
because
about
that
there.
happened yesterday, that we'll probably not see that happen today. I think everyone's kind of aware of this point in the course. Hopefully, I would hope
We
now.
think back to last year's
Um,
race. The top 5 men, we all took wrong turns
Yeah.
last year and added about maybe a mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile each.
And something to just remember here is this course is unbelievably well marked.
Yeah.
The volunteers who go out and set this
Yeah.
course have done a fantastic job.
It
But
was our own incompetency that
when
led to our wrong turn.
when you are racing, you have tunnel vision. You're focused on foot placement and you're focused on your competitors. And oftentimes that means you're not paying attention necessarily to the flags, or you see a flag in your peripheral vision and you think you're going the right direction, but you happen to take a step the wrong way, and then that kind of continue the wrong direction for too long. And then that's kind of what we saw happen to Jen yesterday. She made that wrong turn. And, to her credit, she was following the formerly correct course of the 50K, and she hadn't run the 28K before. And so, it was an honest mistake. There were flags there, but it's really hard, especially at the speed she was going. She was
Yeah.
absolutely flying.
I
I
would
think
have,
everything was probably blurred vision
when
at
I
that
hit that
point.
corner and I saw the flags, because they turn back up right there, I saw the flags and I was like, I didn't think we were meant to turn back up. But so I definitely questioned me taking the correct course.
Mhm.
But it's like stopped and looked back. I was like, am I meant to go the other way? But one thing the race directors, Mike Foot, before the race reminds you is like, if you don't see a flag for 60 seconds, you've gone wrong. So
Which
Jen
is
saw that,
Yeah.
and then she turned back and realized she had gone off course at her and one other athlete.
yeah.
But they got back on course, and she proceeded to chase Bailey Kowalczyk, and
Yeah.
ended up finishing just about 60 seconds short of Bailey. Both
90
of them,
seconds.
90 seconds. Both of them running stellar times.
Yeah, some of the fastest times we've seen on this course ever yesterday. No course records were taken as far as we know. But fast times. And I'm so curious to see if that holds up today again. I have a feeling with these great running temperatures and the course being really just, it seems
Prime
like
condition.
it's kind of, it's great conditions. I have a feeling we're going to see some really fast times again today, Patty.
And also because there's such depth in the field, which we're going to talk about in once we go through the maps. The
wave 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wave 5 is off.
Wave 5 is off. We'll have one more wave after this group. 6 waves, the start of the 50K today. We're at wave number 5 of 6. Looks like we are seeing the sun coming up on the horizon, so hopefully the runners won't have to wear their headlamps for too much longer. But as we were talking about earlier, they do get to carry them with them today. Just a little pal in their pack.
Especially these runners would, they actually have, like, say the runner starting at 6:25, they have 25 minutes less use for a headlamp. So
Yeah.
the burden of an extra headlamp weighs heavily on the 6:25 starters. So we're going to have a cutoff. So we have a cutoff time of 4:30 p.m. So counting back, that is 10.5 hours. One thing to keep in mind, traditionally the people who are in wave 5 or 6 are people who expect to be running a slower time out there. They have 25 minutes less to make the cutoff. So for them, the cutoffs are technically 10 hours and 35 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's something that's kind of in races and wave starts is counterintuitive. The people who really need the extra time and often end up having several minutes less.
Yeah, and this is, we see the finishers. How fast do the top men usually finish, Patty?
This is going to be around, I think the record is, we're going to clarify, but I think it's 5:06, 5:07. Last year, Mikey did run under 5. However, that was on a shortened course that didn't go over the top of Lone Peak. So a
Right.
faster course.
Right. And I think for on the women's side, we could see the top finishers roughly around 6 hours. I mean, this is a hard 50K. A 6-hour 50K, we've seen 50-mile races take 6 hours. And this is a 50-kilometer race. So just really an incredible event that Mike Foot has put together. And definitely something to be proud of. If you're on the start line, even if you don't make it to the finish line of this race, you should be just so proud of yourself, because it is so hard to even get here and put all the training in to do it. And it's, I think everyone says, the hardest 50K in the United States.
That is unquestionable. Let's bop back over to the map. Okay. So when we left, we were talking about, I don't know if we can label it this, but the Jen Lichter turn.
Oh, no.
Sorry if you're watching, Jen. And so it continues to descend down. It's really Tallassee single track. And then it bops out onto a fire road. But then it turns you and drags you back up this fire road. So you climb back up another 300-400 feet. And then you connect to more Tallassee single track. And you follow that down across some sharp switchbacks down to the Swift Current aid station. One thing, at this stage, you're 18 miles into the race, you're 30k into the race, you might be lacking energy. The energy at Swift Current is electric. They are going to pick you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Brittany was saying, she was our field reporter yesterday, Brittany Charbonneau, one of our teammates on the North Face. She has labeled it Taylor Swift Current.
Taylor Swift Current.
Or Swiftmas.
Yeah. Swiftness or Rutmas. She was saying, ho, 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 Merry Rutmas, everybody, here at Taylor Swift Current aid station.
And this aid station is at 9,100 feet above sea level. So you are quite high. You're about to make your summit push from here. And so I think we will see quite a lot of the field stop, make sure they're filling their bottles, grabbing some food, while the next aid is only a mile-ish away, which is at the top of the summit. It's a grueling mile. You're gaining 2,300 feet of vert and getting up to over 11,000 feet above sea level in just a mile. So, the runners at this point are definitely going to be checking themselves, making sure they're ready for this last push up to the top of the peak before they have the long descent back around the mountain.
So with this push from Swift Current up to the summit aid station, I think it looks like it's around 1.5 miles. And 2,000 feet. So if we look versus last year when there was a rerouted course, we got to about here, we got to the saddle, and then they had us drop back down and then reclimb up to connect with the old descent. We are about to see our final wave take off.
Wave number 6. This is the last wave of the start of the 50K today. We've got the last of the runners setting out on this adventure. And the cutoff, as Patty was saying, is what time again?
4:30.
4:30. Thanks, Patty. We need to get some coffee. The cutoff day is 4:30, so we hope to see all of these runners back at the start-finish area by then. It is a really tough 50K, so just keep in mind that cutoff time is not easy at all.
Now let's bop back over to the map. Okay, so then we were continuing that last little push, and this was a comment we had from Cam Smith yesterday. The snow from
our champion
of the VK
repeat champion,
and 28K.
Yeah, he has now run some of the fastest times this course has ever seen in back-to-back years. He is just on fire.
I think he has 3 of the top 10 fastest times in the 28K, maybe.
Yeah, he does. That's correct. And one of those is actually he just edged out Joe Gray's 4th fastest time ever on this course yesterday. And again, we're operating off of the record sheet that is linked on the website. We have heard that it's possible that 2015 race was a little bit shorter, and that race is on that sheet. So I don't know. I need to get confirmation, but regardless, Cam Smith ran one of the fastest times on this course, regardless of if it was.
There was definitely some arm twisting to try and encourage Cam to jump into the trifecta today.
Yeah, that is true. We were
Yeah.
trying to.
Cam has his
See if
eyes
he can
set
do
on
it.
the Pikes Peak Marathon next Sunday.
Yeah. Wow, we are taking forever to get up to this summit
I know,
right now.
I know.
Let's get
this
there.
is like we're in the ultra
It's like
itself.
yeah.
You're taking as long to get to the summit as I would have out on the course.
Let's be real. You wouldn't be at Moonlight yet on your description. You get too distracted. You keep
Wow, Patty, it
keep
is
talking
too
about
early
how
for
early
those
Patty,
shots.
it is so early and there's already shade being thrown.
It's okay. We'll get Patty back all day.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
Guy yesterday, of course he's ready for another beatdown.
Oh. Yeah, I will not question that. Right at this moment yesterday, on the way up to the summit, I was
Yeah.
getting truly beat down by the four guys in front and by the people chasing me from behind.
And it was Patty's third time at this race, and it was his first time at the summit.
I lifted the curse.
He lifted the
Lower
curse.
Peak curse of Paddy O'Leary.
But he did amazing. He was 5th place in just an incredible field, and you won a couple $1 bills, right? 5th
No,
place?
I did not.
Oh shoot, sorry.
Thanks, Liv. Remind.
Just rubbing salt
Just
in the wound.
rub it in. Rub it in.
But at
That-
least you got a really beautiful woodwork
I did.
plaque.
I did.
Yeah.
A beautiful wood burn plaque covered in animals of the greater Yellowstone region. It was really stunning.
Very cool. Okay, should we
Livia,
try to get to the
concentrate.
summit?
So as I was saying, Cam was saying as the snow had melted and refroze overnight, it really held the talus together. So he felt there was better grip on the way up to the summit. But as they push up to the summit, the energy up there also electric, and we're going to have some beautiful visuals hopefully from that. Now we pop into this long descent. How long is that descent?
This descent is, let's see here. It's a 3,000 foot loss between the summit and Shedhorn aid station. So that's the next aid station after the summit. And it's about 2 miles between the summit and that aid. So they're at about, let's see, 22 miles into the race. Between the summit and that aid station, it's 2 miles. They will only have gained about 100 feet, but they will have lost over 3,000 feet of vertical. So that is quite the net change.
So in that first mile of the descent where you're bopping along the ridgeline here, a lot of snow still yesterday. I expect they're going to have a lot of snow still today. It's big talus fields, but the talus wasn't moving too much, so it was kind of nice in that regard. The views are stunning, but you're not looking up because you're both hypoxic and afraid of your life. So you're just looking at your feet, getting your footing right. Then you take a little right-hand turn here, and the scree field kind of opens up. It's more of a mixture of scree and shale and dust. So you can turn on the speed a little bit on this descent down here. So it continues to pop. It does get a lot steeper, but it's kind of a little bit more runnable. Then you get into a section here where it's kind of up and down through kind of a boulderish field area. And then you hit a little road and you're able to climb back up the fire road to the Shedhorn aid station. If you have legs from here on, the runners in the group who may have lost a lot of time, like myself, in the more technical section, this is times when you can turn it on, you can rip. So also 21 miles into a 30-mile race. If you're dying, you're pretty dying at this stage, so you could lose a lot of time.
If the wheels have come off at this point, it's going to be almost impossible to get them back. And so this will be a pivotal moment in the race. I think we'll see, to Patty's point, some of the runners who still have wheels turn it on, and those who have, pushed maybe a little bit too hard till this point, potentially wheels come off, and we might see some people dropping back and moving ahead. So
from your own experience in ultras and 50Ks at mile 21, what are you trying to do at this stage?
I really am just focused on staying present.
Yeah.
It's all mental at this point,
Yeah.
I think, especially in these long 50Ks, which are the 50Ks that I like to do. I really, everyone's hurting. So I just remind myself that everyone has covered the same amount of vert and terrain and distance that I have. So we're all in the same boat, and just making sure I'm getting in enough calories and enough carbs and enough water and salts, especially if it's a hot day, which Fortunately for the runners today, it is not.
On
But
that,
yeah, it really at this point is a mental game. I think just staying present, every step, making it count, and just, relaxing.
on the note about the salt, yesterday was even colder day. People are finishing, they're still pretty crusty with salt. You could see people have salt deposits on them, and that when you've salt deposit on your skin or on your clothes, that suggests that you've lost a lot of salt. You need to have taken on more salt in the race. Today's going to be a little bit warmer, so I think salt is going to be really important. So people
and
should.
longer.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a great point, Patty. I mean, I think as we were talking to a few of the elite runners after the race yesterday, a couple of them were talking about how they started to get some cramping. And oftentimes that is a sign of not enough salt intake. And I know some of these runners that I was talking with actually had made the conscious decision not to bring as much salt with them on the race yesterday just because of the temperatures, and they were actually regretting that a little bit. And so I think it's likely that the 50K runners out there today had those conversations with their teammates and are thinking about it a little differently. But also, to your point, it is going to be a warmer day and it's a longer race, so you are going to be sweating and losing nutrients more just given the duration of time people are going to be out there.
So especially at these Shedhorn and Andesite aid stations, the runners should be taking on not just water, but they should be taking their scratch hydration as well to really get that sodium levels in. Yesterday, I ended up taking like maybe 1.5 liters of scratch and 4 salt pills, even in the 3-hour race. Okay, so we're at Shedhorn in their long circular introduction to the race course. Shedhorn, you hit that, and then you're on to the fastest part of the course. This next 2.5 mile section is a segment on Strava called "Finally a Runnable Section."
Yeah.
So the next,
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
The next 2.5 miles is off Fire Road till about halfway. And then you hit onto a single track, but still pretty runnable. It actually gets onto a mountain bike course. So there's once you actually have to jump over a mountain bike ramp. And I actually definitely stopped at the bottom of the mountain bike ramp, and I was like, ah, and then sent it and didn't fall. And then you get into the aid station, which is at the bottom. Oh yes, so this was the aid station, Moose Tracks, yesterday for us. There's no aid station today. So then they pop onto a little single track to get to the bottom of the Andesite climb, which is potentially the rudest climb.
Yeah,
in
it's a tough one. I think, but maybe.
Because look how close you are to the finish line.
Yeah, it's tough.
Right here.
And, at this point, between Shedhorn and Andesite, you're gaining over 1,000 feet of vert. It's 1,200 feet of vert and 900 feet of loss. So it is a net gain to get to Andesite, I believe. I'm looking at this correctly.
Yeah, so if you're at the bottom here, you're down at 8,000. I think you're down closer to 7,600 feet. And I remember seeing from my watch yesterday, you climb up to 8,400 feet. So it's about an 800-foot climb to the top of Andesite, and that's just that one push. It's quite one thing. They're also going to be dealing with the 11K takes this loop in reverse. So there may or may not, it depends if they got through at the time, that you might have 11K runners coming down the descending that stretch while you're going up. It's quite muddy in there, but it's dried out, so it's sticky. It actually had pretty good grip going up there yesterday. I've done it in previous years where it was active rainfall, and that place was just a slip and slide. They had ropes in there, but I think the ropes will not be necessary today. So then you have that climb, and then look in this section. You look for runners who have held on to their energy, who are able to close strong and make back up some time for people along this little section of the course.
Yeah, because they have about 5 miles to go at that point at the base there, and once they get to Andesite, I believe they are 4 miles from the finish.
Mm-hmm.
About roughly
4.25, I think.
Yeah.
And here it's mostly runnable.
It is. It really is. But, the switchbacks are tight. So coming off of Andesite, you are trying to get in the flow, trying to get some momentum, but you're having to make these really tight pivots around each switchback.
And
so
if you're cramping at that stage.
Oh, it's hard. And if you're trying to stay ahead of someone or catch someone, it is so hard to keep up that momentum because the switchbacks are sort of causing you to make that pause and that pivot. And so it's really challenging mentally.
Mm-hmm.
This section is not easy because you're so close, but it's hard to get into that flow. And then you can really open up right where Patty has the blue bubble. you can really
But then
start
you
to
have a
open up
bit of a
there.
climb.
But at that point, hopefully you've closed as much as you can, because
But on this
you're
last-
very close to the finish.
But on that last push in, you still have I think, 300-foot climb from here to just before the finish line.
Yeah, there's that little climb.
And you feel it. You definitely
Yeah, you
feel it.
absolutely do.
And then actually, once you break out of the single track onto the fire road, you're pretty much at the finish. You're a quarter mile from the finish. Some runners, like personally myself, when I come, I'd love if there's like a mile of fire road, so where I can just see if there's someone ahead of me and attempt to chase them down. The Rut 50k doesn't have that. It's like once you're out of the single track, it's a purist mountain runners race. Minimal fire road, mostly single track or off trail stuff.
Yeah.
We made it to the end.
We did it against all odds.
Against all odds. Paddy and Olivia did not drop in their description of the
We
Rut
didn't
50k
DNF.
route.
Yeah.
We didn't DNF.
Woo!
Oh my god. So now, sun has rose. You
The
see
sun is out.
So where are we looking at here? This is a drone, I think, up above moonlight.
What a beautiful morning.
Looking up at that's Headwater Ridge in front, and then Lone Peak in the background.
Where the runners will be most of the day today. First, they have to sort of traverse and wiggle around through the forests. And it's so funny when you're on the mountain and look back, everything seems so flat. But then you think about what you just did. And you're like, well, I literally just ran like 4,000 feet of vert before I even got to the mountain. 5,000 feet of vert, I think. Anyway, let me look.
The one challenging thing about the 50k is that like you have to be both good at the flat runnable stuff and also good at the gnarly stuff, because the 28k is all the highlights. It's all of the gnarliest stuff packed into 28k. But then the other 22 kilometers of the 50k is actually quite runnable. So you have to be able to start running hard and then transition into a sky run, and then still have the legs and the wherewithal at the end to get back into a barn burner of a trail at the end. So it kind of suits like dynamic athletes that can both run hard and climb technical and descend technical terrain. So you're going to look to see a lot of changes throughout the race of some runners who are doing really well in the first third, who then just get messed up in the middle section. That tends to be me. And then you look at other runners who are really good at the middle section, who may drop back at the very end because they may not have as much running legs in the end.
Yeah.
We had mentioned before the previous time, so shall we go through? I've pulled up here the previous best times for the 50k for the men and for the women.
Yeah.
So do you want to take through the women there?
Yeah, so the fastest time is still Sandy Nypaver. She ran a 6:13:35 in 2018. Ragna Debates 6:13:55 in 2017. And then we've got Jennifer Lichter, who raced the 28K for the first time yesterday, but has raced the 50K 3 times and has won it every time she's raced it, which is incredible. And that's been 3 consecutive years that she's raced and won.
I guess a side note on that, in 2023, Jen ran closer to 5:35 or 5:40 or 5:45,
yes,
somewhere in the 5:30 to 5:45 range. But it was a faster course.
Yes, and did not go to the summit of Lone Peak due to, I believe they were working on the gondola up there, so some construction. So Jen has run, she's only a minute back from the fastest time that this course has ever seen. She is not racing today. She raced the 28K and the VK and was first in the VK and second in the 28K. She is an incredible runner. You give her a runnable course, you give her a mountainous course, and she is always a competitor.
Jen is gearing up now for Le Templier, which is a very runnable 50-miler for the first 40 miles and then a 10-mile mountain race at the end.
Yeah,
so it's something that will really suit her dynamic skills.
Yeah, if you're betting against Jen, you're probably going to lose. But yeah, so Jen has the next fastest times, 6:14:34, 6:14:58. I mean, talk about consistency. That's just incredible. Then we've got Brittany Peterson, 6:18:59, 2017. Emily Forsberg, 2015, 6:25:44. Christina Trigstad, 6:27:28 in 2018. Becca Wendell, 6:29.25 in 2021. Hillary Allen in 2015 ran a 6:30.15. And Emily Forsberg again, 2014, ran a 6:32.39. So as you can see, some of the fastest times on this course are between around 6.5 hours for the women, which, again, as I was saying before, that is just a gnarly 50K.
Looking at the top 10 men and top 10 women's times, the only person who is racing today who has a time in the top 10 men or women is Christina Triggs-Gadsari. She's one of the people to watch out for in the 50K today.
Yeah, that's right, Patty. She is definitely one to watch. And
she also, if you look at the Montana list, she actually has quite a lot of consistency as well. She has the third and fourth fastest Montana times, 6:27 and 6:32.
Yeah, just and across a greater range of years as well. Yeah. So she'll come back a few years later and run a very consistent time to what she had ran previously.
Yeah, then if we look at the men's times, so Mike Sinceri, he ran under 5 hours last year, but it was on a short course, so it wouldn't count for record purposes. We look at the 50K. David Sinclair in 2022 ran a 5:04, taking 5 minutes off Kilian Jornet's long-standing record from 2014. He ran a 5:09. Spaniards tend to do well on this course. The third place is Luis Alberto's Hernando Alzaga. I almost did that well.
Good job, Patty.
5:10.
The Irish accent with the Spanish name is definitely challenging.
Fourth place, we got Paul Hamilton from 2013 with a 5:13. Franco Cole, 2015, 5:16. So we think about it, in 2014 to like 2017, this is part of the World Skyrunning Series, so attracted a lot of European athletes over. Jackson Brill in 2018 ran a 5:17.54. Back in 2015, Christopher Clement Mora, 5:19.28. In 2013, Matt Shyrock, 5:19.40. In 2014, Sage Candidate with a 5:20. And then in 2017, Morgan Elliott with a 5:24.11. I would not be surprised if we've a few more people bump some 1 or 2 or 3 people out of the top 10 lists today.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, if yesterday is any indication, we had some of the fastest times the 28K has ever seen. I have a feeling we're going to see that play out again today. The conditions are just really, really great here at the Rut this year, and we've got just some incredible competitors in the field. So I have a feeling we're going to see some incredible times today.
And then we look at the top men from Montana, that list. Matt Shyrock, the aforementioned Matt Shyrock in 2013 with his 5:19. Jason Donald, who actually I think went top 10 or top 20 yesterday in the 28K. In 2018, he ran a 5:33. Jason Delaney, a lot of fast Jasons that year. Wow. In 2018, Jason Donald and Jason Delaney threw down a 5:33.02 and a 5:33.39. So that was the battle of the Jasons.
Battle of the Jasons.
2017, fourth place, Edward Farley with his 5:39.35. Then once again, Jason Donald in 2021 in a 5:40.02.
Should we just keep just saying numbers the rest of the day? 551 683
3 4 5
222 89.
1 2 3 4. Okay, yeah. I need coffee. I did see a tray of coffees getting brought in.
I am so glad that no one can see what just happened in the studio right now.
I'm going to fetch
But okay, Patty is now leaving. He's been kicked out. He's being sent back to bed. I'm just kidding. He'll be back shortly. He's getting us coffee. But look at this beautiful view. Runners are going to be coming into Moonlight number 1. We're about 45 minutes from 45 minutes into the first start of the first wave. Wow, we have some big coffees here now. This is great. So I think we'll see some runners coming into that first aid station at, when would the top guys be coming through? I think the top women will probably
6
see
miles.
around 7 a.m.
I'm guessing they're doing
probably
7 to 8 minute miles. I think by 50.
Yeah. So I would guess we'll see them coming through shortly, in a few minutes here, coming into the first aid station at about let's see, 6 miles into the race. They'll have already gained 1,800 feet of vert at this point in about a roughly 10,000. I'm rounding everything, by the way. It's a little easier than going all the way down to the tens. So it's about a 10,000 feet of vertical gain in the race, and they'll have already gained about 1,800 feet at this point.
So I hope the drone turns back down because I was going to... The runners actually come, see where that car is going, turning right? The runners actually run through that road section there. They wrap us in front of those houses and we get up onto that bridge that we just saw.
I did not see that car.
You didn't see the car?
No.
Okay. Anyway, they descend down, and this is like mile 6, and they run us through this road section, and then there's this little rude climb up to that long bridge. So that's where the first aid station is. So one thing, after you do this loop, when you're running back, you're going to actually hear the runners coming through Moonlight 1. As you go through Moonlight 2, you're just going to be a few meters above them. So that's nice kind of sharing
it's
energy.
It's so fun. Yeah. It's really fun when the course kind of loops back a little bit, and you can see, it just adds to the camaraderie out there.
Yeah, you can see that long bridge there.
That's where the runners will be coming through.
I'm trying to think, if we see anyone ripping through there at a bit of pace? No, everyone seems to be perambulating. The poor locals who are still asleep in their bed at 6:48 are going to get a rude awakening when this first runner comes through. As we wait for the first runners to come in, how about we talk about... Olivia's going to do her top 5 predictions first.
Yeah, I'm still trying to decide who I'm putting in my predictions. So we will go through what Patty and I think how the day is going to unfold on the elite side in a bit. And today we also are going to finally get the results of the Trifecta, which is very exciting. And the Trifecta is the athletes who decided it was a good idea to do the VK on Friday, 28K on Saturday, and the 50K today, which, I mean, it's already an incredible feat to do any one of these races, but it is just absolutely mind-blowing that some people are taking this down. And every year we just see some incredible performances in that Trifecta race. And so today is very exciting because we're finally going to get the results of that. And right now, Scott Patterson. We talk about Scott Patterson.
Can we just talk about how idiotic the Trifecta is? A VK followed by 28K followed by 50K.
It is wild.
Let's we will elevate them, but lads, what on earth are you doing? Oh my God, my poor legs just like wince at the thought of doing all 3 races.
Yeah.
But
Patty can only handle 1 race this week.
Barely. Just barely.
I saw the look on your face when you finished.
So if we look at the women's race, we're going to talk about Scott Patterson with the Trifecta. Okay, so Scott Patterson, he has been coming to the rut for the bones of the last decade. He had a lot of really good podium results here in the VK and in the 28K and the 50K throughout that 2015 to 2019 window. The VK on Friday came 4th. The VK Friday. Then
4th
yesterday,
VK.
He was throwing down at the front, and he was in an absolute battle with Johnny Luna and Lima, and he took 2nd place. And I'm going to interrupt this, and we actually can see the runners coming down up this little fire road climb before they drop down to the road. So there's two runners beside each other turning onto the single track. I'm guessing they are both runners, not a runner and a cameraman. And then about 20 seconds behind them, we can see a third runner. So the top three look to be in sight. I'm going to guess this is potentially Michelino Sinceri. Ryan Becker was wearing all black on Friday, so that might be Ryan Becker in second place. And then white with black shorts in third. Might be an Adidas kit. That could potentially be Stephen Kirsch. Ryan Becker was wearing all black with a white hat, so I'm guessing that is second place. Mike Sinceri is wearing a white long sleeve with a black pack, so that is Mikey and Ryan, I think, right beside each other.
I got word from Sinceri that he was not going to be wearing the Blueberry North Face kit.
Yeah,
That is correct.
He was going
He was
old
adamant.
school.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was wearing when he left the house.
Nice work, guys.
Here we go.
There you
Here's
go.
Michelino. We just saw Michelino come through.
And Ryan Becker.
And Ryan Becker looks
Ryan
like he
is-
had to quick pause and turn around, so he lost a couple seconds there, but this is very early in the race, so that's all good. And Zach Miller.
What's going on out there,
Zach,
Zach?
hello. How is it going?
It's going good. Can you hear me, guys?
We
Yep.
can hear you. You're looking
Okay, great,
fantastic this morning. Tell us about how's
thank
everyone
you.
looking so far?
They look good. Michelino looks really good. You mentioned Ryan turning around. He just turned around to throw me this headlamp. So I think he's doing all right. He just didn't want to carry that headlamp anymore. So
That seems reasonable.
Yeah,
Scott
I mean it's
Patterson
super
behind you.
early in, so everybody looks pretty good. I think that was Scott Patterson right there, zooming through in fourth. But
Wearing
yeah,
his
Michelino,
winner's t-shirt, his winner's shirt.
yeah, yeah, he looks like he has a bit of a camouflage tuxedo on there or something.
Scott Patterson way.
yeah, yeah, but yeah, no, Michelino looked great. Right, if I'm critical, he looked a little more peppy, but they're 6 miles in. I think Ryan's probably fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it's beautiful out here. It's a little chilly, but runners are looking strong.
Good thing you have that warm North Face jacket on.
Yeah. Try and keep warm. Should have brought my gloves this morning, but I think once the sun pops up a little more, it's gonna be pretty good. So we have another runner coming in. So I think this is
So that's
our
the top.
fifth, I think. So
It's our fifth?
top five,
Okay.
I think. So,
Let us know who it is.
Yeah, so that's David Hedges.
Hedges.
So FK2 holder on the Nolan's 14 route in Colorado. Back from a bit of camping in Europe. I was chatting with him the other day. He was over there prepping for the Kima race. So yeah, he and Jack Kunzel were over there representing the American contingent this year. And so he's back from that now and racing this. So
Awesome.
he could potentially do very well today. He's obviously, I don't know how long he's been at altitude since he came back from Europe, or how much time he and Jack might have hunkered down at altitude in Europe. But yeah, if he's altitude prepped, I would think we could see a good one from him.
Yeah, he is definitely one to watch today, and it looks like we've got another runner coming through.
Yeah, so that should be 6th, and 7th is right behind him. Stopping to get some water there.
Focus
So,
shirt.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's really hard to read these names on the bibs.
They're
So
going too fast.
I just want to clarify that Olivia
Yeah.
just did her top 5 prediction after seeing the top 6 runners
I
come
had
through.
just not written Scott's name in yet. I hadn't written
That-
Scott's name in yet. Okay, to be fair,
that's a little sketch, Olivia.
fine. I will only talk about my
Well,
women's predictions then. Or
Yeah,
I'll
who
just
do
say
you
my
have
top
for the
4.
who do you have for the women's top 4 for the women?
All right. So let's do predictions with Zach.
Okay. So wait, Zach has to do his
Zach,
first.
do you want to do your predictions?
Oh, my predictions? Well, I've already seen the top. Well, but it's not necessarily going to be from those guys. But I mean, we'll see. I think. Are we doing? I think for like top 3 for men for a podium. I think I would just wager on the top 3 being Scott Patterson, Michelino, and Ryan Becker.
Okay.
Okay.
Somewhere, and then David Hedges, like, kind of in that fight, but I'm not sure if he'll work his way into the
You're not
top
gonna
3 or
call. You're
not.
not gonna call a winner there, Zach.
Oh boy, Michelino's got the experience on their out and sort of the hometown advantage. But yeah, I think I'm gonna be rooting for Michelino to get it. I think it could be close between him and Ryan Becker, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Michelino.
Okay.
I'm rooting for Mick, and I'm gonna say him
Double
to pull it out.
down.
But
Double down.
Zach has
I have the
spoken.
I have the bias of seeing them run through here, but
Yeah.
I don't think it means a whole lot 6
Yeah.
miles in.
No,
I
definitely.
look at my own top 5. I had Andrew Wise in 5th. I had Scott Patterson 4th, and remember, Scott has already done the VK and the 28K
Yeah,
in
he's
podium
a
in 4th
trifecta competitor.
and 2nd in that. I had Kirsch in 3rd. I had Becker in 2nd, and I had Michelino, Microlino, Sinceri for the win.
Yeah, I had Michelino for the win as well. I actually have Steven Kirsten 2nd, David Hedges 3rd, Ryan Becker 4th, and Scott Patterson 5th.
Yeah.
So,
Patterson's definitely going to be feeling the last 2 days,
yeah.
but he's Alaskan
Yeah,
and he's hardy.
And he's a cross country
Yeah, I've got faith in the hardy Alaskan to still pull out a top 3 here today. So
Yeah.
but
We love
we'll
to
see.
hear
I know stacking up those hard efforts is tough, but
If anyone could do it, it's Scott.
He's what, 2-3-time Olympian
3-time,
in another sport, but he crushed my soul in Alaska once or twice, so I've got some faith.
Got good energy from this runner in black coming through with the
Yeah, what an awesome start to the race for this runner. Just great energy, cruising
guess-
over that bridge.
What we should do is, now we're talking about the men before the women come in, let's just quickly run through and see if Zach has any thoughts on the runners that we've been looking at coming into this. Obviously, Michelino Sinceri, our defending 50k champion, recent record holder of the Grand Teton up and down. Then David Hedges, Zach just referred to him. He's won races all over North America and podiumed at races in the UK. 3rd place at Ultra Trail, so only a 100 miler.
I think Hedges sort of claim to fame in North America, other than Nolan's 14, which he set that record last year. Would be his super close finish with Max King at Breakneck.
Yeah, that was epic.
I think that was like 2 years ago. Hedges nearly ran down and beat Max King in New York at Breakneck that year.
So he could do short and long.
It was pretty epic. So yeah, Breakneck is not like
I think we see Claire Rhodes. I think we've got our first woman coming through the aid station
we do.
here.
Yep, there's Claire.
Let's go, Claire.
Yeah.
Claire Rhodes of Alaska, was resident in Reno and just moved back home to Alaska. So she's here from sea level. So it's impressive to see her gunning from the front.
Yeah,
she's no stranger to this
marathon
race.
winner this year.
Yeah.
With a tough course like this, I'm not shocked we're seeing so many Alaskans show up out here. They love rugged courses.
The women's race is close. It's about a bridge length, because here comes Jasmine Lowther of Canada. So she's looking strong. It's less than a bridge length. Claire's not off the bridge yet, so it's all very close right there.
Very
Nice.
close. Jasmine Lowther, second place female through the aid station.
Yeah, and we'll see. It'll be fun to see those two battle it out today. Jasmine, of course, off a very strong Speed Goat 50K this year. She took the win there. And Claire, a win at Mount Marathon up in Alaska. Obviously, a much shorter race, but you got to be pretty fit to win that thing.
Yeah.
So yeah,
She
be
finished
fun to
third.
see them duke it out here.
And Claire finished third in the 50K last year, so she knows this course. She knows this race at this point, and I think
Yeah.
she's ready to
And
take
there's
a
Hannah
5-step ahead.
Allgood.
Here we've got Hannah,
So
third place.
That'll be that could be an interesting race there. Hannah Allgood from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Sort of my home turf. Hannah and I train together every once in a while. So yeah, Hannah's super strong. She had a big win this year over in Europe, at the over at one of the by UTMB races. The one out at to the Eiger by UTMB race.
Yeah.
Or whatever that race is technically called. Just
I don't know what it's called either.
pick
Eiger.
a place in Europe and put by UTMB after it, and you're probably pretty close. So,
I'd expect one of the next runners we might see coming through, maybe Christina Trizgadsari, who's been podiumed in this race multiple times.
And Lindsay Allison, I expect to see.
Is
yeah. So I think Lindsay is
Lindsay.
coming up to the bridge now.
Awesome. So that'll be she'll be in our fourth position.
So
at
you
this
see
stage.
Lindsay
There's
there
Lindsay.
coming up to the bridge in that white North Face pack. I believe that is her. So yeah, we got a good mix of women here. Yeah. There she goes.
Lindsay Allison.
Looking strong.
So she's won the
And
U.S.
then that's
Trail Championships at.
that
who was
might
there?
be our first. That might be our first jorts, our first male jorts.
Oh,
She
we've
had
got our
very
first
long hair,
jorts
so-
through.
So you might have mistaken him for first female jorts, but I believe probably first male jorts.
The most important race of the weekend.
The most important race. But yeah, Lindsay, she
But-
just won the
Is-
50K Trail Championship at Tamalpa Headlands in Marin County. She won the Telluride Mountain Run 24 mile, and she was fourth
won
at Broken
Lakes-
Arrow.
And
And
she
won
won
Lake
the Lake Sonoma 50 early in the season.
Okay, there we got Luke Webster, who was out there. I saw him all over the course shooting photos yesterday. I managed to see
That was
him
his warm up.
at the bottom and at the top of Lone Peak, and I'm like, how did you beat me up here? He took the lift.
He took the.
Is Caitlin Patterson doing the trifecta?
She is not.
She is not,
Yeah,
okay.
So she is not racing today. She did do the VK and 28K, but she is not racing today.
So
I think Jenna Greaser is our favorite for the trifecta,
Yeah.
and she should be also pretty high up in the results in the 50K today.
Yeah.
She is a very strong competitor, and she's coming from the world of pro mountain biking, so she is an incredible athlete and definitely going to be quick on those descents.
yeah. So
she's
we
no
were
stranger to speed.
Yeah. So we're going through our list of kind of contenders. Back on the men, we had talked about Sanseri, we talked about Hedges. Another one would be Ryan Becker, who has podiumed at this rate before. He podiumed at the VK. He was third place at the VK just on Friday. He struggled with injury for a couple of years. In the midst of all that, he managed to do the trifecta at the Rut. But then the last 2 years, it's some really good results. He won the Telluride Mountain Run 24 mile, top 10 at Broken Arrow VK, second at Gorgeous Waterfall 50K, and second at Way Too Cool last year. He's ready to race. He's ready to throw down. Stephen Curse was a late addition to our list. He's been top 5 at Canyons and Black Canyon 100K. And is prepping and building up to the Javelina 100. Scott Patterson. Shocking how fast
So
Scott is doing it.
We have another woman coming
And
through
who
here.
is this? Who do we have coming through?
This is Bib 1747.
1747.
So I don't know if you guys have a list there.
Yeah,
That's
we're
Christina.
fine.
That's Christina
Christina
Trigstad-Zari.
Trigstad-Zari.
Okay, that's what I was expecting. I was expecting her
Oh.
to be coming through soon. We've just had Christina Trigstad-Zari come through. She is how many times has she done the Rut? So
So
many
she was
times.
she was
She's
like
got-
second place last year. She's been
So-
second place multiple times, I think, and she has
Yeah,
the
and
third
she's-
and fourth fastest times.
After Jen
from
Lichter,
Montana.
she is one of the fastest Montanans
Third
to
and fourth.
ever do this race.
Yeah. So she's consistent. She's run a 6:27 at this before. She's run a 6:32. So look for her to be in
And
around
she has
that range.
won this race before.
Yeah, and at
She's
39
amazing.
years of age, she's been
She is gonna
flying
be a
at this
contender.
race for a number of years.
We've got our boy Justin from the North Face here in the aid station. So
I love it.
I think we had a little bit of a comical conversation with him yesterday. He telling us that his
Let's
goal
go,
was 6
Justin!
hours. Way to go, Justin! And Michelino seeming to tell him that he felt like that was a bit aggressive.
Okay.
So a little
Coming
bit
from
of
Michelino.
maybe a little bit of fun banter there.
Yeah.
But I'm rooting for him. I hope he goes and gets that 6 hours.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we saw the 6th and 7th place
absolutely.
ladies pass through there as well.
Yeah, we've got one more woman coming up now to the bridge.
So other people to look out for: Zach Perrin. He was top 10 to 28k last year. Ryan Raff just won the Tushers Mountain Run 70k this year, and top 10 at Canyons 100k, which is a tremendous result. Luke Webster, our photographer, he warmed up on Lone Peak yesterday.
This is runner 1504, female number 1504.
1504. Okay, we have some turnover happening in here. I see Chad Trammell getting some water there, who is a Trifecta participant from Alaska. Okay, Zach, we have a guest here about to put the mic on. Olivia's taking a coffee break, and we have race director, just bringer of pain, Mike Foote.
Good morning, Patty.
Good morning, Mike. How are you doing?
Doing great.
You're doing great. It's been a long week.
Yeah, so far so good.
You're still alive. You actually raced yesterday while you were participating in the run
it was
yesterday.
my third run.
Your third run.
With my almost 3-year-old and 5-month-old.
And your 5-month-old, I saw as well.
Yeah.
I love it. So yeah, how does it feel to be, what is this, year number 11?
Yeah, so we've had 11 in-person rut events, 1 virtual in 2020. So we've been doing it for 12 years.
Yeah. How does that feel?
It's right now it always feels crazy. I mean, having almost over 4,000 runners over 3 days here in Big Sky, it's just grown every year, and every year we're trying new things such as this live stream and putting more pressure on ourselves to just improve and be better. And it's really good because we spend all year working on it, and to have 3 days where everybody gets to come here and we celebrate, it's a really special feeling. And I usually absorb it next week. Right now I'm just execute, but next week it really sinks in.
So 2 questions. First, like, what inspired you back in 2012, building it to 2013, to set up the Mountain Run?
Yeah, I'd been racing in Europe a bit for a few years, experiencing the culture over there, the terrain and courses over there. Really wanted to bring something like that back to the U.S. Mike Wolf, co-founder of the Rut, and I both were searching around Western Montana for a spot and had conversations with a few permit holders, agencies, and then one day we talked to Big Sky Resort, and it just made a lot of sense because we knew we had a lot of latitude to create a course that we really wanted here. Obviously, the terrain of Lone Peak is unparalleled, and being able to integrate it into so many of our race courses has just proven to be such a gift,
And then when you started in 2013, did you expect it to get to where it is today, or what was the initial thoughts? Where were you expecting it to be in 10 years?
Oh man, I had no idea. We always took it year by year. I really want everything to go really well, but I never think of myself as somebody who has vision. I never knew where we were going to end up. I'm always just focused on the day to day. But it became obvious to us when things would just sell out every year so quickly, and we kept growing intentionally, but somewhat modestly in the first few years, but the pressure to grow the event was always there. So we knew that people were really excited about something like this, a festival feel, multiple days, multiple distances. So that's what we've done is we've grown it over time by adding distances. We have all these, you can ladder up in distance you can show up and do the 11K 1 year, and 3 years later you're running the Rut Trifecta. And so that's been something that I never would have imagined 10 years ago.
So then this, This is mid-September. Winter is coming. You have some challenges, and you had some
Yeah.
challenges in the build-up to this week.
Yeah.
Can you talk us through what you were thinking when first when we were dealing with some smoke, and then when this precipitation came in, we had some inches of snow dropped on the race course. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, we're always trying to thread that needle between wildfire season, very hot course and weather, and then winter and cold and snow. And that window is about 8 hours on Wednesday this week. And so, we were watching the weather come in and really hoping that the snow that came on Thursday night into Friday was not going to be too significant. And we really lucked out that it just added, in my mind, great character to the weekend.
Without doubt.
We had a spicy VK on Friday, and I'm looking at the screen here and seeing some beautiful snow-free Lone Peak right now, which is really special. So yeah, we in a lot of ways this weekend is the weather that we really wanted. We just weren't sure on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday what this weekend was going to look like.
The rut can't happen without the firstly without all the volunteers you have. Can you give a shout out to the people that help make this come together? Your team.
It's incredible. There's a gravitational force of this event now that people just come out of the woodwork for it. We have about 600 volunteer positions between packet pickup to medical to helping out the live stream, and it's really, really special. I mean, every event, we all know this, you just can't do it without the volunteers, and the energy that they bring and the culture and community around it really is something special, and it's incredible to see how much it's grown.
Yeah, and also the sponsors that you've brought in along to the rut, a lot of local Montana sponsors, but also some larger companies.
Yeah. We're really close with all of our partners. We always talk to them about how if they're going to come on board, we're looking for a long-term relationship. We're not looking for something transactional, and that they have to bring value to the runner experience. So they're always trying to find ways to help out the event, not just show up and sell something. They need to be a partner in the event and help the whole experience be better for everybody. And I think everybody, the runners, the partners, the event, get more out of that if that's the intent when you begin.
Yeah. What is your favorite moment of the rut weekend?
If I'm being honest, it's 7 p.m. on Sunday when the last runner comes in and I know everybody's safe. But the second favorite would be the run. And even before I was a father, I just think the energy in the base area is incredible. And you see hundreds and hundreds of kids excited about trail and mountain running, and just knowing what that means for the community long term. And then I used to run the VK when I had enough time in the weekend. I've run it multiple times, and I used to love doing that. But now I am full-time RD.
Mike still holds the second fastest time for someone from Montana.
There you go.
At the VK from
Let's
2017,
go.
his 50:06.
All right, maybe I'll go sub 50 someday.
So we're here watching the 50K. Who's your money on for? Are you legally allowed to say that as a neutral race director? Who's your money on for the men and women?
I am so excited for everybody, Patty.
Yeah.
We'll find out. I think what's special about the 50K is just like any race, but I feel like especially this, that the first 10 miles go out pretty hard, and then it goes from a trail running race to a mountain running race, and it's really interesting to see positions change over time. Those who went out hard might not have the legs for the mountainous aspect of it, and I think it's you're raising your hand. I think it's anybody's race. I think those who run the first 15 miles smart really benefit from having the strength and speed in the second half.
Yeah. So we're here on day 3 of the rut, the final day, and we've been able to. People at home have been able to witness the battles of this through our hosting here by live stream by Mountain Outpost. What do you think this does for the sport? Being able to watch this, being able to watch these remote places live.
Oh, it's great.
Cool.
I mean, there's so many different ways to grow the sport. This is a fantastic tool. I'm always so excited about the people who can experience it on site. That's always been my focus for so many years, whether you're a spectator, runner, friend, family, volunteer. I'm always so on-site focused. It's been really fun to take a step back and think about how we want to tell the story of the rut to a broader audience digitally. And I think just generally seeing the sport grow over time, and I'm biased, but I just think the landscape and the visuals you can get from the rut events are really incredible. And I think I hope that we're bringing more people into the fold. Again, I feel like this event has a great gravitational force, and we want to keep that going. Obviously, as the race director, I want to see this be a strong, healthy, fun event 10 years from now, 15 years from now.
Speaking of people who are watching it who want to sign up for this race in the future, roughly when does registration open?
Yeah, so
next year?
registration always opens in the first part of January, and we'll be putting the event on in September again next year. Exact dates TBD, but we're always in the first couple weeks of September.
Every year, how quickly do the races sell out?
They all sell out fast. We open up registration in January, and usually all 4,000 spots are full in about 6 or 8 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So be ready.
The 21, the 28, the VK specifically fill up in minutes. The 50K fills up in a couple hours. The 11K in a handful of hours.
So if people want to keep up with it, if they follow Run the Rut on Instagram, can they sign up for a subscriber list on your website?
Oh yeah,
like
absolutely.
That?
All on the website, runtherut.com.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you for all you've done for this event, for us, for the sport. This is the gnarliest running race in the contiguous states. The Alaskans coming down here to do your race is such a stamp of approval.
Yeah, it gives us credibility when all the folks from Anchorage come to Montana to run. We appreciate it.
It's really cool. It's really cool. Thanks so much for all you do.
Yeah. Thanks, Patty. I'm going to go to the 11K start now. I think we got 1,100 runners about to get going here. So,
amazing. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Zach, what's the
Hey
crack?
guys. Lots of people coming through now. Just grabbing nutrition, getting on their way. Sun's coming up. It's starting to crest up over. So I think we should warm up here a little bit. I'm not jealous of these runners filling their bottles and getting their hands all wet.
Good point.
That does not. I mean, I know when you're running, you're like in the zone, and it's like you're usually a lot warmer than if you're spectating. But yeah, it's chilly up here. So yeah, but lots and lots of runners coming through now. Kind of have a pretty steady stream. But yeah.
Awesome. Well, we wanted to go through some of our women's race predictions with you, Zach. So I don't know if you want to kick things off. Who's your top 3? Who are your picks?
I think I'm gonna defer to you guys. I'm gonna let you guys go first, and then I'll bring up the rear.
So let's go through
that sounds like cheating, but I'll start. I'll kick things off. So
let's go through the list of names first, so
sure.
Then he'll know who to pick
Yeah,
from.
we've got Hannah Allgood. This is her first time up Lone Peak, and she's just an incredible competitor. So even though it's her first time on this course, I think she absolutely is going to throw down and be a competitor for the podium today. She's shown quite a range over the last few years. Was runner-up at Gorge Waterfalls 30K, 5th at Chuckanut 50K, first at the Audi Power of 450K. Was she 11th at CCC as well? Yeah. 11th at CCC. She won, as Zach mentioned earlier today, won Eiger by UTMB this year. I mean, what range? She can do it all.
Yeah.
And also we've got Christina Trigstad back at the Rut. She is from Bozeman, which, just a local runner here. She's done so many races up Lone Peak. She's finished in the top 3 multiple times. She was just second place at the Scout Mountain 50, won Spitfire Ultra Challenge 55K, and won the Moab Trail Marathon. I mean, she knows this course better than I think anyone else in the field.
Yeah, so last year she was 9th overall and second lady. So she beat Claire was 3rd, Christina was 2nd, and Jen was 1st. And she was only 10 minutes behind Jen's time last year, so she's ready to rip.
She is ready to rip is right. We've also got Jasmine Lowther, North Face athlete. She is incredibly accomplished. She was 4th at CCC in 2022, won the Canyons 100K, 2nd at Trans Gran Canaria. I forget which race. Was it the 120K that she was 2nd at TGC?
I think she might have went the long one, either the 80 or the 120.
I think it was the 120 because I think Tara won the 80K. So, 50K, the Rep 50K is kind of part of her comeback after injury last year. She won Speed Goat earlier this year and did go over to UTMB, but did not end up racing. I think she was supposed to race CCC and did not. But I think we expect to see something out of Jasmine today. We've got Claire Rhodes, another North Face athlete. She was 3rd last year in this race, so she also knows this course. Not quite as well as Christina, but she's definitely ready to take it a higher step on the podium.
One moment. We actually have a drone shot now of just above you, Zach. At the end of the loop, we can see Mike Sinceri in first, about 20 seconds ahead of Ryan Becker. By the looks of it. I think geographically that's pretty close to you, so maybe 100 meters behind you. You won't see it, but they're close.
Okay, gotcha.
You were saying Claire Rhodes and then Lindsay Allison?
Yeah, and so we've also got Lindsay Allison. She has had quite the year. She has raced a lot, so we'll see if she still has the legs. If anyone does, it's Lindsay. She won Lake Sonoma 50 this year. She was 4th at Broken Arrow 50K, or should I say 46K to be precise. She won Telluride Mountain Run 24 mile. She recently won the U.S. 50K Trail Championship at the Tamalpa Headlands 50K in Marin. And she is definitely no stranger to the Rut. I think this is her first time racing the 50K, but she has done the 28K, I think, a couple of times here. So she's definitely one to watch today. We've also got Nicole Abma. I always say her last name wrong. Making the trek down from Canmore. She is fit and incredible athlete. She recently won the Moose Mountain 42K and was 11th at the Black Canyon 60K in February. She is just no stranger to technical terrain. She runs all around Banff in Canada, which we know is quite a mountainous zone. She
Also has a
definitely
Lake
is
Sonoma
someone to
win.
watch.
Also Lake Sonoma winner.
Also a Lake Sonoma
Also
winner.
a Lake
Yep.
Sonoma winner. Also Lake Sonoma winner.
So
So
she's got speed and she knows how to climb mountains.
Okay.
talk about someone with range as well. Definitely someone else to watch
Mikey
today.
is just True Moonlight number 2. So it's the second aid station just north of just above where Zach is currently seated. Now, from this view, we can see the runners coming into Moonlight 1. So this is the mid pack, and we can see Mike Sinceri leading the race, coming through Moonlight 2.
It looks like we've got a follow cam behind him. So that's not a racer behind him. That is a follow cam. Looks like he's moving. He's kind of just flying
Moving
through
well.
this right now.
This is a runnable climb from here. So he's in the Alta Mesa 500. It's North Face shoe.
I think he's in the 300.
The 300.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, get that out of you, Mike. So he's moving well at this stage, and honestly, Mike's strength is in the high alpine. So he's leading the race through the runnable section. I'm excited to see what this man can do through the middle third.
And we expected to see this from Michelino today. His strategy was to go out and lead it from the beginning. So this is definitely no surprise. He wanted to go out hot. So we'll see what happens as the race progresses. And meanwhile, back to Nicole. She actually, it sounds like her strategy was to actually take it out a bit slower. So we didn't actually see her come through that first aid station. I think we just missed her.
Okay.
It looks like her split put her in at 1 second here.
6th.
At 6th. So Nicole is definitely in it. It looks like she is executing her strategy. She is definitely someone to watch today.
Yep.
And we're just watching Michelino, our race leader, our men's race leader, going through the trees. There's a pretty long section of this kind of terrain before they hit the more technical, which is really where Michelino shines.
Yeah.
Look at that rhythm. That is like poetry in motion right there.
Can I put this as my screensaver?
So then the final person that we're looking at would be Jenna Greaser, so in the Trifecta, pro mountain biker. So that's the people from the several hundred competitors that we have identified. Whoever, there could be other people coming through here. So it's always interesting to see if someone else can bop in and really make a push for the top 5 spot. So let's talk about our top 5 predictions. Do you want to go first?
You can kick it off.
I can kick it off. So I had in 5th place, I had Lindsay Allison. In 4th place, I had the Montana local multiple podium finisher, Christina Trizgad Sari. In 3rd, I had Hannah Allgood, or Hannah Ozowski. In 2nd, I had my TNF teammate, Claire Rhodes. And at 1st, I had Jasmine Lowther.
Okay.
There's Ryan Becker going through with a big smile, enjoying himself. Ryan, I had predicted to come 2nd, and currently in 2nd. Olivia had predicted to come 4th.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens over the next 20
I would not be
miles.
surprised to see him on that podium.
Big
He
time.
is definitely no stranger
His
to this
second
course.
of the weekend.
My predictions for the women's race were Claire, our 3rd place finisher in this race last year. I think she might win it this year. She is hungry and she is ready, and she has course knowledge at this point. So I expect to see a big result of Claire Rhodes today. My 2nd place prediction is Jasmine Lowther. I mean, she is no stranger to this kind of terrain. She is just an incredible mountain athlete. I think, it is her first time at the Rut. So it'll be interesting to see how that course knowledge comes into play here.
Mm-hmm.
After Jasmine is Hannah, another person who is new to the Rut. But I predict her to also take a podium spot today. Hannah Allgood is just an incredible athlete as well. Christina Trigstad, sorry, I actually have in 4th, but I have a feeling I'm going to be eating my words on that one. She is just a phenomenal athlete. She was 2nd at this race last year, has done this race multiple times and has won it. She is definitely someone to watch today, and always is a competitor, and has the most course knowledge of anyone in this elite women's field.
Yeah.
And Rounding out my 5th spot is Lindsay Allison. She has had quite the year. She shows so much range in mountain races and more runnable races. She lives in Telluride and definitely has trained on some technical terrain and is from altitude. So I think we'll see something out of Lindsay today as well.
So interesting view here. If you look in the top left-hand side of your screen, you can see Zach Miller's bus. So yesterday at the 28K finish line, he was slinging potato donuts. What are potato donuts called again? Fast knocked from the back of his bus. Yet to confirm if he will be at the... I do not think he will be at the 50K finish line because we have him out on the course. But if you ever get the opportunity at a race finish to try Zach's fast knocks, they're absolutely delightful. And this might well be 3rd place male Stephen Kirsch. I would guess he was in a more predominantly white and he would may still be on the fire road. This is as they come up to the Moonlight 2 aid station before they go on to the longer single track climb. Okay, so he's on to the single track. I think that's Stephen Kirsch. Actually, no, maybe Kirsch is already on the single track. Oh yeah, that's Scott Patterson. Actually, who's that? Who's the guy with the white hat? So that is Scott Patterson, wearing too many layers, I feel. He was also doing that in the 28K. He was wearing a long sleeve, and then he is wearing, you'll see this shirt he's wearing. That's a previous winner of a rut race shirt. So it's a button-up shirt with maybe a bison or a stag. Actually, it's probably a stag on the all around his shirt. But that's one of the prized gifts to get as a winner of the rut.
Scott Patterson looking to be our trifecta winner of the rut this year. He just raced the VK and 28K, had incredible performances at both. So fun to watch. To watch him throw down, see if he can get back on that podium another time this weekend.
As someone who raced against him yesterday, I'm frankly insulted that he's running so well.
Could this be Zach Perrin behind Scott?
Could you look at I think you have the splits link open.
Is that Florian?
You
I think that's Florian.
That's Florian Winker, who was top 5 in the VK on Friday. So he did. We missed Florian in our review. I wonder, Florian's brother was also top 10 in the VK.
Christian.
I wonder, is Florian's brother also racing?
I believe, let me check. Yes, it looks like Christian and Florian, the 2 brothers here from Germany, are racing today.
Okay.
And they are definitely going to be people to watch, that's for sure. And Florian looks like he's kind of drafting off Scott Patterson right now. They're both sitting in that 3rd and 4th position in the men's race behind Michelino and Ryan.
So I think Florian Winker may well end up messing up all of our top 5 predictions.
I have a feeling that we will be eating our words.
If we look through here, so another name that I see that came through in 6th place is Lars Arneson out of Alaska. So he's a strong runner, consistently top 5 or 10 at Mount Marathon, which obviously it's only a 5K, but if you can run Mount Marathon well, you're able to run technical terrain well.
Absolutely.
He's also had good success, I think, at Crow Pass, which is a more similar race to this. It's about 20 to 25 miles. It is just went 7:30, so our 11K has just started.
Our 11K race. The last 2 races of the weekend today, 11K and 50K. The live stream will be covering mostly the 50K.
Yeah.
Are we going to get any forays of the 11K?
I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
We're gonna watch the start of the 11K in a second.
No, we just did. It just went.
Oh,
through.
we just did. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
So we're off to the races for the 11K. We got some great vibes. The spectators on the trail right now, some dancing happening.
So we're
Love to
looking at
see it.
Moonlight number 2. We would expect to see, so this is, I think, mile 11, mile 12. This is where we would expect to see our women come through, I would guess, in the next 5 minutes. So Moonlight 2 is...
Moonlight 2 is
roughly
just
mile
under
10 and
11.
a half.
Yeah, just under 11 miles into the
Oh.
race.
Cute.
That was really cute. Just under 11 miles into the race, they're approaching the second aid station. The split sort of between the two aids is roughly, it's just under 6 miles between the two. They've gained and lost about the same amount in this section. Between the first aid and the second aid is about 1,100 feet of vertical gain and 1,100 feet of vertical loss. So the net change is actually 0 in this section. But we're about to see the biggest climb to come up to the summit of Lone Peak.
So just in the view there, filling the water bottle for that runner coming through is Forrest Boner, who was the elite athlete manager for the Rut, and also was putting on the Rut Run yesterday. So shout out to Forrest.
Forrest has done so much for this race over the years, and just has volunteered so much time to make this race happen. So shout out to Forrest for sure.
Shall we pop over to, do we want to put Zach on the mic? Because he is working on it. Could you send me the update results link to find it? This one, yeah.
I'll email.
So yeah, just as we see in the men's race, a person that we didn't notice in the review is 2 people, Lars Arneson of Alaska and Florian Winker of Germany. Were 2 people that we had not considered, and we may end up eating our shoe due to that. Is that the term? Do you eat your shoe? Is that it? Am I right?
Eat your shoe.
If
Put
you
your foot in your mouth?
But yeah,
Put your foot in your mouth. Eating your shoe. Similar.
Put your foot in your mouth.
Why do you guys gotta
I
be
like
so...
the eat your shoe though.
I would like to clarify, it is still 7:39 a.m. Here in Mountain Time. So
Patty, you get the fortunate opportunity to just say it's a European thing.
oh yeah, it's
You
an
wouldn't know
Irish
about it.
idiom. It's an Irish idiom. I'm the idiom. Okay, so if we're looking top 10 men are true Moonlight number 2. We've Adam Hofer in 10th place, Andrew Wise in 9th, who I'd put as predicted as top 5, so keep going, Andrew. Ryan Raff, he ran through in 1:33. In 8th place, Stephen Kirsch in 7th. Lars Arneson out of Alaska in 6th. David Hedges, Nolan's 14 record holder, in 5th. Florian Winker in 4th, and he was just running right in the shoulder of Scott Patterson, Anchorage, Alaska, in 3rd. Then in 2nd place, right on the shoulder of Mikey Sinceri, we had 2nd place, we had Ryan Becker, and in the lead, Mikey Sinceri. Can I give a shout out to Adam Hofer, 41 years of age, in 10th place as well.
And here we've got a camera on Claire Rhodes, our current women's race leader. And Zach, how's everyone looking?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So Claire just came through. She looked good. She just stopped for some water, I believe. Didn't spend hardly any time at all in the aid station. So yeah, she just cruised on through. So she's looking good. We don't see any other women yet. I imagine they're not too far behind, but she has at least a little bit of a gap here. So she's disappeared from sight. So when they come in, they're not going to be able to see her. So, sometimes, if you're leading, that's nice when those behind you can't. You could be.
So you're cutting in and out, Zach. For people who are looking at the live runner tracking on Run Sign Up, You may not see Jasmine Lothar's name because her thing didn't take it. Her time didn't update coming through Moonlight 1. But she was right on Claire Rhodes' shoulder in 12th place coming through. 12th place overall, second place lady coming through Moonlight 1. So we will expect to see her coming through very soon. There she is. Speak of the devil. Through Moonlight number 2.
Here is our second woman, Jasmine. Looking great. Moonlight number 2 is definitely not far into the race. We're at the second aid station right now, and they're about just under 11 miles into the race, so still have quite a bit to go. This is some of the least technical terrain they're covering right now, but they are about to hit the most technical sections of the course in not too long. They're going to start that ascent of Lone Peak. And here's Hannah Allgood, our third woman coming through the second aid station at Moonlight number 2. Hannah Allgood is looking awesome, just behind Jasmine.
So Claire Rhodes came through in 1:40.13 through Moonlight 2. We had Jasmine, I think, in just under 1:42, and in about 1:42.30 we have Hannah Allgood. So there's about a 2-minute gap between first and third. So we have a tight women's race here, which is exciting.
And for some who might be confused, Hannah Allgood also goes by Hannah Azowski, which is her her former pre-married name. So if you look up her results and you see Hannah Azowski, it is Hannah Allgood.
Yeah. And there's something up with Jasmine's bib. So Jasmine is not tracking for anyone looking at the live tracking.
It's a good thing we have a live stream.
But we have a live stream, so even better. We have been known to miss things too. We're back to Zach Miller on the field.
Back to Zach. Sorry,
Yeah,
Zach, we lost you.
Oh, it's all right. Yeah, you can hear me now?
We
Yep.
can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like I'm in one of those. Can you hear me now?
Good.
Yeah. No, the ladies look good. I timed it. It was about 40 seconds between Hannah Allgood and Jasmine, with Jasmine, in the ahead of Hannah there. Claire had, maybe you guys have the splits over there, but Claire had, maybe 2 minutes or so on Jasmine.
Well, actually, Jasmine, definitely. We don't have her splits. There's something wrong with her bib, so she's not actually tracking on the tracker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's not far. Claire definitely has a bit of a gap. She's gone and out of sight, for maybe 2 minutes or so, I would estimate. But then the others are real tight. So Jasmine and Hannah there about 40 seconds.
Yeah.
But we have not seen Lindsay or Christina. Just those 3 so far.
Yeah.
So yeah, but still early, at this point in the race, anything, plenty of real estate left, and it'll be interesting to see who prevails going up that big climb there to the summit.
Yeah. Here's Luke Webster.
Got a bunch of men coming through now.
Can you ask Luke Webster with the red pack? Can you ask him where's his camera? Is he shooting out there? Dropped his audio.
Looks like we're following Michelino Sinceri right now, our men's race leader. He is coming out.
Oh, here we go, Zach. Where's your camera?
If we flip around here, we've got Lindsay coming through.
Lindsay's right smart. Do what?
Here's Lindsay Allison.
So
she is
our good.
She's still in our fourth woman.
Fourth woman.
Because we saw Christina third, Lindsay fourth.
Did we see Christina? We haven't seen Christina yet.
I thought Zach said Christina. Okay.
That's Lindsay going through.
In 4th place.
Yeah, in 4th place. She's about 3 minutes.
Awesome.
About 3 minutes and 15 seconds behind Jasmine.
Yeah.
So.
I think we would expect to see Christina. Christina was a minute and a half behind Luke Webster at Moonlight 1, so I'd expect we would see Christina Chizgadsari pretty soon.
There's Lindsay Allison leaving that second aid station.
So we've got a split screen here on the TV, and we got Mike Sinceri flying up a fire road before the descent into the Talus Bowl. He had a smile on his face. He looks to be enjoying himself, and he is moving well. currently in the lead of the men's race.
Look at that smile.
And this is Chris. No, that's not Christina.
No, this is a man. Just one of the men coming through.
Zach.
Just another man.
Zach, question for you. Zach.
But no, here we've got. I think this is Christina coming through here.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, she's wearing a light.
1747.
Yeah. So that's Christina in 5th place, multiple podium finisher. 2nd place last year on the shortened course. She has been running consistently fast times since her 2 fastest times are from 2018 and 2021. So 6 years later, and she's still nailing this race course.
Yeah. So Christina, if you can hear me, Christina's about 4:45 back of Jasmine. So you've got a good group of women there within about 5 minutes of each other, and then Claire out off the front a little bit.
So if they're still within that range of time going up Lone Peak, they will be able to see each other. There's about a 5-minute sort of visibility range on the face of Lone Peak.
I think this is our first jorts here.
We got our first
jorts. Oh, we got our
runner.
first jorts.
Congratulations.
Hug those jorts and see if they're legit.
Are they polyester?
They look kind of legit, but they don't seem to have a crotch sweat spot indicating legitness.
Yeah, and I see no
blood or any blood drip down the inside of the quads. So
yeah,
I might have to inspect those.
Zach, you'll have to track them down later.
Okay, we may have a HR violation of Zach staring at people's crotches a bit too long.
No, I think they were legit, but
Okay, now we're behind the women's leader. We're behind Claire Rhodes on the split screen. We've got Zach on the small screen. We've got Claire on the big screen. Zach, while we watch Claire climb up here, we've an important question for you. Would you rather fight 100 horse-sized, duck-sized horses or 1 horse-sized duck?
Oh yes. Well, I have the advantage of asking this question to the VK finishers and having a few thoughts other than mine. But I know how I feel about this question. I am totally in the 100 duck-sized horses boat. I figure you can just kind of kick those suckers right out of the way. So yeah, 100 duck-sized horses any day.
Okay.
But I've got one back for you. So if you and these questions are coming, out of Pennsylvania trail running legend Matt Lipsy. We've asked these questions before to people. If you could replace all of the grass in the world with one thing, what would it be? And there's one answer we've gotten for this question that I think is the correct answer. But I'm wondering what you guys think.
Well, the answer is definitely not dish-sized talus that Ryan Becker is currently sprinting down
that
on
was
the
good,
live stream.
Patty.
Yeah, take out all the grass and just replace it with talus.
I feel like that might be the correct answer.
Yeah. I'm not sure, Zach. What is the answer you got?
Yeah.
Well, the best answer we ever received, so we asked this on a New Year's Eve show to a bunch of runners, and this one girl,
Six-base lady,
actually,
Nicole Adma, I think.
Remember, it may have been Sarah Kais who gave us this answer, but I can't remember for sure. But whoever gave it was like, I don't know. She's like super unconfident. I don't know. Snacks? And we're like, that best answer. Yeah.
That is
who wouldn't wanna,
a 10 out of 10 response.
And it's just like you're out on a run. Any yard is just full of snacks.
Snacks.
It would be amazing.
The world would be a better place.
You're just realizing the life cows lead when they're out in the field.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Wow,
that's the cow's life. Good point, Patty.
Okay, we're getting a look from our
life
producer,
lessons
Zach.
with Patty O'Leary. The more you know.
He's like, how about you guys talk about running?
No, I love it. I love it. Let's keep it going.
Coming through here.
Here's Claire Rhodes running through the single track, our women's leader right now. Not really.
So yeah, this is our screen we're watching in front is marginally behind your YouTube or vice versa. we've seen 6th and 7th women, I think, come past Zach.
6 was Nicole Abma. 7th just ripped by.
Okay. And 7th, that was in pink. Yeah.
Well,
now we're looking at.
We've got our North Face bro Justin coming through here, chasing his 6 hours.
So Justin Meringue from North Face Footwear.
Yeah.
One of the shoe guys. Maybe he'll win this race like our
Zach,
fellow Hoka
what is
man.
what is Justin wearing on his feet?
He looks like he's sporting a pair of Sky 2s.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me.
I wore those yesterday,
yeah.
yet to be
I
released.
think,
They were a dream.
yeah, Justin was our shoe guy for a while. One of our shoe guys. We have many shoe guys. Yeah, Justin. But
Careful, Zach. You don't know where those hands have been.
Here it looks like we've got Scott Patterson and Florian still.
So we're looking at, we've got some excellent drone footage from descending into the Talus Bowl after the top of the Fire Road. And we still have a very tight race for 3rd place between Scott Patterson and Florian Winker.
Florian's just
So going through this
drafting
section
off Scott.
yesterday, because like in this talus it's very hard to see, it's very challenging to see the flags, so you find yourself zigzagging down trying to realize where you're meant to go. So through these talus bowls, race familiarity is pretty important. So Mike Sinceri knows where he needs to go. Scott Patterson knows where he needs to go. Ryan Becker knows where he needs to go. Florian, it would serve him well to keep close to these guys throughout the next couple of miles.
Yeah, and he is racing really smart right now because, as Patty's saying, you know, he is new to this course. He has not been here at the rut before, and so just sort of following Scott through these fields is definitely going to play to his advantage. But it looks like Scott's pulling away just a little bit going over that technical terrain. So we'll see if that plays out at all as they continue to get on the more technical parts of the course here. We know Scott is no stranger to technical terrain and or the podium at this race. So, and here we've got Jasmine Lowther, our 2nd place female, running with another guy. Can't see his bib, so looks like he's making a little bit of a move here, and Jasmine is cruising through the trees.
He waited for the live stream to make that move. He wanted it. He wanted the world to see it.
Way to go, Jocelyn.
So Jocelyn is potentially in 8th place.
Oh, don't forget that mayo packet.
Yeah, Jasmine with a recent win and an amazing performance at Speed Goat 50K. Like, she knows how to set herself up for success at a course like this. Speed Goat is very similar in that it's big, aggressive climbs, very technical terrain, but also extremely runnable terrain in other sections. So I think she's setting herself up, having just run that a month and a half ago. Like, she knows what she's getting into, and she knows how to pace herself for this course. So she does have some ground to make up currently, but if anyone can do it, I feel pretty confident Jasmine can. So that could be a really exciting women's race up front.
So we just saw in the smaller screen with Zach, Jocelyn Peterson of Boulder, Colorado, true, and Ella Ratliff, also Boulder, Colorado, true. We are waiting for our 10th lady to come through. So once she comes through, no. Who was that? Zach? Was that Amy King?
Right. I missed that one. I'm not sure. Yeah, sorry guys, I missed that one.
Yes, that was Amy King. So I'm going to call out the top 10. So the top 10 women through Moonlight number 2. We had Amy King of Jackson, Wyoming, 154. We have Ella Radcliffe of Boulder, Colorado in 9th. Jocelyn Peterson, Boulder, Colorado in 8th. Nicole Abma from Deadsman's Flats, Alberta in 7th. Caroline Harden from Missoula, Montana in 6th. Christina Trigsgad-Sari, multiple podium finisher here in 5th. Lindsay Allison in 4th. Hannah Ozowski, also known as Hannah Allgood, Colorado Springs, Colorado in 3rd. We have Jasmine Lowther in 2nd, and we have Claire Rhodes in the lead. If you are looking at the runsignup.com tracking, Jasmine's bib is not tracking at that, so she's currently in second place.
And
So
Claire Rhodes is just outside of the top 10 overall right
Yeah.
now. So we'll see if she can make her way up the field even more.
Nice work. And that's Lucy, bib 13:59, coming through there in 11th.
okay, that would be.
So we've got Lucinda Culpa. She is from Bozeman, Montana, 26 years old. She is our 11th woman, it sounds like, through Moonlight number 2.
Okay, we've got an image back on the men descending down through the scree field. A few moments ago, we were able to see what looked like. Okay, so this is the Hoka runner, 8th place. So I think just through the scree field, I think we saw Andrew Wise and Ryan Raff and Stephen Kirsch all descending through the scree field. And that's Nate Bender passing through, passing Zach Miller there. Nate Bender is a great person for in our sport. I'm a member of the Protect Our Winters Athlete Alliance with Nate. He is a spectacular human. He is one of the founders of Footprints, running with along with Dakota Jones. Okay, who are we looking at on their way up the? So we've got a drone shot of working their way up the fire road. I'm guessing that might be Adam Hofer, who is the 10th place male, making his way up through the fire road, I would guess. So we may expect to see, in our view, we might expect to see Claire Rose on the fire road soon. I'm guessing she is on the fire road before the descent into the Talus Field. The Talus Field is Claire Rose, being from Alaska and being the marathon champion. She is surely going to rip on that.
Yeah, we know Claire Rhodes is no stranger to technical terrain, so we'll see her move very well through that section.
Yeah, that's definitely Adam Hofer. So
moving
Claire
really
should
well
be
up that
next.
fire road. Zach, if you want to tell us some bib numbers coming through the aid station, we can try to call out some names here.
We've got 16:17 here. That's Sam.
Sam Sisson coming through the second aid station. He's from Bozeman, Montana.
And then we've got 13:56, I believe, for the
Cassie
women.
Knight, a woman. She's 36 years old from Bozeman, Montana, coming through that second aid station right now. Nice job, Cassie.
And we've got 16:07, I believe, for the men. He just left.
Chris Shepard, Issaquah, Washington.
Yeah,
Just went through that aid station. Nice job, Chris.
12:99 and 10:51 are both in here.
Nathan Iltis from Bozeman, Montana, just going through that aid.
Go get it.
And Nicholas Berger, 39-year-old from Stevensville, Montana, just making their way through that second aid station.
Okay.
We've also got bib number 1171 leaving right now. Way to go, man.
Brian Dugovich, also Bozeman, coming through that second aid.
Let's pop back into the
1299.
On the main screen here. We're back into the descent into the Talus Field. I'm thinking that this is likely Adam Hofer from Madison, Wisconsin. Is he currently the lead guy from the Flatlanders and the people from low elevation? Actually, no, that is likely. We've got David Hedges from North Carolina, Lars Arneson from Anchorage. So we've got, and Stephen Kirsch from Seattle. We've got a good mixture of people who are living at a low elevation here, which I'm proud to see.
See how the sea level race works out today.
Yeah. So we just turned the 2 hour mark. So we would expect to see Mikey in the lead of the men's race on his way up to the Headwater Ridge. So we're going to get some visuals in a few minutes from the drones up there on Headwaters. It is just absolutely stunning terrain, but it's super technical. There's some sections where you're down climbing from that ridge line. Expect to see maybe a little bit of snow still on that ridge. I did see videos yesterday of Adam Peterman, one of the organizers of the race, out there with a broom yesterday sweeping the snow off of the trail, off of the ridge line, which was great to see the extra effort to go to make the course slightly more reasonable. Leading the women's race now, we have Claire Rhodes. I expect she is getting to the top of the Fire Road, about to descend into the Talus Field, which would be around mile 13. So mile 13 of 30 for Claire Rhodes. I
Just a
expect
few
we see
minutes back
Mikey
from
around
her.
mile 15 right now.
And just a few minutes back from her, we'll see Jasmine Lowther hitting that Talus Field as well. She is not showing up on the live timing at the moment. Something is going on with her bib tracking, but Jasmine Lowther is currently sitting in second place, a couple minutes behind Claire Rhodes, and then followed by Hannah Allgood in the timing. That's Hannah Ozowski. She is sitting in third place behind Jasmine Lowther, and it is going to be a race today. They are all still quite close, and we still have the ascent up Lone Peak to go. A lot of the race.
Hey, nice work.
And here is Claire Rhodes. Claire Rhodes charging up that fire road. Our women's race leader, looking really smooth.
So this was the top of the fire road where Claire's about to crest out on. There was an aid station yesterday. It was the Headwater's aid station. There is not an aid station there today, but I expect there might be some people out on the course cheering there. She is looking over her shoulder. Claire, don't worry. It's a little early in the race to be looking over your shoulder. Just keep moving forward. But she's getting into the terrain that she excels in now. So you're in a good place here, Claire.
And once they start hitting that ascent up Lone Peak, they're definitely going to have quite a range of visibility, and a lot of the leaders will be able to see about 5 minutes behind them. So they're not going to actually be able to see their competitors unless they're right behind them until then. So that's really where you see some of the race begin. We see Claire looking over her shoulder again. Yeah. Definitely looking for Jasmine. Probably a little.
I wonder, given the fact she's looking over her shoulder, I'm wondering is she starting to feel it now? She's 13 miles into it. It's been a predominantly runnable section. I bet she is looking forward to a section where she can power hike up that, because often we will use, after runnable sections, sometimes your mind is just screaming for a good old power hike, and you're going to get that on the way up Headwater Ridge. But she is about to crest over, and she's going to have a nice descent across the scree field. Personally, I hated it because I have to concentrate so much to stay upright doing it. But someone like Claire, just descending across scree comes naturally to the Alaskans.
Absolutely. And, between Moonlight number 2, which is that second aid station, and Swift Current, which will be the next aid station, they are gaining over 3,000 feet of vert. And that is just a lot of gain. They're also losing 2,000 feet. So just quite a big net change at this section of the race course. And so it's gonna be really interesting to see how the race might change once we hit that third aid station at Swift Current.
So I saw a question pop into the chat. What grade is she running up that fire road? I think it was like a 10% grade. But some of these sections of these courses, you're getting up towards 34% grade. Actually, one interesting note, off the top of Lone Peak, the 1.5 miles that they descend from Lone Peak across the scree, that averages minus 35% grade. So
very steep.
And I expect the climb up of Headwater Ridge is going to be something similar. It's going to be up 30 to 35%.
And here we're back
you feel it.
Moonlight aid station right here. This is the second aid station. Got runners coming through.
Right, so this is what she is born to do. These scree fields. This is Claire Rhodes' terrain. It's amazing how fast they seem to be running, but like some of these scree fields are going to be large, like dish-sized scree. It's more so later in the course. You're running on this scree that, like, I call it like the ankle breakers. You step on one side of the plate and it just hits you up in the ankle. So it's pretty rough.
They want you to sign off for this location.
Okay.
Zach,
Zach,
any final words of wisdom
hear
from
you.
you?
Oh yeah.
How are people looking coming through there? How's the energy?
Yeah. Oh, the energy is good. Plenty of people rolling through now here at Moonlight 2. We're gonna wrap it up here in a in just a little bit. But yeah, energy's good. People are rolling in. And yeah, final words of wisdom. I don't know. Keep eating, keep drinking,
Keep fueling.
keep the vibes good, and just keep on rolling through the day.
It's a race
So
of consumption.
well, yeah, yeah. That's
This is really
good.
fun. Oh, it's early days yet,
We're
buddy.
only like we're only like 11 miles in, so I hope it is still really fun.
We'll need to find them again later
Um,
and see if they still say that.
Yeah,
Okay,
we'll
so
find out when he's like 3 miles from the finish. Ask him if it's still really fun.
okay,
But
so we
yeah,
got
we're gonna sign off here from Moonlight 2. Head on to other parts of the race for the day. And you can catch me in the base area making some donuts in a few hours. But
excellent.
I'm gonna go get a run in, and then I'm gonna get busy making donuts. So stop
Excellent.
by the bus and grab a fresh Fosnot.
Keep an eye out for the white bus. The Fosnox are so
Yeah.
tasty,
Yeah,
and
the creepy white bus with free food.
if you could
Yeah,
organize a
just
delivery from the creepy white
send your
bus
kids
to
over. We'll get a. We'll
okay,
get them taken care of with
HR
all the
violation number 2 from Zach Miller. Zach, if you could organize someone to send some Fosnox over to the commentary team, that would be much appreciated.
Thanks, Zach.
snacks.
Thanks, Zach.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
Enjoy the run. Okay, we are up on the drone footage here.
Yeah, we are getting up on the course right now. This is
So this
where
is the Headwater. They're looking at here. This drone is directly above Headwater Ridge. So this is looking at the descent off of Headwaters. This is where the famous wrong turn from yesterday was made.
This is where Jen Lichter made a wrong turn yesterday. She actually kept descending past the turn where the 50K course used to go. There is a slightly new course this year. It actually traverses a little bit higher on the ridge.
Okay, we got Jasmine Lowther.
Looks like we've got Jasmine Lowther. She is our current second place woman. She is behind Claire Rhodes. She is not showing up in the live timing right now. So if you do not see that name showing up, it's because her bib, something isn't working with her chip. She is moving quick over that talus field. It looks like
Oh
got
my God,
Hannah
Hannah Allgood about
Ozowski.
10 seconds behind Jasmine. She made some ground in that runnable climb.
she has, and she is moving well. Hannah Ozowski, our third place woman at the moment, just trailing Jasmine Lowther, coming across this talus field right now. And, Jasmine and Hannah, it's their first time on this course for both of them. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they were able to strategize their pace well before the big climb up to the summit of Lone Peak.
Oh, did the cameraman just fall?
We may have just had a little bit of a
might have
spill
been
from the cameraman.
tumble. We will confirm if the cameraman is okay.
Was that David?
It was a camera malfunction.
Okay, sounds like everyone's okay.
A camera malfunction, not a camera runner malfunction. What a relief. So we're looking down at this ridgeline, and just wait as this drone turns. You are going to get a view of the second ridgeline. Will, if he keeps turning, keep turning, keep turning. Oh my God. So that is your descent off of Headwater Ridge. Your quads feel it. I'm not gonna lie to you. The quads feel that long descent off of it.
Yeah, this is at about, I think we're looking at about what mile?
This would be around mile 15.
15,
Around
mile
here it'd be
15,
16. Now you can see the ridge line up on the top. We just do a small amount of that ridge line. So we're on the right hand side of the image. You come up to the ridge and you connect to it. Yeah, as we rotate around. So that ridge line in the front, in the back, that is Lone Peak itself. But we make ourselves, see that little black peak? You make yourself up to the right hand side. You climb your way up to the right hand side of that, and that is your top of the Headwater Ridge. Then on that descent, you just kind of traverse on this side of the ridge, pretty decently exposed. There are some moments if
there's
you
some,
fall,
there's
you're
definitely
going to
some
be
exposure.
reasonably injured. keep an eye out for what we saw over the last, over some of the images coming from the Run the Rut Instagram. This is where we saw a lot of mountain goat views. There was a great Instagram post went up yesterday from Stephen Nam, who I think was our videographer up here. We saw some super beautiful visuals of a mountain goat climbing on one side of the ridge and like 10 runners climbing on the other side of the ridge. So it was super stunning.
Just amazing to have this kind of coverage at this race this year.
We can actually get visuals on the very top of that ridge. It's very faint, just off to the top left-hand side of the screen. There are a couple runners up on that ridge. Our drone pilot's going to go try to find them.
By 2:11, I'd expect
more
Mikey
to
might be
the
there.
left, and I think he's going to go past them just a little bit. There we go. That is either some spectators but that is the course, and that's where these runners will be coming through.
So if you look,
or it could be the
up
medical
there,
team, because as you mentioned,
they're going to be set up there.
like those are like fall. It's a fall zone.
Yeah.
Or a do not fall zone.
So right now we're looking at the race course. It looks like we've got some medical team stationed out there just to watch over the racers, make sure everyone's.
I cannot get
safe.
over how stunning the ridgeline looks in the back here.
Yeah, so now
It's
we
just
got an
an
eye on the path. We know
incredible,
exactly where they're coming from.
So
That
as
is-
you're running this as a racer, you're running this ridgeline, you look to your right-hand side and you can just see the climb that you're going to have ahead of you.
I was going to say, how cruel is that, Patty, when you were running that yesterday and then you looked over? Like, you're on the super hard technical part, and then you look over and see lone.
You're suggesting I was able to look.
I guess that's true. It's so technical. You're
I was
looking
too
down the
busy
trail.
trying not
You have
to
no
injure
idea what
myself.
you're about to do.
Yeah. Try not to injure myself. One step at a time. I'm not a mountain goat. I'm not of the Mike Sinceri category. Also, can I get a shout out to Mike Sinceri's family who are lighting up the commentary? Pat Sinceri, who is one of the great super fans of ultra running. Her son is undoubtedly crushing it out there, and good to see you bop in there, Frank, as well. He's had some great results over this past year in the longer stuff. So it was actually this view right here yesterday where they had the video of the mountain goat on the left and the runners on the right.
Right now we're just looking at that trail going across that ridge. That's where the runners will be coming through, sending off of that Headwater ridgeline. That's what we're looking at.
As you come off this ridge, it was actually a really nice sight to see the medical staff. Because when you hit them, you're through the sketchiest part, and it's going to ease up a little bit.
Looks like, just going on to the live timing here, we had Bethany Dice come through that aid station. She was the 14th female, another Bozeman resident. Our 15th female going through. Moonlight number 2 is Christina Richards. She is from Missoula, Montana, another local person. And then Laura Frazier, another Bozeman resident, as our 16th female coming through that second aid station. And around them, we've got Forrest Woodward of Missoula, Jeff Pickett of Boise, Chris Delaney of Missoula, Connor Holt of Bozeman.
So as we look at the visual here, look in behind the ridgeline and see the bottom of the ski lift there, a blue roof. So when they descend off of the ridge down towards Swift Current, the new course actually turns and climbs you back up. So you have this bit of a douche grade. So some people may not be familiar with the term douche grade. It's a really runnable trail or grade that you want to walk. So up to, and you curl around that blue roof, which is just behind that sign, just over the ridgeline. Then you descend down a single track. Oh, thank you, cameraman. He's getting us that lovely view. So you wrap up around that blue bottom of a ski lift or top of a ski lift, and then you just rip down some Tallahassee single track down to the Swift Current aid station.
And that's where they're descending 2,000 feet between the aid station that we were just at, Moonlight number 2, and Swift Current.
Yeah.
But also gaining over 3,000 feet of vert.
Yeah.
This section of the course is tough.
Yeah.
And it's all between 8,000 and 9,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah. Actually, I was wrong. You don't go up as far as the blue. You go that pyramid looking building. You go around that, and then you pass through the trees, and then you're on your single track. So they still climb you up a ways. Expect one thing you can hear from quite a ways away. You can hear the energy of the Swift Current aid station. They're pretty loud from there, and that for runners that helps. But also one thing you can kind of feed off of is that you can hear the runners passing through it ahead of you. So you know, okay, that's the lead person just gone through. Okay, I just heard second place be cheered for. I just heard third place to be cheered for.
Which is really helpful because at this point of the race, they are roughly, when they hit Swift Current, about 18 miles in, and you haven't really been able to get good visuals on the competitors around you. If they're a couple minutes ahead or behind, you can't really see them yet because you've just been switchbacking through the forest. There aren't really big sort of ranges of visibility and up until you get to that Lone Peak ascent. So actually hearing voices and hearing that cheering is really, really helpful for competitors to sort of know where everyone is at that point. And it's just a stunning ridgeline. I mean, how could you get much better than Headwaters?
It's unbelievable. But that hearing the cheering ahead of you to try to predict what position you're in, the men, we can use that. But that's the unfortunate challenge for women, in that you're often mixed into the overall field, so you can't actually predict. So it's kind of more of a mental challenge for you guys.
I often just pretend, no matter what, I'm like, okay, competitor ahead.
Yeah.
Got to catch him.
So it looks like a lot of snow that was on Headwater Ridge yesterday. There was a lot of patches of snow there yesterday when we were crossing, especially when we crested around the first corner. And that seems to have melted out. And then as we look over towards Lone Peak itself, I think when we see the visuals later on from Lone Peak when the racers are crossing that,
I
think
imagine
a lot of
there's going to be
snow may be gone.
Yeah, I imagine there's going to be snow. We definitely saw snow yesterday. There was a little bit more snow along Headwaters, but it looks like that's gone. It definitely was a drier snow. So it wasn't really leaving anything very slick. It just kind of compacted everything, which talking to the 28K racers yesterday seemed to actually help a lot of people with their foot placements, especially going down that loose talus field off the backside of Lone Peak. So it'll be interesting to see today how the snow plays a factor in the race. It's now a couple of days old, so we'll see. We will see how much is left, but you could definitely see it from here. We're looking right now at the summit of Lone Peak. We still have a little bit of time until we see runners coming across the ridgeline here. This is Headwaters ridgeline. They'll be descending off of this to Swift Current aid station, which will be our third aid station at about mile 18 into this 50K race.
I expect the talus off the backside of Lone Peak is going to be a lot more mobile today. Yesterday with the snow and with the ice, it kind of held the talus together. So you were able to run on it and you weren't going to get those ankle breakers of pieces of talus breaking your ankles. Today, I think it's going to be a little bit more mobile. So we might expect people to come in with a few more cuts and bruises off today's course. Because personally, last year, it was in the Talus Bowl before the climb to Headwaters Ridges where I took a big digger from an ankle breaker that took me down and ended up cutting every limb.
Yeah, one of the, as we love and praise all the technology that we have and the ability to capture these races. I mean, what was it, Patty, years ago, you remember this, the I Run Far Twitter updates. That's how old it was. It was back in the days of Twitter. That was about as good as you got. And it was usually when Brian Powell was able to get into service or connect to Wi-Fi, then he'd update some grainy photos with a few quotes. And now we're able to do this. There are still some limitations with it. Like we have Starlinks out with every single one of our drone pilots, but those batteries only last 20 or so minutes in the air. Yeah. And then you've got, work on that connectivity, but we've come so far and the ability to bring viewers this is amazing. So that being said, we are going into a section where we are going to be losing a little bit of our ability to bring anything from the course just because the connectivity is so limited out there. So viewers at home, do bear with us. Stay on the live stream here. We are going to give you guys some amazing stuff here soon. We're just caught in a really short dark spot, so bear with us. You do get to be soothed by the sweet dulcet sounds of Patty O'Leary and the ever bubbly Olivia over here. So we do have some great assets here in the live stream. Just maybe not great shots yet.
I get the sense that the drone operator is on the search for mountain goats at the moment. I just saw them scan the scree field below. Drone operator, we appreciate. I am a big fan of nature documentaries, and I would love to see some more mountain goat action. So thank you for your efforts out there.
Maybe we should send this photos.
Do we consider Michael Sensuri a mountain goat?
Yeah,
He
we
is
might
like-
actually mistake him when he comes through for a real mountain goat.
He is
honestly.
75% mountain goat, 25% mustache.
Looks like we have a shout out for Emily Hook in the chat. Emily Hook, bib 27 from Bozeman, Montana. Great job, Emily. She probably coming through Moonlight number 2 shortly.
And Nicole Paradise, saying my son is running for the first time, is the way to see where he's at. I'm afraid we're unable to follow everything and every runner throughout this with our limitations. However, I just dropped a link into the chat where you're able to search for your son's number and you'll be able to track him all the way through. Best of luck to him out there. So looking at the right hand side of the image, you can see the person who is likely standing on the corner just above that little snowfield, which is just behind the Catula sign. Now you can see them. That's a person that, it was really nice seeing them yesterday when I was running it. You could hear them. They had the cowbells. The energy was positive. They were pulling you up that climb. Expect to see Mike Sinceri cresting over that climb in the next few minutes. I actually think we see him.
We might be seeing our first
That is
racer.
likely Mike Sinceri, and the person I thought was the thing I thought was a person is actually a cairn.
This looks like right now we are looking at Mike Sinceri, our
We would
race
expect.
leader, power hiking up that ridge. Soon he will begin traversing around and making the descent off of Headwaters towards the Swift Current aid station, which is aid station number 2. Michelino Sinceri is no stranger to the rut or technical mountain terrain, and this is definitely not surprising
Yeah, that's
at all to see. It looks like down, if you look to the right side of the frame, we see our second racer. Could still be Ryan Becker.
So right this moment right here, this is when you turn, and there's a bit of a down climb, which I was on my hands and knees and arse going down this, and Mikey is running down it. So then you just see, we a little bit of a tumble, a little arse slide, potentially intentional.
Potentially intentional. It's always hard to tell. We've got
So that's
someone
someone
using
with
their
poles.
poles. I bet it's Ryan Becker. I know Ryan carries
using
poles with
poles?
him. He's wearing a waist belt today, and it looks like he had some poles in the back. So we think that's Ryan Becker on the ridge. Michelino Sinceri is now descending in the talus field. He's so fast, and it's hard to see him. But if you look closely, he is in that talus field there. Michelino Sinceri descending off Headwaters. We think Ryan Becker following
that's
with the
Becker.
poles up on that ridge line there.
So Mikey is undoubtedly aware that Ryan is this close to him. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a race here. So Mikey has disappeared. You see he's coming around the corner beside that pink.
It seems like Becker made up time on the climb
think so.
section,
Yeah.
which we obviously do still have a long climb up lone. So, I mean, if Becker's going to make moves, that's where it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think if we can get these guys in striking distance at the top, I think we're going to have a really exciting race to finish this 50.
Especially given that he on that power hiking climb, he made ground. They still have the big climb and big drag up Lone Peak ahead. If he is climbing faster than Mikey, that will stand to him.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Lone Peak goes. Right now we're looking at Michelino. Ryan Becker is just disappearing out of view between the two ribs, but he will be popping out sort of around that pink-looking square in the middle of that field. We'll see Ryan Becker pop out momentarily. Meanwhile, we've got Michelino Sinceri, our men's race leader, descending on the talus field. He's sort of center of the screen, looking really smooth. I mean, to be running in this kind of terrain in a 50K race is just incredible.
So as we look at this from a distance, it looks like, that's a really nice hard-packed single-track trail, some California buff trail. No, this is still movable scree. So given the fact they're moving at this pace, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, in this type of terrain, it's so easy to catch a toe and take a tumble. And if you take a tumble in any one of these spots, you could be falling a little bit of a distance. It's definitely some relief on either side. So you definitely are unable to pay attention to the beautiful scenery at this point and really just focused on what's in front of you. Michelino Sinceri is just making quick work of this, leaping and bounding on this ridgeline. Headwater's ridgeline is also one of his favorite parts of the course. A lot of competitors have said that Headwaters is just one of their favorites, one of their favorite sections, and I mean you can understand why. It's stunning. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful section of a race course, and here we're seeing Michelino just make quick work of it.
To have the time that Mikey came through that low point. Let's see what time.
So
Ryan comes
we have
through.
our drone pilot is dropping and swapping batteries right now
Okay.
so that we can capture the entirety of that ridge as they come across. So it's on you guys.
So yeah, so the drones only have about 20 minutes, and he got up to give us those beautiful visuals for a while, and he has to drop it down. It's going to be back up so we can capture the rest of the top 5 or 10 men and the lead ladies as well. Shout out to the drone operators; their skills are invaluable. Is that Chad Colson on that drone? It's Brian. Okay, Jeffrey DeFore. That was Brian, not Chad. Chad might be at a different part of the course potentially. Chad was at Moonlight. So great drone footage from Chad earlier. Thank you.
So right now we have most of the field coming through the second aid station, which is Moonlight number 2. At that point of the course, they will have ascended about roughly 3,000 feet of vertical gain and roughly 11 miles into the race. So still a lot to go. We've got some of our top runners descending off of Headwater's ridgeline right now. We just were watching the drone footage, and Michelino and Ryan Becker were in view. Right now, we are just exchanging batteries on the drone, so hold tight. We hopefully will get back to the race course soon. I know I would rather be watching them than here in the studio, but just hold tight. It's awesome that we can even get footage out there. It's hard to get the coverage. We are in a pretty remote place, so hold tight and we'll be back on the race soon. Once they get to Swift Current, they have quite a climb to the summit of Lone Peak, so we're really excited to get some of that footage, and that is definitely going to shake things up. We've seen that happen in the past. And right now, the race is sort of between Michelino Sinceri and Ryan Becker, and Claire Rhodes, Jasmine Lowther, and Hannah Ozowski.
Hannah hot on Jasmine's
Hannah
heels.
hot on Jasmine. We saw her flying across the talus field, actually actively catching Jasmine on it.
But she made that ground on fire roads, on runnable terrain.
Absolutely.
So it could transition and change now that it gets onto the talus field.
Technical.
Jasmine is a multi-sport athlete from Canada, raised in the Canadian Rockies. What's Hannah's background in terms of technical terrain? How's her skill sets with that? Because she's a super fast runner.
Yeah, Hannah, she can hold her own in basically anything. Hannah Ozowski, while this is her first time on this course, as it is Jasmine's as well, she has just won the Eiger by UTMB race over in Europe. She won the Audi Power of 450K. She was 11th at CCC, 5th at Chuckanut 50K, runner-up at Gorge Waterfalls 30K.
So
I mean, she's got quite the range.
Gorge and Chuckanut have sections where it's rooty, so you need good footwork for there.
Oh, and we're back with the drone footage. I believe we're looking at Michelino, our men's race leader, descending Headwater's ridgeline right now, just flying through incredibly technical terrain here.
So I want to hear from you guys as athletes who have who've run and raced on courses very similar to this. How do you strategize this point in the race? Because you're far enough into where things are starting to get real. The adrenaline's worn off a little bit. it's worn off quite a bit by now. Your legs are starting to feel it. And I think now is when you're starting to get like those mental decisions of what do I have in me for the day and where am I going to start being more conservative and burning my matches? Like, how would you approach this race where you have such a strong runnable finish, literally from the peak down, but you also still have this ridge and that then Lone Peak to go get to? How would you strategize that?
So for me, at this point of the race, when I did it a couple of years ago, I was really focused on fueling. You have the biggest climb yet to go, the climb up Lone Peak Summit. You know, it's where the wheels can start to come off, and it's really challenging descending off of Lone Peak. There takes so much mental focus, which takes a lot of energy, and you've just climbed up to over 11,000 feet above sea level. So your body's screaming for oxygen, you're filled with lactic acid, and you know, you're also trying to be competitive in a pretty grueling race. And so the thing that I really focused on at this point is just what do I need, and kind of irrespective of where my competitors are at, what do I need right now? What pace do I need to click into, and what do I need to make sure I have the energy to get up to the summit and descend off of it still in good shape without the wheels falling off? And I think right now we've got the drone footage on Claire.
No, it's Ryan Becker.
Is that Ryan Becker?
Who just stopped and looked back,
Sorry about that.
thinking he'd made a wrong turn. But you're good, Ryan.
Ryan Becker. Oh yeah, so we're at Ryan Becker. He's following Michelino Sinceri along the Headwaters ridgeline.
So it's still pretty blocky coming down across here, so you're not able to move super fast, but soon enough they're going to turn onto a more runnable single track as they start to hit the bottom of their descent and then start to climb up into the bowl itself. On the back of Zach's question, a lot of your planning from here on kind of is strategizing on what your own strengths are. Personally, I think like the power hiking climb I'm pretty handy at, and the runnable stuff. But my weakness is descending technical terrain. Oh, so Ryan is looking over it, is definitely pretty aware of making sure he follows the correct course.
This is exactly where Jen made a mistake.
He has done the old course before. He is looking around for flags. Is that the exact location?
This is exactly where we saw Jen Lichter go off course yesterday in the 28K. She kept actually going down the mountain. Ryan Becker is on course. He is still traversing. So far so good. No off course. No one's off course yet, but we've only had two runners go through.
Because we do not see pink flagging as well, but it'd be hard to see. Oh, we have a Chris Brown in the house.
Chris Brown is back in the studio making a little bit of an appearance. Yeah, so they're
definitely on the correct course. So we can see Mikey Sinceri is on the sharp switchbacks, probably 40 seconds ahead of Ryan Becker. And Ryan Becker has a camera on him. So these are some sharp descents down to a more kind of a runnable single track down to the fire road where they turn and have a douche grade climb back up. These were very sharp switchbacks where you get your momentum for 20 seconds and you stop, turn, accelerate again. So
it's hard to get into the flow here. It's tough. You know, you're picking up speed and then you're very quickly braking to make a pivot into the next switchback, and it's definitely challenging making those tight turns. And you know, I imagine at this point Ryan Becker has seen Michelino, knows where he's at, and I'm sure is feeling motivated and empowered to see the race leader just before him. So right now we're sort of panning over the ridgeline. I wonder if we're looking for
we see
some
a
other
third
racers
descender
here.
there. So this is all white. So I'm guessing this is Florian Winker. Now in third
might have passed Scott Patterson here. Yep, it looks like we've got Florian Winkler here, German. His brother's also racing, Christian Winkler. This is Florian Winkler. He is cruising across this ridgeline. He is in third at the moment behind Ryan Becker in second and Michelino Sinceri in first. This is his first time at the rut. He is chasing down two racers who know this course well. So hopefully he can make that turn. Okay. Seems like we've got someone positioned there today, so hopefully we have no mix-ups.
So quickly, I just checked out, and we see the top finishers are finished for the 11K. So I'm just gonna call the top 5. We have 6 runners finished, 6 males finished on the men's 11K. 6th place we had Parker Hughes from Stanford, Montana. In 5th we had Justin Harris from Missoula, Montana. In 4th, Chad Gabreski from Kalispell, Montana. In 3rd, just under an hour, 59:15, Ian Rassman from Montana City, Montana. In 2nd place, good Irish name, Rory Moynihan from Flagstaff, Arizona.
We're seeing Florian Winkler go off course right now.
Whoa, buddy.
We're watching Florian.
Or
is he
that,
going off
no,
course?
there's a pink. There's a.
Well, the
you
others
drop
went
down.
That's
Yeah,
where
yeah.
okay, he turned back up. We're okay.
Yeah, the others
Everything's
did that
good.
as well. Yeah.
No, they cut over a little bit more.
I think it was just the camera was further
Yeah, maybe
out.
the camera. Sorry about
Yeah.
that. Florian Winkler's on course. We're all good.
And then winning the men's 11K, we had Mitch Morris in a very impressive 49:07 from Missoula, Montana, took the win. The next 10 minutes, we should have our lead ladies coming through. So that's Florian in 3rd. So
Florian
I'm
Winkler.
guessing Scott Patterson is feeling his VK and
28K
28K podium
yeah.
finishes. So he has dropped back from Florian.
Scott Patterson doing the trifecta.
So our drone is going to zoom back over and
Look at that
beautiful
view of Lone Peak. It's amazing. And it's a beautiful day here in Big Sky today. Great running temperatures. Definitely going to be a little crisp up at the top of Lone Peak, but what's nice is there isn't any strong wind, so the wind chill won't be as much of a factor today, which is definitely nice for the runners out there.
Okay, and there's a runner coming across. It looks white. Who is this?
We're trying to get information on who this is right now, but we're watching, I believe, our 4th male coming
Is that David
through.
Hedges?
I think that might be David Hedges.
So it seems that David Hedges and Florian Winker have both passed Scott Patterson. Yeah, I think that's David Hedges. So he was in 5th place at Moonlight 2, about 3 minutes behind Scott and Florian. He has made up some time. Lars Arneson was just behind David, and Stephen Kirsch was just behind Lars. So it seems that Patterson is moving back in the field. Hedges has fresh legs. This is his first race of the weekend. Patterson, on the other hand, this was his 3rd race of the weekend.
I think we're watching David Hedges right now, descending off of Headwaters.
So he is still a good bit behind. The drone had to pop back up. One thing we may have missed as the drone pop back up, we may have missed Scott Patterson. We'll see if we can see him pop up here. But there's a 2 or 3 4-minute gap from where we just saw Hedges down to where we saw Florian a few minutes ago. My God. Mickey and Chad, you are just brilliant at the drone footage. This is very impressive.
Here we go. We've got some more runners coming across this ridgeline right now.
Green shirt, blue shorts. Saw that person.
We are trying to figure out who that is.
Is that Lars?
That might be.
That's either Lars or that's Ryan Raff. Right behind him in a white shirt, that may well be Stephen Kirsch.
We think we're looking at Lars Arneson and Stephen Kirsch at the moment going across the ridge. So that'd be... We haven't seen Scott Patterson yet. I imagine we just missed him on the drone footage.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at Stephen Kirsch right now. Just behind Lars Arneson.
Yeah, so I'm guessing we might have missed Scott. Scott might have been between Florian and David. So it was David in kind of maybe a creamish greenish shirt. Lars Arneson, I think, might be in a green shirt, blue shorts, or the opposite combo. And then it's Stephen Kirsch in the white shirt, black shorts. However, Ryan Raff, I'm unsure of his choice of clothing color. Andrew Wise, we expect to see him in full Hoka kit. And then Adam Hofer, who should be a bit behind them, he was in an orange shirt, black shorts, as far as I recall. However, he has the top 3 ladies chasing him down, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Claire Rhodes move into the top 10 overall.
She was just outside of the top 10 overall the last 8 and moving very well. So yes, we will see her make her way up through the ranks, I imagine.
Gail English, I'll have to reiterate your comment, cheering on Bryant O'Leary, my namesake from Lolo, Montana. Cheering you on as well. Yeah, that's Lars.
Got
So
Lars Arneson.
Anchorage, Alaska. Supremely talented marathon runner. This is his type of terrain. He was originally meant to be doing multiple races this weekend, but I think he decided to just do the VK or the 50k. Guys, look at from the drone. This looked like a trail, but look at it now. Each one of these slabs, that could crack your ankle. So, or it could take you down, tripping the. That's what happened to me last year. My toe caught one, and I went full Superman down onto the trail and left with a couple of cuts.
See another runner making their way along this ridgeline right now. This could be Stephen Kirsch.
Kirsch has already passed this section. So, yeah,
Oh, here's
Kirsch
Florian.
on the descent. No, that's Kirsch.
That is Kirsch. Okay.
Adidas kit.
So we've got 2 runners in the Adidas Terex kits today. We've got Florian and we've got Steven. And right now we're looking at Stephen Kirsch descending off of Headwater's ridgeline, chasing after Lars Arneson.
Guessing Kirsch is in 7th, Lars is in 6th, if we have missed Scott Patterson, which I guess we have.
I think we have.
Yeah. But then the drone footage a moment ago showed someone in white coming across, which I'm guessing was Ryan Raff from Billings, Montana. I think he might be in all white. We should either expect to see Adam Hofer or Andrew Wise in Hoka gear, or Adam Hofer in an orange shirt, or our teammate Claire Rhodes in yellowish orange.
She was wearing the orange shirt and white
Would that be
vest.
orange?
Yeah, this is orange.
It's like sunflower orange. It's my prediction on the color.
I think sunflower is usually yellow, Patty.
I think this is Adam Hofer. Yeah, this is Adam Hofer from.
Adam Hofer.
I think.
Madison, Wisconsin.
Or it might be Andrew Wise after losing a t-shirt. But no, I think this is Adam Hofer. I think Wise was in a blue Hoka kit. We definitely are going to get a shot of Claire Rhodes pretty soon. Now you can see 2 runners coming up here, power hiking up. Maybe a third. No, that person is static, so it's probably someone out cheering or shooting. These 2 runners are cresting up. 4 runners actually.
We've got 4
So we've got
runners
a
on
bit of
that
a
far
pack.
ridge, working together, pulling each other up. You know, this section is tough because you're climbing 3,000 vertical feet before you climb up to the summit of Lone Peak, which is then another couple thousand feet. So it is just a grind. It looks like someone's
So that's a woman in.
taking
okay,
a pause.
this person is sitting down. So these person are not racers. They are people out
No,
there
that
to
kind of-
cheer and or heckle on the top of the climb.
This
is
appears to be Andrew Wise. Yeah, we've got Andrew Wise coming through here.
likely in 9th place.
We believe.
Oh, he's smiling. He's enjoying himself. So he is just cresting out and going to start descending down through the scree field. Shout out to the camera runners having to descend through this technical terrain.
And it's so
and
hard
concentrate
because
on the runner ahead.
yeah, they're concentrating on the camera, they're concentrating on the runner ahead, and you know, trying to not trip. So they're also trying to concentrate on their feet. It's just
That's Claire Rhodes.
we've got Claire Rhodes on
Claire
the
Rhodes,
top
yeah.
of our screen here. our women's race leader at the moment.
Still
She
in
is
the
just
lead.
coming onto the traverse across Headwater's Ridge. This is a really technical descent here. We've seen some folks kind of slide down. Everyone sort of seemed to use their hands. Even Michelino, who appeared to be just kind of running it at first, he ended up sort of sliding as well. Claire just making quick work of this, our Mount Marathon champion this year. She is no stranger to extremely technical downhill terrain, and look at her just making it look easy,
She hasn't
Patty.
used her hands. I was using my hands
She's the
yesterday.
first one I think I haven't seen actually put a hand down.
Yeah,
This
that
is incredible.
is-
I mean, she is just, look at this descent. I mean, I'm going to probably rewatch this to get some more technique advice. This is just incredible.
God, the Alaskans. That is either anyone in the chat able to tell us, is that Ryan Raff or is that Adam Hofer? I think that is Ryan Raff. So Ryan Raff in the orange shirt, blue arm sleeves.
I'm trying to get his bib number.
Yeah, I think that's Ryan. Pretty sure. He is looking fresh and he is descending well. So you can see he's one of the few runners that you see just wearing a belt and not wearing a pack. So he's got one seemingly like in the mandatory kit for the 50k. You need to have a rain jacket. You need to have a emergency blanket, and you need to have a liter of water. So he has probably 500 mils of water. Tyler Corville, who did you podium last year, Tyler? That is not Hofer. That is Ryan. Okay, it's Ryan Raff in the Hoka kit. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. So we need to figure out what Andrew...
We need to figure out what Andrew Wise is wearing. We've got Claire Rhodes.
It might have been Andrew Wise in the orange shirt, blue short sleeves then, potentially.
Right now we've got Claire Rhodes cruising along Headwater's Ridge. Our women's race leader just looking really smooth, making this really technical terrain look easy. Oh, wow, what a shot. You can see sort of that background. That's part of the Lone Peak Ridge line.
The Raff family and the Wise family are a great help in the chat. We had it inverted. So Ryan Raff is in the blue Hoka kit, and Andrew Wise is just ahead of him in the orange and not Hoka. Thank you for that. So we haven't seen Hofer yet. I have the funny feeling that Claire Rhodes, who's currently ripping down off of the ridge, may have moved into the top 10 overall.
Yeah, we may be looking at a top 10 overall right now.
But acknowledging that we have not seen Scott Patterson, we think we may have missed him. We have not seen Adam Hofer. We also may have missed Adam.
Yes, yeah.
But Adam and Claire were quite close to each other at this stage. Through the last aid station, Claire was 2.5 minutes behind Adam, so she may have passed him through this section.
What a great race. Everyone is still, a lot of people are gonna be able to see each other going up Lone Peak Climb. So we've got a race on our hands, that's for sure. And we haven't seen the second place woman yet. That was Jasmine Lowther, but Hannah Ozowski was definitely moving up. So we'll have to see sort of what's shaken out along this ridgeline here, and I imagine we'll see them momentarily. Meanwhile, we're just watching Claire Rhodes look so smooth coming across Headwaters. Our women's race leader, she was third here last year, so she is really, really gunning for a top spot on that podium, and it's looking like she's looking pretty good.
Early days, though. Early days.
Early days is right, but she's definitely no stranger to this course.
It is Claire Rhodes. So next we would expect to see potentially Adam Hofer. also coming up pretty soon. We might see Wesley Perkins, Charlie Michelets, Cooper West, and then not, unfortunately, her bib is not tagging on the live tracking, but Jasmine Lowther and Hannah Ozowski we would expect to see soon. So we're currently watching Claire Rhodes descend in what we think is 10th overall. Adam Hofer maybe behind her or maybe ahead of her. We have not seen visuals of Adam yet.
We did see a couple of runners fairly close together coming up the ridgeline behind Claire. So
Okay.
we will, I imagine we will be seeing them pretty shortly, and we'll be able to sort of see what's shaken out on that climb up to the top of this ridgeline. And right now we're looking at Claire Rhodes still descending. Just she's looking really good. Next aid station will be Swift Current. Looks like we've got a new camera view here.
And I guess it's going to catch Claire in a moment. I'm guessing Ryan Raff and Andrew Wise have already passed this guy.
So right now we're looking through a follow cam. Got a runner approaching quickly.
Yeah, it's Claire.
Claire Rhodes coming down this ridge line. We're about to get a follow cam close up to her. Our women's race leader.
Oh, and now we are watching Mikey Sunseri after passing through Swift Current Aid Station. We are at 2 hours 52 minutes. Mikey is starting the climb up
Lone Peak.
towards Lone Peak. And
Here we've got
got
Claire.
our ladies leader.
Women's
Claire
race
Rhodes.
leader. We
Looking
got a follow
fresh.
cam. Looking great. She is headed towards Swift Current Aid Station. Still have a bit before she reaches it. She's still descending off of Headwaters. This is some of the more technical terrain on the course, and she'll kind of pop out onto a fire road after this, climb up to the aid station, and then continue climbing for a couple thousand more feet through a bit of trees, and then back onto this open face up to the summit of Lone Peak. And here is that sort of treed area where we see Michelino Sunseri working his way up through those trees. He's approaching sort of the center of the frame, kind of on the just into the clearing between the trees, and soon he'll be on the more open face of the mountain. And this is a grueling climb.
So just up towards the top of the trees, I see a cameraman. So maybe we'll get a closer up shot of Mikey in a few minutes, probably in 60 seconds. Coming off the top of the ridge, Ryan Becker was not too far behind Mikey, so let's see how quickly we see him in our sight. Selfishly, I think both Olivia and I will be proud to see our North Face teammates, Michelina Sunseri and Claire Rhodes, leading the men's and women's race.
Yeah, it's great to see. And right now we're watching Michelino climb up Lone Peak. It's about 2,300 feet of vert up to just over 11,000 feet above sea level in about a mile.
Yeah.
So this is just, this is where some of the wheels can fall off for some racers. So we'll have to
as
see who can make it through
The only
unscathed.
person who is tagged at Swift Current is Sunseri. So we think Sunseri might have made some time on Ryan Becker on that descent. Yeah, we think he may have made some time. So that from where we saw them on the Headwater ridgeline, there was 2 small climbs that are up pretty runnable trail, but marginal versus the climbs you see here. Sunseri is after gapping him quite a bit. Yeah, still hasn't come true yet.
So we'll have to see. It looks like Michelino's descending really well.
Yeah, and we've got a close-up of Mikey Sunseri.
Here he is coming up through the trees. He's going to be coming out to that clearing.
If the cameraman can hear us, tell Michelino that he needs to hurry up a little bit. What's he doing walking? Give us a thumbs up if you heard that, Mikey. Come on, Mikey, speed up a little bit there.
Michelino Sinceri, our men's race leader, approaching the clearing, coming up Lone Peak towards the summit. He just went through Swift Current aid station a few minutes ago.
So
And-
he's definitely feeling this in his legs at this stage.
And this is where the other racers, if they're within about 5 minutes of Michelino, they'll see him and he'll be able to look back and see his competitors once they reach that clearing. So it looks like we've got Ryan Becker, second in the men's race, coming into Swift Current aid station.
So he is exactly 4 minutes behind Mikey. So Mikey made some time. We're into the Taylor Swift Current aid station for Mary Rutmus as our live on the course commentator.
Mary
Brittany Charbonneau
Rutmus.
was stating yesterday. Brittany Charbonneau, who is currently out there in the 11K. She is heavily pregnant and racing the 11K today and undoubtedly crushing and doing it with a smile on her face.
Ryan taking a little bit more time than Michelino at this aid station, but he's got a lot of time to grind up this peak, and definitely a few seconds to make sure you've got enough fuel is worth it in a race like this. So he's looking good, looking fresh. Here's Michelino just cruising up
I'm
Lone.
going to bop back to the 11K for a second. Brittany Charbonneau finished the 11K at 1:13.03, 13th female, and we'll quickly run through the top 10 women from the 11K. In 10th place, we had Mary Newton from Belgrade, Montana. In 9th, we had A. Wallace from Milltown, Montana. And in 8th place, we had Kayla Pedersen, Moscow, Idaho. And quickly on the screen, we got photographer Luke
Webster.
descending down. I saw him twice on the course yesterday, just below this and also at the top of Lone Peak. Stay on your feet, Luke. In 7th place, we had Annie Pentaleri from Hawaii, from Kailua. I can't say that correctly. I don't know if I can say that correctly.
Kailua.
In 6th, we had Ava Ashby from Bozeman, Montana. In 5th, we had Sophie Myers from Anchorage, Alaska. In 4th, we had Sarah Woodward from Denver, Colorado. In 3rd, we had Samantha Valentine for Albuquerque, New Mexico. In 2nd, we had Missoula, Montana, Alexandra Robran. And for the win in the 11K, we had Camille Hines Keene.
And she was 7th overall. Alexandra was 8th overall. Wow, amazing results from the 11K
The top
today.
10 men, we had Shane Mulligan, Irish name, Hickory, North Carolina. In 9th, we had Wyatt Shin, Bozeman, Montana. In 8th, we had Taylor Jepson, Jackson, Wyoming. In 7th, we had Evan Matthews from Victor, Idaho. In 6th, we had Parker Hughes from Stanford, Montana. In 5th, Justin Harris, Missoula, Montana. In 4th, Chad Gabreski, Kalispie, Montana. 3rd, Ian Rashman, Montana City, Montana. 2nd, Rory Moynihan, Flagstaff, Arizona. 1st, Mitch Morris, Missoula, Montana. And tell us what you see on the screen here,
And
Olivia.
Jasmine Lowther, we believe
That's the turn.
this is Jasmine Lowther. She is cruising, I believe, still in our second place spot in the women's race. She is new to the rut, but no stranger to technical mountain races, and just looking like she's cruising through that terrain. So we'll have to see where Hannah is. And here's
In
Florian.
3rd place through Swift Current. And from the chat, Courtney, Jim, or Zach have not raced the rut races, but Killian has, I think, the second fastest time on the 50K here from 2015.
After David Sinclair.
Who
broke
which
Killian's
It's
record.
questioning it might have been a slightly shorter course. Ryan Becker is all smiles on the climb here.
When
Let's
is he
go,
not
Ryan.
all smiles?
I
I
know.
mean, Ryan is
You're
just
not running hard enough, Ryan.
Ryan is just always in good spirits, no matter how tired, how grueling of a race. He's always got a smile. Our second place male at the moment, Ryan Becker, just looking great as he is making the ascent up Lone Peak towards the summit. He's gone through Swift Current aid station. He's behind Michelino Sinceri, but once he hits that clearing, he will see Michelino up ahead of him. He's within that sort of time range where you've got visibility on people ahead and behind you. We think it's about a 5-minute visibility range, and Ryan's was about 4 minutes behind Michelino, so they'll be able to see each other. If Michelino looks back, he'll be able to see Ryan in the distance. So we've definitely still got a race, that is for sure. We've got a lot left to go, and we're still within minutes of each other. So here's Michelino cruising up that ridge, our men's race leader, headed towards the Lone Peak summit. Biggest climb of the race. Power hiking his way up a steep,
I cannot get over how
steep
stunning
what?
these shots are.
It's just
This-
insane.
We are so fortunate to be able to bring this, to witness this, and then bring this views to the people at home.
Yeah, it is just quite a feat of technology to be able to get this kind of footage at a race like this.
So now looking just below, look down to Mikey's right, the big drop off, a little bit of green. You can see the single track that runners are currently descending now, just below on the right hand side. So 3:01. Mikey is currently, I would guess, 19 miles into the race, maybe a little short of 19 miles, still 11 miles to go. However, after the top of this climb, just kind of have the Andesite climb, which is only 10 minutes long. It's predominantly descending from here, so I would guess it's going to take him about 20 minutes from here to get to the Lone Peak summit, so it'll be around 3:20. Mikey is looking at the course record. He would love to go under 5 hours on this. So
We'll
luckily
see.
it's all downhill from here, kind of ish. It's all unrunnable downhill.
Yeah, it's very technical downhill. Here's Florian Winkler, third, is currently sitting in third place on the men's race. He's working those poles, cruising up this Lone Peak ascent. First time at the rut. He's behind two guys who are no stranger to this course and is within shot of Ryan Becker. You can see just ahead. That's going to be motivating for Florian to be able to see kind of where Ryan is at compared to him as they go up this climb. He's close enough. He'll be able to watch him and see how he's doing and sort of calculate, like, okay, how is Ryan feeling on this?
So once again, we keep missing Scott Patterson. Scott Patterson is in third. He
Okay.
is true Swift Current.
Okay.
So he is true
Shoot.
Swift Current. So Mike Sinceri, 2:52.27.
Why are
Then
we not
a
seeing Scott?
4.5 minute gap back to Ryan Becker, 2:57.08. Then an 80-second gap back to Scott Patterson in 2:58.26. And then fourth, Florian Winker, 20 seconds
And
behind him.
here is Hannah Azowski, currently our third female, looking really good across this talus field. She is chasing after Jasmine Lowther. Just also, as Jasmine is, new to the rut this year, and definitely, again, no stranger to mountain races.
She must be close because it wasn't too long ago when we seen Jasmine.
I
make
think
that
we're going to be
turn,
seeing
which
them
was probably
come.
90 seconds back from this.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out for a blue runner in the distance. There is also a runner just behind Anna, which I'm guessing is not Jasmine. I'm guessing Jasmine is currently in second, and Hannah is currently in third place.
But as we were saying before the camera came over to Hannah, Scott Patterson is behind Ryan Becker. So maybe it's his camo. Maybe we just can't see him. Scott's wearing some camo, so I wonder if we just are missing him because he's wearing he's wearing camouflage. But
Yeah, so
Scott Patterson's having a great race, and
so
apologies that we have not been able to capture him on the camera footage.
Florian was 1:20 behind Scott, so Florian's just under 3 hours and 2:59.48. Scott was about 80 seconds ahead of him at Swift Current.
And so they're all going to be seeing each other up this Lone Peak ascent. So we could see things change.
To first, there's a 5 minutes 20-second gap, which is within the eye shot, as Olivia was saying, on the climb up Lone Peak.
Here's Hannah Ozowski following Jasmine Lowther. Jasmine Lowther is still not showing up in the timing sheet, but she is sitting in second place. Hannah is following Jasmine in third. Must be something going on with Jasmine's bib chip. But Hannah's looking great, and they are certainly going to be seeing each other up the Lone Peak ascent.
So over the left-hand side, ahead of Hannah, you can see just above all those buildings, at that corner where the trees are on the bottom of the ridgeline, that is Swift Current. So that's what she's making her way to. She is descending, continues on this relatively runnable single track down to the bottom of where they turn and go up into the meat of the bowl on this kind of douchey grade laneway before turning and following a similar single track descent down to the fire road below Swift Current, and then they have about a 60-second climb up to the Swift Current aid.
And at this point, she's kind of on like a horseshoe. She's on one side of a horseshoe, and you're able to hear the aid station sort of echoing in this bowl. So she's motivated. She's charging to that aid station, and she, even though she's not familiar with the course, it's really helpful here because you get a good sense of sort of where you're at, and it's really nice to know that you can see the aid and hear it.
I expect because of the remoteness of where they are now, we aren't able to get crystal clear footage, but I expect we can't see Jasmine ahead, but I expect that Hannah can see Jasmine's blue shirt somewhere ahead of her.
Yeah, I imagine, at this point in the course, you do have quite a bit of visibility. I imagine Hannah is able to see Jasmine.
Okay, we are
look at
popping
that.
back up to
the summit.
That Lone Peak.
Yeah, look at that. A lot of snow melt.
Yeah. So this was white, almost completely white yesterday when we were doing the 28K. So they are not going to have any snow on the course tomorrow. We are looking at David Hedges. No. Yes, that's David Hedges. So David Hedges was through Swift Current 5 minutes back from Florian Winker. So David Hedges is currently in fifth place. Expect to see Lars Arneson behind him.
Yeah, Lars Arneson, Stephen Kirsch, Ryan Raff, Andrew Wise, Adam Hofer, Claire Rhodes, all to be expected through Swift Current aid station momentarily. Right now we're looking at David Hedges, our fifth place male at the moment. Current record holder of the Nolans, which is a grueling FKT in Colorado.
If anyone isn't familiar with Nolan's 14, so it is a route. We are looking at Christina.
Here is Christina Trigstad.
Which, if Christina's turning onto the fire road now, Christina is right on either ahead of. No, she is right on Hannah's heels, because this is probably the same camera person who's following Hannah who stopped. Okay, so Christina is, I would guess, within 30 seconds of Hannah. Christina is currently in fourth place. And remember, Christina is someone who's podiumed this race multiple times. She knows every inch of this course and this mountain. She is fast through the technical terrain as well.
Looking awesome. I mean, and she is the most seasoned competitor in this race. She has won it multiple times, has some of the fastest times this course has seen. And just, do we have Erica? This aid?
Is this Erica Flowers at Swift Current? Ground control to Erica Flowers. Or Major Tom. You in there, Major Tom?
Paging Erica. Erica Flowers. Can you hear us?
So that is Lars. I see in the background, that is Lars and Kirsch through beside each other into the aid station. So that is 6th and 7th. expect to see Ryan Raff, and I think Erica may be texting us right now, potentially as well. Give us a wave if you can hear us, Erica. Even a dance.
Looks like we have.
Hello.
Hi, Erica.
Oh, give us that dance.
Woo! All right.
Hi, I can hear you.
We can
we can
hear
hear you.
you. All right. Let's tell us how's everything going at Swift Current?
Oh, spirits are high here. We got Santa Claus in the house. Folks are looking strong. Michelino looked great coming through, had a pretty quick transition. Scott Patterson looked quite strong. He came through the water ultra to be had a great
We're struggling to hear you.
the holidays.
All right, so that is a very remote aid station, and we're having a little bit of coverage issues, but it sounds like people are looking strong coming through. Something about Scott Patterson. I think she's probably just saying looking great.
Surprisingly good, given that he has so much vertical in his legs. He has, prior to the race start, he had 11,000 feet of vertical racing in his legs, and now he is roughly 7,000 feet into this race, so that would be 18,000 feet of racing since 11
in 72 hours
on less
than that
since 11 a.m. on Friday in
48
hours.
Yeah.
In 48
Oh my
hours, he has
gosh.
17,000 feet of racing. Frankly,
Insane.
disgusting. You should be ashamed.
And looks like we have a shout out for Jess Devant in the chat. Jessica Devant is from Bozeman, Montana, racing the 50K, 50 years old. Looks like we've got her through Moonlight number 2, so kind of somewhere along that Headwaters ridgeline, I imagine. So nice work, Jess.
And Frank, Mike's brother, is telling Mike he should run faster. I agree, Frank. I agree. So the top 7 men are through. We saw Kirsch and Lars Harnison, who have been within 30 seconds of each other at every aid station up till now. So they are working together. Or working against each other and trying to drop each other. Who knows? But they're still running pretty tight to each other. Stunning visuals of the bowl there. We've got the Lone Peak Ridge on the left and the Headwaters Ridge on the right.
And we just heard a little bit from Erica through some texting. It sounds like Brian Becker came through with a big smile. Scott Patterson running in some new North Face shoes today. Love to hear
Attaboy,
it.
Scott.
That must be why he's moving so well.
There's Stephen Kirsch and Lars. Hey, Stephen, what's the crack?
Stephen Kirsch cruising up Lone Peak Ascent. They're about to hit that clearing. Lars Arneson
Let's go, Lars.
right behind him, looking awesome. Looks like we've got Lars with the poles, Stephen without the poles.
For an Alaskan with poles, is that a shameful experience? An Alaskan wearing a T-shirt in a race as well is a rare thing I've ever seen.
There's still time to take it off, you know.
Time to take it off.
The descent, he'll probably take it off.
He may have heard us there.
We might see it come off on that backside descent of Lone Peak. So stay tuned.
Kirsch and Arson. Okay, so Arson, Kirsch, the gentleman as he is, letting Lars in front there. Maybe Kirsch is going to feed off Lars on this climb.
Might be
Lars
wishing he had
with
poles
the
at this
poles
point.
is going to help him up through this long climb.
We've got, Lars just behind Stephen Kirsch. Now, Stephen Kirsch just sort of stepped aside to let Lars Arneson ahead of him. Just kind of working together to climb up this Lone Peak ascent. Such a grueling climb. I mean, it's 2,300 feet of vert in a mile.
It looks bad now. It gets worse. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry, Kirsch. It gets worse. Okay, so these two boys are working well together. 6th and 7th place. So we're at 3:15. It has been 20 minutes since Sinceri left the Swift Current aid station. I think I was estimating maybe it'll take him 30 minutes to get up from Swift Current.
Yeah, it's probably a good guess. So
he's probably about...
Looks like we're back at the Swift Current aid station. We just saw Andrew
Wise.
Wise come through Swift Current. See if we can get the camera on Andrew. There's Andrew Wise coming through Swift Current aid, about to start the climb up Lone Peak. Looks like Andrew's wearing a waist belt. I don't see any poles, so I don't think we're going to see any. I can't tell, but I don't think we're going to see any pole action for Andrew. Andrew Wise just leaving the Swift Current aid station. That was a quick stop. It was a quick fill, quick grab. Looks like we're back to Erica.
Oh, your microphone's not working.
Can you turn your microphone on?
Not working, I'm afraid. Can you explain it through interpretive dance? We can hear her, but let her keep.
Oh, we can hear you. We can hear you, Erica.
You can hear me.
Yay!
Let me keep dancing. Honestly, the Christmas music here is great. You can't help but dance. The top 10 men they're fairly spread out, but they're all looking good. The last guy who came through here, he was looking like maybe his legs were hurting a little more than some of the others who had a little bit more of a pep in their step, but still moving pretty well.
How does Scott Patterson look?
We haven't had him on
we just
camera.
predicted he has done 18,000 feet of climbing so far in 48 hours.
So we all watched him run through, and I think expected a little bit more of, I don't know, a slowdown from him, just given what he's done the last 2 days, and he's looking really strong. I don't know if it's those new North Face shoes he's got on his feet. His mom came by me, and she was the one who pointed out, she's like, he's trying some new shoes today. So maybe that's giving him a little bit of an extra boost, but he looked pretty strong. He had the power of the elk shirt on, which is always good. But it looked like he was ready to throw down.
We think that maybe because he's wearing camouflage, that's why we keep missing him on the camera.
It's true. And that is a smart tactic, honestly. Some people go for the bright colors and are just like, I'm out here. I think he's maybe trying to blend in with the scenery and make some moves on Ryan and Michelino ahead of him.
Yeah.
See, actually, all of the lead guys are in a kind of like Mikey is wearing a kind of a cream color thing. The first person you can actually see is Lars Arneson in this blue and green shirt.
Yep.
And then maybe
he's the only one out there.
Andrew Wise in his orange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew
We're
Wise
recently
wearing
awaiting
orange.
the first female. We still have not seen Claire come through. I know Jasmine's out there, Hannah, Christina Trick's out there. We're excited to see them.
To give you an update on that, so Claire was out in front by a couple of minutes, but then you expect to see Jasmine very closely followed by Hannah, and extremely very closely followed by Christina. Second through fourth are all pretty tight on the descent down behind you. So you're going to get some heat coming through quickly. But Claire, I think we expect Claire should be not too far behind Andrew. So Andrew just passed the 3:15, it's 3:18 now. I expect you're going to see Claire Rhodes pretty soon.
Great. Well, we're hearing some cheers in the background, though. This might be her coming up. Oh, nope, we got another male coming through, and there's Claire. She's coming right now. You can see her in that orange shirt coming up the road here.
Excellent.
Let us know who is the guy ahead of her.
Let's see, just ahead of her is bib 1532.
That's Hoka Kit. If that's Hoka Kit, that is
Is that Ryan Raff?
That's Ryan Raff.
There's Ryan Raff. Ryan Raff coming through Swift Current.
Getting some water.
So
he's got his pole.
Just
quiver.
Before him was Andrew Wise, so he is coming.
Claire Rhodes looking fresh.
First lady.
Getting her water, her scratch. And
Looking
she
great.
is ready to go. Andrew Hofer it seems that we may have missed Hofer, or that Hofer may have dropped back in the field. So I think Claire Rhodes is currently top 10.
And she's got that carrot right ahead of her. She's got Ryan Raff, which is going to be a nice little pull to have just someone ahead of her, setting a bit of a pace, someone to kind of catch if she can, or at least sort of pace behind. And Ryan Raff's looking really good. He went through pretty quick. Claire Rhodes looking awesome. Our ladies leader today at the Rut, coming back after a podium in this race last year. She was third. So it's going to be really exciting to see. I mean, she is moving really, really well. Right now it's hers to lose, but we still have a lot left to go.
So after the Kirsten-Lars combo, it was 5 minutes back from them to Andrew Wise, 3 minutes back from them to Ryan Raff and Claire Rhodes. Yeah, Erica, I would say maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and you might see Jasmine.
Sounds great. Couple more folks coming through here.
Let us, if you can see a bib, let us know.
We have bid 1501 coming in through here, and another normal athlete just went through just ahead of this guy.
So that's Wesley Perkins in 1501.
Wesley Perkins from Park City, Utah, 19 years
Oh,
old.
And just
He
past,
looks
just
great.
ahead of him, it was Griffin Briley, 18 years of age, who was doing the trifecta.
Griffin Briley just ahead. Wow, just look at these two coming in neck and neck.
And Griffin was also out there volunteering yesterday at the Rut Run as well. Or the Rut Run.
So right now we are looking at, I don't know what just happened. Wesley Perkins,
In 12th overall.
12th overall. Making sure he's got the fuel for the climb ahead.
Jasmine, can we ask what Santa Claus, what
Erica?
yeah, Erica. Oh my God, I apologize. It is still 8 in the morning. Erica, could you ask Santa Claus what's up?
Oh, absolutely. Been waiting for this moment. Santa Claus, what are we feeding the people out there today?
Scratch, water, Coke, and a smorgasbord of calories.
Perhaps some joy?
Oh, yes.
Is anyone getting coal?
Is anyone getting cold? Are we staying warm?
They're staying
No,
warm.
no.
They're working hard.
Is anyone getting cold?
Is anyone getting a bag of coal?
Oh, is anyone getting a bag of coal? They want to know.
Nope. Anyone to make it up here, there's no coal.
That's so kind. Yeah, that's great. Any other well wishes for the runners from Santa?
Just stay upright and safe.
That's good advice. Any reindeer that can help pull them up the mountain?
That would be nice. Probably not, though. They're at the top. I had to leave them.
Yeah, I saw a few white ones up there
They
earlier.
are nice. They've been up there, yeah. I left them up there.
Well, that's you heard it here first, folks. No reindeer to pull people up the mountain, but we do have lots of joy to share and no coal in anyone's bag. So
Excellent. As you wait for Jasmine, Hannah, and Kristen to come through, we have a view of
What's up, Michelino?
Mike Sinceri. So Mike Sinceri is using the rope.
He is using the rope. Michelino using the rope today.
You must be feeling tired out there, Mikey. So Michelino Sinceri is approaching the top of Lone Peak. He is probably 60 seconds from Lone Peak now. And now we're popping into two
Claire
runners, Claire
Rhodes.
Rhodes, who I think may have passed. Claire Rhodes, who might have passed. Who was running
Is
with
that
Claire?
Griffin Briley? I think it's Griffin. Right ahead?
Yes, that's Griffin Briley, 18 years of age. 4th place in the Rut VK last year, 7th in the 28K, or maybe 3rd place in the VK. This year he's been a trifecta, so he's been further back in the field in the VK and 28K, but he is currently in 10th place overall. Yeah, we've Ryan Raff.
Sounds like Luke
Griffin
Webster.
Briley.
Erica, just let me know. Luke Webster is just going through Swift Current at the moment.
So Erica, if you want to shout at Luke and ask him where's his camera, why isn't he taking photos? Why is he hanging out down here? Please do heckle him. He's heckleable.
Luke, where's the camera? Why is it not out? Where's the live stream? Where's the live stream? Let's go.
I don't know. It'd be hard to take photos with poles in hand.
Luke, just to give you a
Wow,
little
he
story.
just blew a kiss.
Oh, I think that was for me.
What a guy. That was for Patty.
Patty, not everything is about you.
He was good energy out there yesterday. As I was descending down the Swift Current aid station, I could hear him singing, as he was taking photos, singing a song for me for about 60 seconds for me. I can't remember what the song was. But then I did not smile. I had a bit of my racing bitch face as I passed him. And he...
Michelino.
F2 coming
F2
in.
coming
and
in.
Michelina Sinceri going over the top.
Wow, two things happening at once. Michelino about to hit the summit of Lone Peak, and Jasmine Lowther, our second place female, coming into the Swift Current aid station. Things are happening out here.
Okay, Sansiri is just about the crest. Is
Erica,
he-
who was that bib just before Jasmine?
1446, and Jasmine's coming in looking so good.
We just had Charlie Micheletz. I apologize if I pronounced that last name wrong. 22 years old from Helena, Montana.
Jasmine,
Just-
let's go. You feeling good? She's feeling good.
Jasmine Lowther, second place female at the moment, going through Swift Current Aid Station.
Meanwhile,
Just got reports that she is feeling good.
Michelina Sincero in the main shot is just ripping down. So yesterday this was all snow. We were running down on 2 or 3 inches of snow. Now it's all melted. It's all clear. Mikey is just ripping. So this is his wheelhouse. He is a good technical runner. So he is over the top of Lone Peak around 3 hours and 25 minutes.
Michelino, Sunseri, race leader, making quick work of that Lone Peak summit, and actually did use that rope to pull himself up.
I know, disappointed.
We got some more racers coming through Swift Current. Erica, who's coming through right now?
We got big 1207. Looks like he goes by Lukey. Being
Lukey.
thoughtful, taking some good Coke and water, perhaps. Got 1 bottle down, but taking his time. Knows that he's got a long ways to go.
Oh,
and
is that
making some smart choices here with
1707 maybe?
fueling.
This is Luke Galloway. Is this Luke Galloway? 1207. Luke Galloway from
We have
Missoula,
Hannah coming in, too.
Montana. Oh, and we've got our third place woman coming in behind Luke Galloway
Hannah
of Missoula. Hannah Azowski, or also known as Hannah Allgood, coming into the aid station right now. This is at Swift Current Aid Station.
Wow.
She's in our third place position, just behind Jasmine. So she's going to see Jasmine up that climb.
So I'm very impressed with Luke Galloway, Luke Webster, and Christina Trisgadsari. They went from being like 26th to 29th place at
Hannah,
Moonlight
you're looking
2,
so good.
but now they are up to 15th place. So those 3 athletes made great time. So watch out for Luke Webster, Luke Galloway, and Christina Trisgadsari. They have made the most time in the Moonlight 2 to Swift Current.
Looking awesome. And we've got a couple of shout outs in the chat for John Jipka from Bozeman, Montana, 44 years old. We're waiting for him to come through at Swift Current. Looks like he has gone through Moonlight number 2. Awesome job, John.
Okay, so Claire Rhodes passed through at 3:19. I don't recall the time that Jasmine passed through, but I guess that was about, I think she had like a 5 or 6 minute gap on Jasmine, and then Jasmine probably passed, what, 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, I think 2 minutes is
So
yeah.
probably 8 minutes from Claire to Jasmine, and then 2 minutes from Jasmine to Hannah Ozowski. And I expect we are going to see Christina Trisgadsari in 4th place.
She's
pretty
here now.
soon. She's here now.
Here we go.
So she has made one of the most impressive sections from Moonlight 2 to Swift Current.
That
she was in
is incredible what she
29th
just did.
overall at Moonlight 2, and now she is in 16th.
Christina Trigstad, just showing everyone what she can do on technical terrain.
Yeah.
So prior to that point, it was really quite runnable. And it seems like Christina was able to make up just so much time in this technical stuff. And we've got a lot of technical stuff to go. So I think we're going to see a lot out of Christina. She is just always a competitor here at the Rut. Just an incredible athlete.
Yeah.
So consistent.
Okay, look at this main visual. You can see Mike Sinceri coming down off a Lone Peak, but just that ridgeline. You can see how steep this is, and honestly, the top of the ridge isn't as steep as the second section of the ridge.
Yeah.
He's going to keep descending down this, and then after about 3/4 of a mile, he takes a hard left-hand turn and descends down along the face, and it gets steeper.
Erica, can you still hear us?
Yeah.
What was Christina doing? It looked like she actually was doing some gear exchange there.
Come in one more time.
It looked like Christina was doing a gear exchange just now. What were you able to see sort of what she was doing at that aid?
Yep. So she had everything in her drop bag, and she pretty self-sufficiently just swapped out her bottle, her food, her drink, cleaned up all her stuff, put it back in. She was on a mission. She's looking really strong. A couple of the folks ahead of her were suffering a bit, and I think she's going to have a strong second half here.
Awesome. Yeah, she looks great. And Emily Hook, it looks like she is in 333rd place, about 98th place for women. She's from Bozeman, Montana. In 98th place, we're waiting for her to come through Swift Current. So we'll see if she was able to pick up some more spots.
But if you guys
after
go to
Moonlight.
runsignup.com, you can track it pretty closely as well.
I
Is
think
this
we're
a
looking
view
at
of
Claire right now.
So Claire is after oh no, that's the two dudes are with her. So you know what? That's Griffin Briley who's after making a bit of time on Ryan and Claire. So Griffin is feeling strong, and remember, Griffin Briley has the trifecta in his legs. He is also roughly 18,000 feet into the last 48 hours, which is kind of wild. Emily's just holding in 98, top 100.
Fantastic. We have another shout out in the chat for Josh Gretz from Pennsylvania.
Let's go,
42
Flatland.
years old.
Sea level.
Love to see it. Josh Gretz, well done. We will wait for you at Swift Current. And right now we're looking at some of the race leaders coming up that ascent.
Okay, we have Mikey crossed Lone Peak Summit at 3:25.10. Ryan Becker has crossed 3:29.07, so there was a 4-minute gap. So from Swift Current to Lone Peak, Ryan made a minute back on Mikey and that. So Ryan, they're still in this race. Claire and Griffin are looking fresh coming up this. Claire's after putting a little bit of time on Ryan in this section, but Ryan's still moving well.
Yeah,
this is like the flattish section of the climb.
Yeah, and here it feels really nice to just get a little bit of a break from just that grueling ascent on Lone Peak. I mean, it's a steep grade. Having this little bit of flat can just really rejuvenate people here. So it looks like that's certainly the case for Claire Rhodes, who's making quick work of it. Looks like she's moving well. We've got Hannah Allgood now on our screen.
As we zoom out here now, just keep an eye out for Blue. Actually, no, Jasmine should be a good bit. Is like 5 minutes behind her, so we may not see her in the same visual as Claire.
Sounds like we're getting some reports from Erica from the Swift Current aid station. Sounds like Hannah was saying she was not a fan of all the talus, and Christina looked really strong, and Jasmine was not loving the downhill. So we're going to see what happens, Jasmine. Not loving the downhill.
Jasmine, you have a 3,000-foot descent off of
But if Hannah's not loving the talus, it's all talus on that descent. So it could actually cancel out. If Hannah is struggling on the talus and Jasmine's not loving the downhill, well, we've got a very talus-filled downhill after this ascent. So we'll see what happens here. But, Christina's looking really strong. Maybe this is where she makes a move on these two.
Okay, we got a runner coming in, getting some water. Sunglasses may not be necessary today.
Yeah, but it's always nice to wear sunglasses on your head as an accessory, you know? Oh, and who do we have here at this aid station, Erica?
Cooper?
This is 1707.
Cooper West from Great Falls, Montana.
Cooper West. We were doing some taste testing of the aid station goodies. The gummy bears really hit. They're one of the best things here, I think. Big fan of the golden.
They look delicious. And what did Cooper grab? Were you able to see?
Cooper grabbed a couple of pickle slices, which seemed to be popular.
Ooh, a win. Absolute winning food item at an aid. Yep. Oh, we've got a hug.
1702, Casey Weinman from Eugene, Oregon. How are you doing, Casey?
Casey, how you feeling?
Good. This is fun. I did this race in 2013. So
what? The first ever.
Wow. Back for more. That was one of the first ones, I think.
Yeah, when I was young.
Well, you're looking great. Keep it up. Well done.
So someone who was at top 10 going through Moonlight 2 was Adam Hofer. He seems to have dropped back significantly. So not sure how Adam's feeling out there. This is likely Christina
Trigstad, making her way up the Lone Peak ascent. Man, she's been up this mountain so many times. She probably could do it with her eyes closed. She's just such an incredible contender here at the Rut. Over and over, we just see incredible performances from her. Right now, she's just trailing Jasmine Lowther and Hannah Azowski, who are in second and third, respectively. But it sounds like she could potentially make up some time. I think
this will be her strong point.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, this is the most technical part of the course, the ascent and descent off Lone Peak, and we did get reports that Hannah was not psyched on the Talus, and Jasmine was not feeling the downhill, and both of those things are
exactly what Christina loves.
And both of those things are what's to come. So
you see Chad Trammell out of Alaska just coming out through, smiling. Got his fully loaded with a liter of water.
Way to go, Chad.
He is also, I think, doing the Trifecta.
I think that's right. He's a contender in the Trifecta too. Let's see here.
Oh yeah,
we've got
we see the Trifecta
Scott Patterson,
overall?
Christian Winkler. Chad Trammell's sitting at third for the Trifecta, just behind Christian Winkler. So
but watch out for Griffin Briley, who is ahead of
Chad Trammell.
Scott, or it's Scott Patterson is out of the Trifecta people is currently in first place in the race, but Griffin Briley is there in the top 10, so keep an eye out for Griffin. But he has 30 minutes to make back to catch up with Chad Trammell, who is currently 10 minutes behind him now.
Here we've got the camera still on Christina. She's just moving.
Any sign of the fifth lady through yet, Erica?
No sign yet. We're still patiently awaiting.
Who do we have at the aid station?
Come through.
Who do we have at the
right
station?
Now we have bid 1540 Alec. Getting some water. He's
Alec
wearing North
Reese,
Face shoes.
25-year-old from Denver, Colorado, just making his way through Swift Current.
Oh my God, to be young again, to be
strong.
25 again.
1592 just coming in.
On the main screen here, we're watching Ryan Becker. So Becker is over the top and on the descent. We're watching him pick his way down through the descent. I would say roughly 4 minutes behind Sinceri. We would expect, Erica, you to be seeing Lindsay Allison or Carolyn Harden or Nicole Abma coming through pretty soon. I would guess
Scott in the aid station now, but no sign of the
Scott showing of Haley, Idaho, coming through Swift Current. Looks like he's doing a little bit of a shoe change, our first shoe change of the day. What's he changing into?
Oh, into some Solomon. I don't even know what they are. Just got to get into something dry.
Something dry. We're putting dry shoes on. Smart choice. How you feeling?
Oh, strong. Loving the hills. Looking forward to the next hike.
Is your first 50K, yeah?
First 50.
First 50.
Wow.
And this guy's absolutely slaying it.
Scott showing. Incredible. First 50K the Rut. That is a move.
Bold choice.
You've made better life decisions, buddy.
They say you've made better life decisions, but you're here. We love it.
Way to go, Scott.
The female coming in right now.
Is this Lindsay?
Coming up the hill. It looks to be Lindsay.
Lindsay Allison. Lindsay Allison, our fifth place
so
female.
If we look at the screen, we're actually looking at a couple. We're looking at Ryan Becker and Lindsay Allison.
The duo. Ryan and Lindsay are together. They both live in Telluride and are
It's almost all downhill from here,
competitors.
Lindsay. It's almost all downhill from here.
Erica, how's Lindsay doing?
She's looking good. She is making some smart choices here with fueling, taking a little bit of time. She said she's not feeling 100%, but she's keeping a smile on her face, and that always helps. This is a long race, so a lot can happen in the second half.
And who's the gentleman about to leave? Or grabbing some
bib
food
on this guy over here. Oh yeah, he's checking out the snacks, getting some M&Ms. There's some good stuff. $16.79. Going for the peanut M&Ms.
Oh, that's the move. Calvin Van Ryzen just through Swift Current, and we've got Lindsay Allison, our fifth place female, just doing a little bit of a bottle adjustment, grabbing a few snacks, grabbing her drop bag.
So I guess the next we might see Carolyn Harden. She was about 5 minutes behind her at Moonlight, so unsure what Caroline is, what her strengths are. So 77, this would be, this is Christian Winker. Your brother's doing great, Christian. Your brother is currently in fourth place. Christian is doing all three races. He is in the mix for the trifecta.
Absolutely.
Currently second place in the trifecta behind Scott. So I expect will remain in second place behind Scott Patterson, who was just crushing it in the front.
Christian Winkler, all the way from Germany, here for the rut, doing the trifecta. He's really getting his money's worth, I'd say.
Let's actually double check the Spacken then. Is Spack? It's a town
We
in
have our
Germany.
first jorts competitor, 1706.
Can we get a close? Can we get a close look to see if they're legit jorts?
These are legit jorts.
Oh yeah, homemade denim.
Homemade denim.
There
Oh
we
my
go.
gosh.
I did. I'm going for my third 50K jorts win.
Third 50K jorts win. On
Wow,
the
we've got a
table.
three-peat.
Homemade jorts. 3P. Also with the great kind of tropical shirt. You came to win.
Sam
Sam
Westcott of
Frisco, Colorado.
22 years old.
Wait, it's your third 50K win and you're only 22 for a 50K jorts win. Wow.
You're only 22 and this is your third 50K?
Third rut. Yeah.
Third rut.
Wow. Yeah, that is accurate. Third 50K in jorts and just
Oh my God.
making it look easy here.
Wait
That
till
means
you're
his
our
first
age,
one
buddy.
was- I know. He's got many years ahead of him. Nice work.
And I've got many years behind me.
How many in jorts, though, Patty?
I've done a couple of Mount Tam hill climbs in jorts.
But was that one of the races? Did you do the hill climb race? See?
No, I walked
Yeah,
it slowly and
Sam Westcott
avoided tremendous chafing.
We've got homemade jorts, Sam Westcott for the three-peat jorts win here at the rut at only 22 years old and feeling great.
All of my jorts runs have been involved whiskey as well.
Well, I mean, that goes without saying,
Yeah.
Patty.
They're always on New Year's Eve on Mount Tam drinking whiskey.
We've got
Oh, wow,
Lindsay
so-
did make it out of the aid station here, but she's still kind of hovering at the edge, so I'm not sure if
Okay.
she's going to end up going up Lone Peak. I think she's having a tough day out here. We'll see.
Oh,
We'll
come
keep
on,
an eye
Lindsay.
her.
You got this. You got this.
Lindsay, just always an incredible competitor. She has had some great results this year.
Chad
And I bet,
Trammell
you
with the
know,
big smile there.
all those races underfoot, I'll bet she's feeling it a little bit.
Yeah.
She's raced a lot, and has some great results. Great job, Lindsay.
So one thing from the chat, we realized that, so Caroline Harden, who I think was in...
I don't think she's in the
she's
trifecta.
sixth?
She's not showing up.
Oh, okay.
She's not.
Oh, okay. So
She's at least not showing up in the timing.
don't think she's doing the trifecta, Patty.
Yeah, she's at least not showing up as a trifecta competitor in the
Might be a last minute sign up.
run sign up. Perhaps, yeah.
We were talking about the Winker Bros. They're from Spackingen in Germany, which is okay. So it's in the kind of mountainous part of Germany. So they're likely sea level boys, though. They're just north of the border with Liechtenstein, or with Switzerland and Liechtenstein. Actually, not the border with Liechtenstein, because that is locked between Switzerland and Austria. Paddy has finished his geography lesson now.
To be fair, we have been up since 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And you did a 28K race yesterday. That took, how long did it take you?
3:22. Yeah, we were ripping.
Crazy.
Well, I was ripping until I was crawling over the technical parts, and then I was back to ripping again after we got out of the sketch stuff. I'm no Johnny Luna Lima.
Well, I mean,
So
his
we
descent is just
are
insane.
looking at. I'm guessing what that last shot there was us looking at the fire road where you come out. Hey, how's it going? How are you feeling on that climb? Get that high five. Get that energy.
Shoot, I didn't catch that bit.
So just a moment ago, we had a drone shot of a fire road, and I think that's the fire road right here. I think that's the fire road after the tricky descent that Mike and Sinceri is leading the race down now. So this is the fire road. That is the segment of the race that is finally a runnable section for 2.5 miles and 1,200 feet of descent. I was convinced I was going to run the fastest time there, but Johnny Luna Lima beat me by 2 seconds after running the fastest time off the top as well. So, damn you, Johnny. Damn you. Then again, Johnny is in his 20s, so yeah. Wait till you're 36, buddy. It is unfortunate. I'm going to go on a personal segue here. It's unfortunate they don't have a proper. There isn't a masters thing here because I was the only old man over 35 yesterday.
Oh, give me a break.
But now we're
35?
I'm 36, mind you.
36? Okay, well, Patty, that is still very young and spry.
Patty, talk to me when you hit 38, 39.
38. Christina out here, 39 years of age, and she is chasing her way into the top 3. She's 4th place now.
Christina making it look so good. She is just, I am really excited to see if she can make a move on Hannah or Jasmine on this ascent or descent off Lone Peak. I think it's going to be tough to do because both of them are just incredible competitors, but if anyone can do it, it's Christina because no one else knows the course like she does.
Running water in the comments. I don't know. I think it all went downhill from like 31. I think that was when my he reckons it's going to wait till it goes down after 37. So if it's going to go down any further, oof, sounds like the descent off a Lone Peak. It did get worse as it went on.
I don't know. I mean, this year at 36 years old, you finally finished your first rut. So I think it's only uphill from here, Patty.
Excuse me. I have finished the rut before, but it was a rut that didn't go over the top.
Yeah, but remember you said you didn't count it?
It didn't count.
It's not an official rut unless you hit the peak.
So on my 4th attempt, I finally finished a rut race. Eric LaPuma in the chat. Your friend and hero, Stephen Kirsch. He is still doing well. I think he might be in 5th place. He was pretty neck and neck. Actually, no, he was neck and neck with Lars Arneson.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, David Hedges was just ahead of him, and it seemed like he was moving really well.
Lars had moved ahead of Kirsch as well. Kirsch was very gentle.
Yeah, he had stepped aside. Actually, Stephen Kirsch decided to step aside in the treed area. As you start off of Swift Current, you kind of go through some trees, then you hit the clearing. You're climbing. And then it hits the clearing up Lone Peak. And that's kind of where we saw Stephen Kirsch step aside to let Lars Arneson sort of lead up that climb. So I'm curious to see when we hit that summit, who's ahead, if Stephen's fallen off of him at all.
I'm guessing Stephen is currently living in Seattle. So I'm guessing Stephen is starting to feel hypoxic right now.
Well, Lars Arneson is from Anchorage, so he's also that's
a good point, but they're
not at altitude either.
They're just a different breed.
So it looks like we've got our Jorts competitor here climbing up Lone Peak at just 22 years old. He's done the rut 3 times now, the 50K 3 times now. So just looking awesome. Knows the course well, knows what to expect. Looks like we've got, let's see, who do we have through Swift Current Aid Station?
For those at home, we actually do have the earlier runners finishing here up at the rut 11K. So that's what you see on the screen is not the 50K finishers. These are the 11K finishers. We're going to give them a little bit of time as they've been out there for 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 34 seconds. So we'd like to try to showcase all the races here and give everybody a little bit of love. Yeah, they're all competitors, right? We've all been on this mountain. We've all done what challenges us, and we actually had, who you guys will all get to see later, Brittany Charbonneau. She ran the race today, and she's heading up so that we can catch her later today up at Andesite. So what an awesome support crew you guys are. Shout out to all the commentators, the field team. Like, you guys are all amazing, and Mountain Outpost thanks you.
Well, thanks to Mountain Outpost for this incredible footage at the rut. First time we've had cameras out on this spectacular course, and it is such a feat to be able to get the drones out there and the cameras all over this remote mountainous course. So kudos to Mountain Outpost for sure. And right now we're watching the 11K finishers today. We've got 2 races happening. We've got the 11K and we've got the 50K. And right now we're watching the 11K finishers come through. They are just look at this. Someone's carrying their kid. Just awesome energy here. Really, really great to see. You know, it looks like we've had, gosh, I'm scrolling. We've got quite a few finishers so far. Looks like we've had over 500 finishers so far at the 11K. So really great showing for this race. And what an awesome course that, you know, just gives you a great taste of what the rest of these race courses look like. And while it doesn't go up Lone Peak, you just get such a great sense of the area. And look at this finisher. How old was that person?
Just missed it.
We've got a
Honestly, it had to have been 8, maybe?
Yeah, I can't. We got a runner also racing the 11K.
He was on the podium yesterday at
we
the
got a
Runs
onesie.
Run and wanted to come step up his game to the toddler ultras.
The toddler ultras. That was incredible. Love to see it. We got our first onesie that I've seen finish the 11K.
Our teammate Brittany Charbonneau, I saw her at 5 o'clock this morning as I was getting ready to come commentate, and she was getting ready to come race the 11K, and she said her biggest worry was the many 10 and 11-year-old competitors who were going to crush her out there.
Oh, and it looks like we're back to the 50K course here. I couldn't quite catch that bib number of who this person is, but looks like they're making great work of the ascent. Just running up that one switchback, doing some power hiking right now, but definitely a little bit of spring to a step at the beginning there. Maybe a little bit slower on this power hike, but looking really good.
I think that because I think that
awesome.
I'm pretty sure that was Mike Cappy who was in the top 10. Oh, it is. How's it going?
Yeah, looking good.
He was in the top 10, I think, last year. He was in the mix. We shared a couple of miles on the 50K last year. Out of Salt Lake City, Utah.
Mike Cappy. No stranger to the rut, it sounds like.
We must be pretty loud on the microphone.
And we're back to Erica at Swift Current.
Yep, we got a quick update here. So Lindsay Allison did drop out, unfortunately. She was not having the best day. Talked to her a little bit. I think she was super bummed to drop, but was having some kind of interesting heart stuff going on. So decided to play it safe, which is always a smart call. But then we did just have 5th and 6th come through. It looked like it was Megan and Ella. They were neck and neck when they left the aid station. It seemed like they made some big moves since being at on the backside of the mountain and came through, left the aid station together. So they are now your, I think, 5th and 6th women and just left here.
Okay, so Carolyn Harden is in, no, because we missed, Carolyn Harden is in 5th.
Haven't seen her through.
She passed through, maybe not. Sorry. I
don't think she's been
here.
I'm talking shite.
Megan Drake and Ella
Ratliff.
Yeah. So Megan Drake from
Utah.
Not refresh. Ella Ratliff from Colorado. We did not get to see them come through Swift Current, but Erica is just letting us know that they are now sitting in 5th and 6th place, and it looks like they're pretty close together. So they'll probably be able to work off of each other up this climb here. And
big time.
Really excited to see some camera footage of them and see how they look.
Some people that we may have missed coming through. Actually, I was just literally about to mention him. We just saw crossing on the main screen Galen Peterson, who is currently 2nd place in the Trifecta. Galen
Peterson, another Trifecta competitor. Awesome work out there. I mean, that is just such a grueling race.
Galen is chasing Christian Winker, I bet, for the... I'm going to pull up the Trifecta... results. The Trifecta currently for the men was Griffin.
We've got Nicole Abma coming through. Swift Current sitting at about 7th place. She is going to probably crush this climb. I think her strategy was to take it out a bit more conservatively, so I have a feeling we're going to see a lot from her in the second part of the race. So definitely someone to watch right here. Nicole Abma filling up her bottles. Our 7th place female, just behind Ella Ratliff and Megan Drake.
So 5th, 6th, and 7th ladies
coming through.
are all pretty tight, and 8. Got Caroline Harden.
Caroline Harden, our 8th female, just behind Nicole Abma. Erica, how is everyone looking there?
Good. Nicole Admiral looked really strong. She filled up, seemed relaxed. She's kind of cruising out of here pretty slow and steady. We got Caroline filling up water too. It's all business when we get into these aid stations. You got to make sure you get the fuel and the hydration you need before heading out. But a pretty tight group. A lot could happen in the second half here.
One thing about
Caroline, how are
Nick
you feeling?
Abma,
Not great, but thanks.
You got it. You got it. Second half, things are going to turn around.
one thing about
This is a hard
Nicole
spot.
Abma is I talked to her yesterday, and she was kind of concerned about these climbs, even though she lives in Canmore, where there are just incredible mountains like this all over the place. She was wanting to go a little conservative so that she could really put the pressure onto the back half. And that girl is a descender and a speedster, so I would love to see her move up a little bit. The other thing I love about her is she not always smiling on the course?
I think she's smiling the entire time.
I don't think I've ever seen her on a course, even in the depths of the pain cave, not smiling and like looking like she really loves this.
It's awesome to see.
Okay,
So, man, I mean, these runners are at about 18 miles here at Swift Current, 18 miles into the race, and a lot of vert, but still a lot to go. They've climbed about 6,000 feet, but they still have that 2,300-foot climb to the summit of Lone Peak. So, I mean, at this point of the race, the wheels haven't come off yet, but they could pretty soon if you didn't pace yourself right.
So I think that's the top 8 ladies through Swift Current Aid Station. And if we look at the overall and we look at Lone Peak itself, we have the top 9 people are through. So I expect we are going to see our women's race leader through Lone Peak very soon. But we have Griffin Briley, who was through the summit in 3:55. We have Andrew Wise through in 3:53. So Andrew was who... Oh, yeah, and then we have Stephen Kirsch in 3:49, Lars Arneson in 3:47, 8 minutes ahead, David Hedges in 3:39, 5 minutes ahead, Florian Winker, 3:34.52, a minute ahead of him, Scott Patterson, and then Ryan Becker and Mikey Sinceri, second and first.
And here we've got some of the ladies going up this climb right now. So the big screen.
Tight pack of ladies, I think.
So awesome. See, this must be what just happened to my screen? This must be Megan Drake and Ella Ratliff making their way up this climb right now.
Oh, they got up through the trees quick. So Megan would be in 5th. Megan and Ella are 5th and 6th.
We'll see if we can get any bib numbers to confirm who's who. Erica, how are things at the aid station right now at Swift Current?
Things are great. It smells like bacon out here. They are cooking up fresh bacon for folks. It is amazing.
Oh my God. Stop
Wow.
talking to us about bacon.
Could you bring us some?
Oh, good. I might need to steal some. We got Nathan coming through the aid station. Nathan, how are you feeling?
Nathan Iltis of Bozeman,
Really good.
Montana. Former Wisconsinite, actually.
It's a beautiful day, perfect weather. Pickle juice and Coke works really well.
Pickle juice and Coke, folks.
What?
That's the magic elixir.
Wow.
All right.
Thanks for asking.
See you at the top of Lone Peak.
Great job to Nathan. Nathan lives in Bozeman, Montana, grew up in Wisconsin. I think, how many times has he done the rut, Erica? Do we know?
Say that one more time.
How many times has he done the rut?
I think this might be his first time doing the 50. It's a great question, though.
Matt McCone,
Nathan,
Swift
have you
Current is
done
at
the 50
mile
before?
18, 30K mark.
Okay.
I like the route today.
Okay.
I like it's an improvement. We're going to the summit. Hell yeah.
He says, hell yeah. They do not.
They do not.
Great vibes from
Okay,
Nathan.
so
And who
here
do we have
is-
here? Looks like we have another
We got
female.
Oh, we got 2 coming in. They're really close.
And who do we have here, Erica?
It's like bib 1340. And then 1504 is looks like she's rounding out the
Yeah,
top
that's
10.
Jocelyn. That's Jocelyn Peterson, who I think is in
1348.
15. Oh, so 1504 and 1348 are both true.
Yep, they're both.
Jocelyn
That's Jocelyn
Peterson.
Peterson and Amy King in 9th
Yep.
and 10th. Jocelyn from Boulder, Colorado. Amy King from Jackson, Wyoming. So they're true together. Okay. Moose tracks already?
Oh, no.
Oh my God. So
We just got reports that Michelino Sinceri
we expect
is
Michelino.
almost through the Moose Tracks area, which is
The bottom of the fire. So there's a long fire. After you get off the technical part, you have a bit of a douche grade fire road climb, and then you're into a long fire road descent. Fire road and single track, but runnable single track descent. I think he is on the fire road right now, so he's kind of halfway through that runnable descent. So he is about where there was an aid station yesterday, Moose Tracks. He's about maybe a mile and a half from there. So he's got a big runnable section right ahead of him. He has a big runnable section just behind him. And soon enough, he is going to be starting that climb up to Andesite. Looking how quick he's through this time, is he going to be able to make? We just ticked up over 4 hours and 1 minute. Is he going to be able to get under 5 hours? I'm going to do a little bit of maths here in my head.
looks like we've got a drone kind of searching for some of the runners descending off that backside of Lone Peak.
Yeah. So they've already passed Shedhorn aid station, correct? Gone through Shedhorn, which wasn't there yesterday.
Yeah, Shedhorn was not part of
Shedhorn
the
is the
28K.
top of the douche grade fire road climb, and then you're into 2.5 miles of descent down to the bottom before Moose Tracks. So from here, he only has 6 miles to go, but he does have a substantial climb. So you gotta move, Mikey. So we are looking at Clare Roads, but then who's in a blue shirt
That might
behind
be- is
Clare
that
Roads?
Jazz?
That is not Jasmine, is it?
No.
So Claire is using the rope, stumbling a little bit. It is
It
quite
could be Jasmine
steep.
and Hannah. Because Hannah was wearing a pink, she had a pink sleeve, and Jasmine was wearing blue. I think we're seeing
have
our
the
top three women.
ladies within 20 seconds of each other coming up to the summit.
We are seeing a race right now, folks. We've got Claire Rhodes winning the race at the moment, but Jasmine Lowther has made up considerable time. If I would like to make
Jasmine
sure we
and Hannah.
confirm that, and then followed by Hannah Azowski, also known as Hannah Allgood, following right behind. This is wow. This is exciting.
Okay, Luke Webster is over the top in 10th place at 4 hours 57 seconds, so 2 minutes ago. Yeah, so both Ryan Raff and Claire Rhodes have dropped back a little bit, with Griffin and Luke passing them both. Holy moly.
Wow, I'm speechless right now, honestly. This is, I feel like,
So
more of a race than
Claire will have looked over her shoulder undoubtedly in the last few minutes and would have seen the blue shirt, the IKB blue of that Jasmine's wearing.
And one thing to keep in mind here, folks, is Claire Rhodes is the Mount Marathon champion this year. We know Claire can descend just better than almost anyone.
Yeah.
And we've already seen that happen today. There's been some technical descents that they've already covered, and she looked incredible. We know Jasmine, we had reports at Swift Current Aid Station that she was saying she was not psyched on the downhills. So we could see Jasmine strategically trying to make up some ground right now on the ascent, knowing that she might lose a bit of time to Claire on that mile-long descent off of the backside of Lone Peak. So, we'll have to see how it shakes out. But right now, we've definitely seen Jasmine and Hannah make up considerable time on
insane.
Claire.
But if you're a Claire Rhodes in this situation, you just need to not panic. You've got a lot of it's a change of terrain now. You've got the descent. Yeah. If you have something in your legs, you can push a little bit here. Don't panic. There's a lot of racing left to go. But wow, this is very impressive. So Sinceri is, after coming off the fire road, he's onto the mountain bike track. One moment,
Look at that stride.
Just above where he was, there was a mountain bike ramp that you had to ramp over. So I think he's just after doing the ramp. He is about 3/4 of a mile, I would guess, maybe a mile from the bottom of the Andesite climb. 55 minutes, 6 miles to go. He's going to have to run this Andesite climb real hard. He is coming out. So this location here is where the Moose Tracks aid station was yesterday.
And he's currently running really hard, so he might be able to keep that up and run up hard as well. But it'll be interesting to see if his downhill legs are better than his uphill legs at the moment, because his downhill legs sure looked great. Because he was just on a good
thing
descent.
about where Mikey just was, you're
Great
about
strides.
3/4 of a mile as the crow flies from the finish. You can hear the finish line.
All right, so
still have 6 miles to go.
We're seeing, so Claire right now is off the summit of Lone Peak. She is descending. She's just started to descend. She's still in the lead of the race. We've got Jasmine or Hannah right behind her. All three of them were coming up that ascent together.
Jasmine. Yeah.
Okay, so
Jasmine.
we're at Claire Rhodes trailing her, Jasmine Lowther in second. She has made up a ton of time on Claire, but we'll see what happens on the descent. We've got Hannah Azowski currently at the aid station at the top, about to start making the descent following Jasmine. So we're looking at the top 3 ladies neck and neck right now.
This is wild.
This is Patty. This is crazy.
It's absurd. People that we have missed in that. So Luke Webster crossed over in 10th place. Wesley Perkins at 19 years of age. So Griffin Briley in 9th overall, and Wesley Perkins 11th overall, 18 and 19 years of age. Both from Park City, Utah. So I wonder, are they training partners? They are mixing
if they're not,
up
we should make sure they
for sub 20-year-olds.
Yeah.
And then we missed Charlie Micheletz from Helena, Montana, relatively local. 22 years of age. Oh my God, I'm aging myself here. Across the top. And then I don't think Ryan Raff has crossed yet, so he's fallen back, I think. But Claire Rhodes, Jasmine Lowther, and Hannah Azowski are all across.
So we'll see where Christina Trigstad-Sari is. She definitely, we've seen great performances from her coming up and down off Lone Peak. So we'll see if she's made up any time as well. But we haven't had any camera on her yet. And here's Michelino. Back to Michelino, I believe.
So this is an
Cruising.
overgrown. This is like through a treat section after the yesterday's Moose Tracks aid station. No aid station today. So this is a really runnable section. It's actually after flattening out a little bit now. In the next 2 to 3 minutes, he'll be hitting the bottom of the completely unnecessary Andesite climb. It is pretty rough at this stage of the race.
Yeah, if Patty had it his way, he would just take a shovel to it and get rid of that climb.
Yeah. I would. You were half a mile from the finish when he passed that Moose Tracks aid station. Mike Foot, you could have just finished it there.
No.
But no.
Got to add in a little bit more.
So what? There's total 10,000 feet of elevation in this race. So Mikey just has 1,000-foot climb to go. So he is 9,000 foot done. 1,000 foot of climbing and 1,000 foot descent to go.
He is just ripping this course today. Michelino, he knows this course well. He went out off the gun from the start, made a gap on the field. Really, literally within a minute, he was ahead of the field, and I don't think anyone's kind of seen him since. So it's definitely Michelino's race to lose at this point, and I think he's probably kind of just time trialing. I think he was hoping to get a fast time on this course, of course, wanting to win, but I think he kind of knew, well, if I run a specific time, maybe
Okay, so
5
one
hours,
thing, if you're looking at the runsignup.com, both Claire and Jasmine were missed by the tracker. There is a very narrow tracking band at the top that may have ran to the left or to the right of it, so they were not updated on the live tracker. But don't worry, both Claire Rhodes and Jasmine Lowther are true in first and second place, just ahead of Anna Ozowski. And Hannah went through in 4:06:05. Jasmine was 10 seconds ahead of her. Claire was 10 seconds ahead of her.
Yes, so
top 3,
20
seconds apart.
Tracker is off.
This is wild.
Claire, then Jasmine, then Hannah. Claire and Jasmine are not showing up on the tracker. So just everyone, please keep that in mind. We've got Claire Rhodes still in first place. Jasmine Lowther, her bib still isn't clicking in, but she is in second place. And we've got Hannah Ozowski in third off of the summit. So the timing is incorrect right now.
Watching this view here, we can see we have not seen Hannah appear yet. So Hannah may have taken, there she is. So Hannah took some time at the aid station, maybe topping up water, and she seems to be descending a little bit slower than Claire and Jasmine. Claire and Jasmine are just throwing down now. They're both aware. Claire's definitely aware that Jasmine is hot in her heels. They're going to keep riding this ridge till the end, just above the snow there, and then they take a left turn and descend down the face to the left-hand side that we cannot see towards the Shedhorn aid station. So we seem to miss the tracker for both Claire and Jasmine. Unsure if we missed Ryan Raff's as well, or Luke Galloway's, or if they have dropped back. Given her strength, Christina Trisgad-Sari, I expect, will be at the summit pretty soon as well.
Yeah, we are expecting Christina.
Oh, she is over the summit. So Luke Galloway was right behind Anna in a 3 minutes back, 4:09:25, and 4:09:53. So 40 seconds ago, Christina just crossed the summit. The top 4 ladies are within. Oh my God! The top 4 ladies are within 3.5-4 minutes of each other across Lone Peak Summit.
So
this women's race is wild. Ryan Becker is just going over the mountain bike ramp.
Oh,
that is Ryan shredding the ramp. Did not fall.
Cruising through. Upright. Ryan Becker sitting in, I believe, second place behind Michelino Sinceri. Ryan Becker, definitely no stranger to the rut. He is just cruising through this race right now. Definitely going to put up a fast time. He's still got quite a bit of descending and then that gnarly andesite climb to go.
Yeah, he just says maybe he's, I would guess, 3/4 of a mile behind, maybe 6 minutes behind Sinceri. Actually, we should have an update from Shedhorn.
And just
actually, none of these runners updated at Shedhorn, so the Shedhorn tracker did not update. So we are not going to be able to track. It seems the Shedhorn tracker may not be working, so we're not going to have an idea beyond what we see from the drones. We're not going to have an idea till Andesite about how much gap is between these people.
And just something to keep in mind here. So at the summit, the top 4 women were within 4 minutes of each other from first to fourth.
That is wild.
And it's wild. And that sort of visibility range from this on that face of Lone Peak is about 5 minutes. So if you're within 5 minutes of someone ahead or behind you, once you're on that Lone Peak face, you can see them. So Christina certainly was able to see the other ladies ahead of her, and if they looked back, they were probably able to see her as well. So even though from our vantage point on the drone, we were not able to see Christina in that lineup, we were just able to see those top 3, she is very much in the mix and should not be discounted. She is still in it. Christina Trigstad-Sari has won this race before. Of all of the competitors in the women's field today, she has had the most experience on this course, so do not discount Christina. She is out here to make some noise, and would not be surprised to see if she's going to make any moves. But in the meantime, please keep in mind the tracker is off. Claire Rhodes is first right now. Jasmine Lowther is just behind her, followed by Hannah Ozowski, who did take a little bit of time at the summit to just refill her bottle. And Hannah Ozowski is sitting in third. So we've got Claire, Jasmine, Hannah, and then behind her is Christina. So we have a race on our hands on the women's side right now, and it is exciting.
This is just, I'm feeling nauseous just thinking about being part of that race. We're watching Ryan Becker descending the single track down to the bottom of Andesite. I would expect Sinceri is now starting the Andesite climb. He has 46 minutes to do that 1,000-foot climb, which one can tend to do in about 10 minutes if you're going hard. And then it's all kind of downhill to the end. I think Mikey's probably around mile 25 now. 5 miles to go.
I think about mile 25. Michelino Sinceri, our men's race leader, at about mile 25. Few miles to go. Cruising through the trees.
The start of the climb up Andesite, where I expect Mikey is now, is like 24.5. So he has 5.5 miles to go. Where we're looking on the visual right now is about half a mile back from that, maybe a little bit more. So he has about 6.5 to go, Ryan Becker.
For the women's trifecta, we've got Jenna Greaser, Carly Bostrom, Melissa Davis, Jody Sanborn, and Megan McCarthy sitting in the top 5 before this race. And a lot can happen after this 50K. So we'll see how the women's trifecta shakes out after today. But right now, Jenna Greaser is just ahead of Carly Bostrom for the trifecta lead. So we'll be keeping an eye on that race as well as this 50K unfolds. Looking back at the 11K race, the other race that's happening here today. This is the finish. 11K racers are coming through. They started at, I believe, 7:30 a.m. today. Great job to all of our 11K racers. And that's just such a great course, Patty. I mean, I haven't actually done it, but I've seen parts of it.
So the interesting about the 11K course, it is the last loop that the 50K do, that the one that Mikey and Ryan are on now, that in reverse. So it's like the last 6.5 miles of the course. So some of these 11K runners are actually, Mikey is going to meet some of the 11K runners, like maybe the very back of the pack on their descent. Mikey's going to be meeting them on the climb more than likely.
And what a fun re-entry back into the world. You know, you see other people, see other faces, everyone's excited, and you know, it'll be really fun. It'll be really fun for Michelino to see everyone out there trying to complete the 11K. That was an awesome sprint into the finish line. Great job, 11K racers.
So if we're looking back up to Lone Peak, remembering that some people have been missed coming through there. Chad Trammell from the who is doing the trifecta is through. Scott Shohan from Idaho is through. Cam Yeaman is through, and Cooper West is also through.
And Shedhorn is not working, so that time, if you're looking at the live timing at all, Michelino is through, and who is all through Shedhorn at this point?
I would expect both Michelino and Ryan, and I expect Scott Patterson and potentially Florian Winker at this stage.
Yeah, so the Shedhorn tracker is not currently working, but
because they were only 8 and 9 minutes. Certain Fort was only 8 and 9 minutes behind.
We've seen people come through that.
Mikey. So I expect the gap of, I think Becker may have made some time, but he is probably 3 minutes behind Mikey, I would guess.
We're back.
This is our first view of Patterson in
Scott Patterson.
I think we see that he's wearing. I think that guy is wearing a dress shirt, elk dress shirt.
Yeah,
that's Scott Patterson.
It's a little pixelated, so it's we're trying to interpret it, but it looks like Scott Patterson's stride as well.
So he is true. This is where the Moose Tracks aid station was yesterday. He's about to connect to a little bit of single track, continuing downhill for about half a mile, 3/4 of a mile, before starting to climb up to Andesite. I would guess at Lone Peak, it was Mikey, 4 minutes back to Ryan, 4 minutes back to Scott. I think that split is probably still pretty accurate.
Yeah, and you know, Scott Patterson's doing 2 races right now. He's competing in the 50K, but he is also competing in the trifecta because he has done the VK and the 28K prior to the 50K, and he is currently the leader for the trifecta, and he's currently in 3rd place for the 50K. So, I mean, he is taking home some hardware this weekend, Patty. What an amazing athlete.
A couple of people in the chat are asking about how the timer. It isn't the competitive timing app. It is. I think that link I just dropped in there should get you to it. Yeah, I think competitive timing will give you the results, but I think run sign up is giving us the live updates.
Yeah.
But there are some people missing off of this, so take what you read with a grain of salt.
Jasmine Lowther has not been showing up on the tracker. Jasmine Lowther is currently the female runner up to Claire Rhodes, who is leading the women's race. We've got Claire Rhodes, followed closely behind is Jasmine Lowther. And after her, Hannah Ozowski in third place. They are very close after the summit of Lone Peak. We saw them all within about 30 seconds of each other at the summit there. So it'll be really interesting to see how the descent shakes out, who still has the legs for it. That descent is so hard.
I'm wondering,
very
are we
technical and just grueling.
other person who's missing, who we would have expected to seen over Lone Peak Summit by now, but is missing for the tracker? I'm guessing Ryan Raff may have come through, but his tracker didn't update.
Yeah. Oh, and another update too after Swift Current, we did see Lindsay Allison drop out of the race today. She was not feeling great, and understandably so. She has done a ton of racing this year and has had amazing success, and so kudos to Lindsay for listening to her body and doing what she needs to do for herself. So congratulations on some great races this year, Lindsay, and we're excited to see you back at the Ret next year.
It's cool to see the skills of the drone operators, that the fact they're able to track people through pretty thick forestry. Thank you for your skill sets, guys.
And we're back at the finish line of the 11K. We'll see if anyone else is coming through here. I don't know when the 11K cutoff is, but I think it's still a little, I'm not sure. But here we are, finish line. This is where the 50K runners will be coming through as well. But we still have some time before we see any 50K racers. So right now we're just waiting to see if any more 11K runners are going to come through the finish line after cruising through the reverse part of the last part of the 50K course.
Yeah, some of the most impressive movement I think we've seen in the top 20, 30 overall runners was Christina Trisgatsari, Luke Webster, and I think Luke Galloway. Oh, his name is gone now. And Luke Galloway. They all went from being in the 30s up to being in that 10th to 15th position. So they were strong through the mountainous section. Expect them to continue to be strong through the Lone Peak climb and descent. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Luke Webster making his move further up, maybe Luke Galloway breaking into top 10, and Christina chasing down the top 3. So now here we are at the Andesite aid station, expecting to see Sansiri, I would guess, in the coming 5 minutes through here, leading the men's race.
So this is the final aid
station. Let's go.
station.
So this aid station.
There's Heather Mooney.
2016, I ran through this aid station, and I was in 6th place, and they were offering me shots of whiskey. Tequila. Sorry.
Tequila, Patty, come on. So we just saw on the left, Heather Mooney volunteering at Andesite today. She raced the 21K the other day. And
have you guys been doing shots yet? If anyone is going to take a shot, it would probably be Mike Sansiri. Let's see if he does.
Yeah, I honestly, what do you think? I'm gonna bet that he takes a shot.
I'm gonna bet he doesn't.
Okay, all right, Patty and I are betting that. I'm betting Michelino takes a shot, and Patty's betting that he does not.
I hope he does, but I don't think he will.
If anyone's going to, it'd be him.
He wants this sub 5 a bit too much. From here, it's 4 miles to the finish. Runnable trail, you can do some 6-minute miles on the way down, but then you do have a little bit of a climb up to the finish. So I think if we see him under 4:30, I think there's a reasonable chance he can go under 5.
When I put this together, my predicted time was 10:26. That was my predicted split
for him
the
coming
men's
through.
leader.
So in 3 minutes.
Okay, so we'll expect to see him any minute now. Michelino Sansiri, our race leader today. Definitely no stranger to the rut. Knows this course really well. Has had some incredible performances here, and it looks like we are seeing yet again another amazing showing from Michelino.
Becker's 3-4 minutes back, but like if Mikey continues to run well.
And can we talk about Ryan Becker? He can win a VK, win a 50K. I mean, he's got some serious
very
range.
impressive range.
Ryan Becker is just always bringing the heat no matter the distance. Ryan Becker was, is he the third place finisher at the VK?
He was third
He
at
was
the
the
VK.
third place finisher at the VK this year, and we've seen so many incredible results from him across all of the mountain races in the U.S. I mean, he is always someone to watch, and that is yet again the case today with Ryan Becker. He is currently trailing Michelino in second place. He lives in Telluride, so he's definitely acclimatized to the altitude of the course. I mean, they are just sitting above 7,500 feet the entire time. The start and finish is at about 7,500 feet above sea level, and the summit of Lone Peak is at over 11,000 feet above sea level. So they are just high up there the entire time.
So a little update from Lone Peak. So more runners who are through in the top 20 to 25. Alec Rice made it through. Noah Brown. Christian Winker, brother of Florian, who is currently rolling in the top 5, made it through. Christian is doing the Triple Crown, so expect him to compete with expect him to be in a tight race with Griffin Briley. Griffin Briley is currently 20 minutes ahead of Christian in this race, but Christian I think was 30 minutes ahead of Griffin in the overall trifecta time, so that
You guys,
expect that to be tight.
It is a race in the trifecta right now. We have some seriously close competitors, so we might see quite a shakeup today with Griffin Briley making his way up the results in the trifecta, but definitely are seeing Scott Patterson likely secure his win here today for the trifecta, and right now he's in third place in the 50K. So Scott Patterson, just absolute machine.
Casey Wyman also through the top. Adam Hofer, who we were looking for earlier, who was in the top 10 earlier in the stage prior to Moonlight 2, he is through the top. He is still at 41 years of age from Madison, Wisconsin. Adam's still moving well, currently sitting in, I think, in like 26th place. Sam Westcott also through the top from Frisco, Colorado. I think we were talking to him.
He's the first place jorts guy.
First place jorts guy.
Sam Westcott, our jorts competitor, might be a three-peat jorts win for Sam at just 22 years old. So pretty impressive stuff. And man, I just want to talk about Adam Hofer for a second, because Madison, Wisconsin. So I'm from Wisconsin originally, and it was so much fun coming out to the mountains growing up, but it is so hard to travel out here, try to compete at the level that Adam is competing at, especially on such a technical course. I mean, what incredible athlete Adam Hofer is from Madison, Wisconsin. I mean, Wisconsin, incredible state. You actually have some great terrain over there, but really nothing like the technicality of the trails in Montana. I mean, there's really no other race like it in the country. So great job to Adam. 41 years old, Madison, Wisconsin. That is just really impressive.
So no sign of Sinceri yet. Zach's predicted time was what for 10:27?
I'm just getting
26.
an update, a text update from Andesite, the turn right before Andesite. Michelino has 7 minutes on Ryan Becker. Ryan Becker has 8 minutes on Scott
we can
Patterson.
see Mikey on the screen now.
So turn just before Andesite. We've got Michelino. Here he is charging up the climb. Last climb of the day-ish, true. There is a little bit more, but this is the last major climb of the day. So Michelino Sinceri crushing it right now, about 7 minutes ahead of Ryan Becker at that last turn. Ryan Becker about 8 minutes ahead of Scott Patterson at the last turn. So we're gonna.
So where was that coming from? That was coming from the bottom of Andesite?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Mikey's going to be cutting it tight for a sub 5 time. However, the course record is 5:04:17 for David Sinclair. He can do it. He can do it from here. And look at that look at that motivation in his face. Mike sincerely wants this above all. Andesite. The top of Andesite. just over 4 miles, like 4.25 miles. Let's go, Mikey.
Sounds like we're also getting some
No
reports.
shots, no water.
Shoot, yeah, you won. Patty wins.
I
Patty
win.
won the bet.
I won a shot.
Michelino, I'm disappointed in you. You let me down.
Looking at his watch, we know he's looking
He is
at that
time trialing right now, folks. Michelino is looking at his watch because he is trying to get the course record today. So we will see if it goes down, but he is pushing hard, looking at his watch. We're going to see if he can make it happen. If anyone can, it's him. And he's looking like he could have it. So we'll see here. And I just got a report as well that Florian Winker, right behind Scott Patterson. It sounds like he's pretty close to Scott.
Excellent.
So Scott Patterson in third. Florian Winker is not going to give it to him easily. So we could see some shake up here.
We're looking at the fire road now for the finally a runnable section descent, I think. I think we're looking at that. So that's after the technical part of the descent. That's the fire road down towards the Moose Tracks area, I think. I think that's where the drone is looking at. Other people who are through the top of Glow and Peak, we have Calvin Van Ryzen, Galen Peterson, who is competing in the Trifecta, who is in the top 5 of the Trifecta, also through. No sign of a Ryan Raff update, so I'm guessing we might just have missed Ryan's.
I think we just missed Ryan again. Ryan Raff having a great
Okay,
day
wait,
out
green.
there.
So this is yes. Coming off the fire road onto the single track is Lars Arneson, who, unless we miss someone, unless we miss David Hedges, Lars might be in. Or is that Hedges? I thought I saw green, but maybe my eyesight is just gone. Yeah, that's green. Is it?
I cannot tell. It's a little too pixelated. Oh, yeah, that's green.
That's
yeah,
green.
That's
So
green.
that's Lars
Arneson.
Arneson.
We don't know exactly.
We don't know if we
what
missed
he's
Hedges.
at.
Not Hedges is wearing a ground coloured
Yeah.
shirt, so we may have missed him. The drone lad may have missed him.
Yeah, so Lars Arneson, not exactly sure where he's at, but certainly within the
5th or 6th.
Yeah, certainly close to that sort of 5th place.
So now he's going over the mountain bike ramp.
See how he fares over this.
Stop, pause.
Looks like
and
he
down.
fared well. Lars Arneson over the mountain bike ramp, descending down towards that Andesite climb, looking great. We do not know if he is 5th or 6th, but he is likely one of those places unless something absolutely crazy has happened, which, you know,
Anything can happen,
yeah, anything can happen out here.
that long
so.
descent.
I just want to shout out to Emma Keating, our first non-binary racer at the moment. They are from Bozeman, Montana, and they haven't come through Swift Current quite yet, but nice job to Emma, who's currently winning the non-binary race at the moment.
Okay, here we got Claire, who is at. Okay, so this is our first view from the Shedhorn aid station. We got Claire still in the lead.
Claire Rhodes still leading the women's race as far as we can tell, coming through Shedhorn aid station. This is our first time we're able to get any data at Shedhorn. So it's great to see. We've got Claire coming through here.
Unless we cannot confirm if if we did, or can we confirm if Jasmine has not passed through? We would presume. We've not seen any evidence of that.
As far as
so
we're
Claire
aware,
is through in 4:33. To give a matter of perspective, we can't give that because you don't know when Mikey passed through. Okay, and this is where the Moose Tracks aid station was yesterday.
Lars Arneson.
This is Lars Arneson of Anchorage, Alaska.
Lars Arneson. We haven't seen David Hedges in a bit, but we're guessing he's around here. Lars Arneson. He came off Lone Peak Summit in 6th. Do not know if he's past David Hedges or not. Stephen Kirsch might be around here as well. So we'll see if we can get any reports of where anyone else is. But right now we're just watching Lars Arneson cruise through the trail section here. How are you feeling at this point, Patty? Yesterday.
Oh, really good actually. This was the runnable. This is the runnable section.
Yeah.
No, it was like the California butter. I was trying to find Jackson Cole. I knew he was ahead of me. I think through Moose Tracks he was 5 minutes ahead of me. I managed to get up to cut that down to 3 minutes, but I think I needed another mile or two of running, of fast running.
Yeah, you were a bit in no man's land at that point.
Yeah, I was in
Yeah.
no man. I didn't go over and back with another runner from. I was in 5th from the bowl before Headwaters.
Yeah.
And just stuck there. Fearful of the people to catch me, but also hopeful that I was going to catch someone ahead of me, which I did not.
But a
it's
great
weird hoping
race.
for someone else to have some misery.
And here we go. Here is Ryan Becker working those poles today. He's been using them a lot. It's awesome to see. Love to see it. I'm a big pole gal myself, so love to see the poles. Ryan Becker is just crushing the climb up to Andesite.
One thing with Ryan, he is, I
many
think,
minutes
if he runs well, he is going to race into the top 10 times. He is.
Let's see how many minutes here.
Well,
So
he's
still
about a minute
7.
from crossing, and Mikey passed at high 4:29. So let's just say he's probably
Still
6 minutes back.
6 minutes. So Ryan Becker, about roughly 6 minutes back from Michelino. Big smile. He always has a smile on his face. He makes it look so fun.
It's kind of half smile,
It's
half
really
grimace.
hard.
Shot,
Okay, maybe it's
shot,
lower.
shot, 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 shot.
Let's see. Will Ryan Becker take a shot at Andesite aid station? That is the question.
I don't see anyone in his face offering it. Shot, 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 shot. Yes, he heard me.
He's thinking about
no
it.
tequila?
He's thinking about it.
All right, Ryan, let's go.
So this is nunchuck mode for the poles. I like to call it nunchuck mode, but looks like putting those poles away. He is getting into the
I'm loving the grooves of the guy
descent
behind the table. He is
mode.
just
Maybe
dancing.
he's got tequila in his bottle.
We got a Luke Webster, who I think is after making some time through the field there.
Ryan Becker leaving Andesite aid station, chasing after Michelino Sinceri. Ryan Becker is having an awesome
So
day,
I think
running
it's
an
still
amazing
7.
race.
So the gap is 7 minutes.
He's had a podium at the VK on Friday, and we're going to see another notch up on the podium for Ryan Becker today. I mean, anything can happen still, but
So the number one men's
he might
time.
be our second place guy. We'll
The
see.
course record is 5:04 by Sinclair. The 10th fastest time is Morgan Elliott, 5:24. So Becker has about 20 minutes. Is that Hannah? Is that Hannah all good? I guess coming into. Oh no, this is Ryan. Is this literally Ryan just after leaving?
Yeah. This is
The
Ryan.
pink is his arms, not his arm sleeves. Okay. Yeah, that's him starting the descent. But there's a 20-minute spread on the top 10 men's times. So I think chances are he is likely racing his way into the top 10 times here.
Absolutely.
Will Mikey take the course record? He has 27 minutes to do that. I expect he's not going to be far off it. Will he go under 5? Holy moly, he has to hammer. So we're looking at Shedhorn Aid Station. I cannot place who this is, but I would guess it is someone in around the top 10.
Is this Wesley?
Maybe Wesley Perkins, 19 years of age. Are you Wesley? Not if you can hear us.
Wesley.
Yeah, and I think I have a few, because we didn't see Kirsch, we didn't see Wise, we didn't see Griffin. So whether maybe we missed them, or maybe they're gone through.
Yeah, I think they must have gone through. And we saw Luke, so I don't think.
Yeah.
So I think this
No,
might
that
be-
wasn't Griffin.
This might be Wesley. Just leaving Shedhorn.
People we have seen that we can confirm. Oh wait, sure didn't Claire went through as well.
Yes.
Claire went through, right?
Yeah. We saw her go through.
This is actually Claire, right? Well, this
No, this is no. I don't think this is Claire.
What's the blue? This person has something blue on their arms. No, I think this is Claire. It's not?
No.
Oh, yeah, this is the Moose Tracks area from yesterday. So, Oh, that's Andrew Wise. Orange shirt, blue arm sleeves. So Wise is true.
Andrew Wise running down the fire road.
So he'll
Looking
bop onto a
great.
little bit of single track, and within 5 or 6 minutes, he'll be at the bottom of the Andesite climb. Okay, this is Jasmine confirmed second place.
Jasmine Lowther coming into Shedhorn here. Jasmine Lowther is in second place right now behind Claire Rhodes. We'll see if she can make up a bit more time now that the technical descending is over. I know she wasn't psyched on the downhill, but obviously there's more to go. But she is such a strong runner. We're going to see something out of Jasmine today. Got a few miles and she's smiling, looking great. Go Jasmine. She is just crushing, waving
let's go,
at
Jasmine.
the camera. Jasmine Lowther, just an incredible runner.
Wow, so Claire put a lot of time on Jasmine on that descent.
And I
that
don't know how
might have been like
much,
4 minutes.
Could have been. So we got a few minutes. Claire has put a few minutes on Jasmine. We're now just waiting for Hannah Ozowski to come through.
Is this Andesite? Oh, this is just a spectator on Andesite. Yeah, this is the drone footage of Andesite. We would expect to see Scott Patterson come through pretty soon here. Maybe followed closely by Florian Winker. So that ladies' race, there was 40 seconds dividing them on the top of Lone Peak. 3 miles later, that has spread to 3 or 4 minutes at least between Claire in the lead and Jasmine in second place. Unsure where Hannah is as of yet. But Jasmine was smiling. She was looking fresh. She reloaded her water bottles, waving at the camera.
Got some drones looking for some of the racers right now.
Because Shedhorn is at... Yeah, so Shedhorn is mile 22. So we just saw Jasmine pass through Shedhorn. She has a 2-mile fire road, 2.5-mile fire road and single track descent to the bottom of the Andesite climb. And then a 1.5-mile climb to Andesite. Blue shirt, blue North Face shirt.
Who's this? I think I've seen them.
This is a North Face team shirt.
Was someone wearing a jacket?
Is this Zach Miller on a training run, just stealing some liquid from people?
I can't see the bib. It's too pixelated.
Well, you're looking fresh, lad. You're flying.
Great job to this racer. I'm sorry we don't have the name at this moment, but we will try to get it for you guys as soon as we can.
Because we actually haven't seen Charlie Michelet's the whole day, so that might well be Charlie.
That might be Charlie. And here's Scott Patterson coming up the climb. Scott Patterson working those poles as he does as the Olympic cross-country ski racer that he is. If anyone knows how to use poles, it is Scott Patterson. He's looking awesome.
So the time of day is 10:43. So over the last 47 hours, 45 minutes, Scott Patterson has raced 21,000 cumulative feet of climbing. He's looking pretty shook, as expected, but he is holding on to third place. Now it's interesting as we look further down, if the camera guys, do you see anyone further back? Because Florian was quite close to him. No, so he has at least 20-30 seconds.
Just waiting for Florian.
If he has got good legs, you can hold on. I was in this exact same situation last year with Jen Lichter, 30 seconds behind me when I crossed over here, but was able to hold her off.
Jen Lichter, our reigning 50K champion. He's won it 3 times in a row and raced the VK and 28K this year instead.
I just don't understand how Scott Patterson, he was wearing the same clothing yesterday, how he doesn't overheat. All those layers. Scott, you're doing great.
Scott Patterson, an incredible athlete, just making his way through this aid station, barely stopped.
So impressive.
He is on a mission, Patty. Cruising through. So here we go. Scott Patterson in third place in the 50K, but also our leader in the trifecta.
There we go.
And here we've got our first female, Claire Rhodes, cruising through this single track section. She is moving really well, so we'll see what happens here, but she's looking really good. So Claire Rhodes, currently the women's race leader.
Okay, so she's onto the single track. She's onto the second. She's either before Moose Tracks or after Moose Tracks from yesterday. Wow, she ripped that descent. So I'm guessing she's a 4 or 5 minute lead on Jasmine. I'm guessing Jasmine was hoping that maybe Claire wouldn't be as fast as on the runnable descent, but
I think this is Florian.
Claire is flying it, so I think we would expect Claire to hold on to the lead. I think.
Is this Florian?
This is Florian Winkler.
This is Florian Winkler
coming
from
up to the aid station.
And here he is coming into the aid station, following Scott Patterson. Definitely less of a gap than between Ryan and Scott.
What was the gap between them at the bottom of Andesite?
Between Scott and Florian.
Yeah.
I don't have the time, but I just heard that it was fairly close.
Yeah. So
it's hard to know if he's made
Florian
up any time
Winkler
or not.
from southern Germany. His brother Christian Winkler is.
Looks like he took a bit of a tumble. You see a little bit of a bloody knee there. Possibly a little bit of a tumble there with
definitely.
Florian.
Honestly, I was bleeding from both knees and both elbows and both wrists coming through here this time last year. So everyone else is much better at staying upright than myself.
And everyone seems to be taking some
Coming out fresh.
water or scratch here at that aid station, which is such a smart move because you've still got time left in the race.
He is moving well.
Florian.
Honestly, like what this time is 4:46. All 4 of these top guys are looking to run faster. I think they have 24 plus 4. They have 40 minutes to get to the end, which they should be able to do to break into the top 10 times. However, for each of them that breaks one into the top 10, it makes it tougher for the guys behind them to break into it. So if all 4 of them run faster than 5:19.28, all 4 of them will jump into the top 10 overall times. Florian has 32 minutes to do it. 4.25 miles to go, predominantly downhill. He moves well. I think he needs to be moving faster than this, though, to break down to that time. Though this is a steeper section of the course, it does flatten out and becomes more runnable.
Just some beautiful footage here at the Rut. What an amazing race to be able to get this kind of footage for. It's just been spectacular view after spectacular view, and I mean any single one of these frames could be an award-winning
big
portrait.
time.
So really cool that we get to
fifth
witness
place,
this.
David Hedges. So we did miss David.
Here we go. David Hedges following Florian Winker, not that far
I
behind
would guess
Florian.
2 minutes, and it was 2 minutes between Florian and Scott.
Yeah.
So this is a tight 3rd through 5th.
He's definitely made up a little bit of time on Florian, I think. So David Hedges, 5th place right now, running really well. Looks like he's got an empty bottle in hand, ready to fill it up. See how much time he needs to take at this aid station.
Just to update on the women's race across Lone Peak, remembering that both Claire Rhodes and the 2 leaders, Claire Rhodes and Jasmine Lowther's times did not update at Lone Peak, but if everyone else's times did update, in 10th place we have Jocelyn Peterson over it in 4:47, so just a minute ago. Then Amy King, Caroline Harden, Nicole Abma, Megan Drake, Ella Ratcliffe, and Christina Chiskatsari and Hannah Osowski, who I expect both Hannah and Christina are likely through the next aid station, Shedhorn, at this stage as well.
David Hedges. Straight through that aid station. He must have a little bit left in that bottle. He didn't really stop to fill it, so.
All downhill. You've got 30 minutes of running.
He's just
Remember,
cruising
he
right
will have
through.
2 bottles on him because you have to carry a liter of water. So he probably has a bottle in his belt that might be already full.
Yeah, he definitely has 2 bottles. Certainly has 2 bottles. Looks like he did not need to stop at the aid station. A few of the guys ahead of him did pause a little bit more. So David Hedges on a mission. I wonder if he knows how close he is to Florian.
I would guess he would have heard the bells.
Yeah, probably.
He'd hear the bells in the aid station. All right, so we've got 10 minutes left until. No, it's interesting. The timer goes 4 hours, 50 seconds, 50 minutes, and 60 seconds. So, so we're at 4:50:15 now. So Mikey has 9 minutes and 38 seconds to go under 5, and he has about 14 minutes to get under the existing course record by David Sinclair. Okay, so top 5 male are through Andesite. We got, scratch that, we're into a view of, I think this would be Christina. Yeah, it's looking fresh, moving well. Is she going to stop to fill up her water? Yes, she is. She has about 8.5 miles to go. Nice 2.5 mile descent to the bottom of the Andesite climb. So she is, I think, maybe, we have not seen Hannah go through yet, have we? So we're unsure if we've missed Hannah coming through. We would have thought she would have been in 3rd place. But anyway, we've got multiple podium finisher at this race. Christina Chizgadsari is through the aid station at Shedhorn, in 4th, maybe 3rd place. This is F2. In a white shirt? Okay. So we're looking down at one of the rumor has it that this might be F2, so in that we would guess that that is Jasmine. She is on the flat single track leading to the bottom of the Andesite climb. So we would expect she's there and has not, she had was 4 or 5 minutes behind. Yeah, I think she was 4 or 5 minutes behind Claire at Shedhorn. So I expect Claire is well on her way up the Andesite climb. And yeah, I think this may be Jasmine in 2nd place. Or is... white, because this looks to be a white pack. This might be Claire. I think this is more likely Claire. I'm not sure if Jasmine would be there as of yet.
I think this might be Jasmine Lowther here.
Yeah, that's Jasmine.
Female.
That's definitely Jasmine. Okay, so that's the eyes on F2.
Eyes on F2. We've got Jasmine out there absolutely flying through this section of the course. She is on a mission to catch Claire Rhodes. We'll see if she can make it happen. She definitely has Claire has a few minutes on Jasmine, so we'll see. We will see.
Okay, so what she was just on is the stretch of trail, I think, before Moose Tracks, because just when the drone operator zoomed out, we could see a building, which I think is the bottom of the ski lift that was close to Moose Tracks yesterday. So she will do a little bit of Fire Road, and then she will be back onto another single track. And this is Someone in Dark. This may be Hannah, who we missed coming through Shedhorn. It may not. It may also be one of the male runners.
Hannah, we saw a runner running fairly close to Jasmine. We think it might be Hannah Azowski.
Olivia, who are you getting updates from the bottom of?
Lindsay.
I wonder, has she seen anything else? Because we would expect the lead lady to be through the bottom of the Andesite climb.
Yeah, so it sounds like Claire was bottom of Andesite around 10:51. It's now 10:55. Around 9th overall. So Claire, a few minutes ago, was at the bottom of Andesite. So this might be Claire right now.
She would be, I guess she's going to be 12, 13, 14 minutes on the Andesite climb to here.
Yeah.
14, 15 minutes even. And one thing, if you notice...
Oh, yeah, because that was the bottom of Andesite.
Yeah, and then there's also this 2 minute of Fire Road from the top of the Andesite climb that we didn't have to do yesterday. One thing to keep in mind is that the amount of time that Hannah and Jasmine put into Claire on that climb, that is Hannah we're looking at right now. So I think she's about a minute behind Jasmine. And then Jasmine is, I would think, still 4 to 5 minutes behind Claire. But remember that Jasmine and Hannah put so much time on Claire on the climb up Lone Peak. Maybe Claire isn't feeling it in her legs. However, Claire is feeling it on the descent. She put a lot of time on the other two ladies there.
And here is Hannah Azowski currently chasing after Jasmine Lowther. Jasmine in second, Hannah in third. We definitely still have a race on our hands.
Yeah, she is just above
side.
where they come out onto the Fire Road now, above the old Moose Tracks location. So I'm guessing 60 seconds potentially, maybe 90 seconds behind Jasmine.
It's hard to know, but probably somewhere around there. Everyone seems to be moving really well, so I think it's going to be hard to make up a ton of time on each other right now, but we'll see what happens after the climb up to Andesite. It is definitely it's the last major climb of the course and can definitely pull the wheels off folks.
Big time.
It is a tough climb near the end of this.
Post David Hedges
race.
8 or 9 minutes ago, we have not seen another runner come over the top of Andesite yet. So Lars and Kirsch have not crossed Andesite yet. We saw both of them on the descent, so they should be there pretty soon.
I just got a report from the bottom of the Andesite climb that Claire is about 7 minutes up on Jasmine. So it sounds like she made a ton of time.
Oh, so Jasmine just crossed
on that descent. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
So it sounds like Claire Rhodes has made up some time on that Lone Peak descent.
This zoom in here, guys, are these looking at the final No, I'm getting mixed up with the 28K.
I think this is coming into the finish, yeah? Not sure what we're looking at, but it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Into the finish.
So I think what they're looking for now is Mikey.
Here we go, Michelino.
So Mikey has a little bit of a climb here. He is at the top of it in a few moments. I think when he crosses this washout river, he is about 10 seconds from the Fire Road where it's all downhill. He is maybe half a mile from the finish line. He has a minute and 10 seconds to go under 5 hours. I think so. He has 60 seconds. He has not hit the Fire Road yet. He's still climbing up. It's kind of you can see the Fire Road right there. He'll be there in 10 seconds. I do not think he can do a Olympic record 400 meters to get to the finish. He's less than half a mile from the finish now. He's probably like 400 meters from the finish right now. But it is all downhill. It is all runnable. Guys, Mike Sinceri is going to break the course record here today.
Michelino Sinceri.
He
What
is
a
on the
race.
descent now. He's looking at his
From
watch.
the gun, he took the lead right away. He was out to make a statement.
You
and
can see the
statement
building.
he did.
Mike Sinceri is about to take 2 minutes off the course record, I would guess. Maybe less, maybe more, maybe 3 minutes. He is, could be 60 seconds from the finish line right now. That is a long turn. But see that big white hotel? That is, the finish line is directly behind that.
And
okay.
great job to our cameraman trying to keep up with Michelino, who's running an incredibly fast pace right now. Michelino Sinceri, our men's race leader, about to come into the finish. He's not going to break 5 hours, but
he is going
what
to
a
shatter the course
time.
record. But is 3 minutes faster considered shattering on a 5-hour race?
No, not necessarily.
He's not going to eke by it. He's not going to shatter it. He's just going to beat it by 3 minutes.
But we could dramatize it, you know, just for
is that
just for fun.
I always get the fear when I see the camera shake like that the cameraman or woman has fallen, but no, they so Mikey has 2 more corners. He is 100 meters from the finish. He is going to break the course record by 3 minutes. Michelino Sinceri.
Michelino Sinceri, our 50K champion today. He is making a statement. David Sinclair ran 5:04.
And he's showing at the high fives. Hands up. He knows what he just did. He has worked for this. Ladies and gentlemen, 5:01.15. Your new course record holder for the Rut 50K, Michelino Sinceri.
What a race from Michelino.
He deserves that sit down.
What a race. I mean, that was just an incredible performance. He led this race from the get-go. He has just put it all out there.
Oh, Mikey, you got it. Oh,
what a great
Mike Foot
race
just got a nice
Michelino.
photo of Sinceri. We got some
We have a new
photos
course
of
record.
him.
New course record.
Oh, you tired, Michelino?
And so last year the course was shorter, so it did not count in the record books because they did not summit Lone Peak, and it was a shorter course. So any of the times from last year, they don't count because it was a different course. And this is the standard course. So this is a new course record.
Okay. So just an update from Andesite. Lars Arneson is through just 30 seconds, 2 minutes ago. In 6th place, Griffin Briley, who is doing the Trifecta, is true in 7th place. No sign of Stephen Kirsch yet. No sign of Andrew Wise, Luke Webster, or Claire Rhodes.
And we have an incredible drone shot of the finish right now. Michelino just sprawled out, trying to catch his breath, trying to regain a little bit. What an amazing race. You deserve to lie there as long as you need to, Michelino. What a race.
We're going to get that hug. Well done, kid. Yeah, there's the Alta Mesa 500 he wore. In the background, in the orange puffy jacket, we have Adam Peterman. We got Mike Foot in the red. So the organizers of this race are very talented runners in themselves. That's
Florian,
Stephen Kerr.
Right? Oh, Stephen Kirsch.
That's
Yeah,
Stephen
that's Stephen
Kirsch.
Kirsch.
So
The Terex
if I refresh this, he should update in 8th place. Coming through, yep, Stephen Kirsch is 2 minutes behind Griffin Briley. I'm very impressed with Griffin Briley's run today. 18 years of age on his 3rd. That's female F4, okay. So just finishing that train of talk, Griffin Briley is through 7th place overall, and he is on his 3rd race of the day. So it's going to be very interesting to see the 2nd, 3rd for the trifecta. They're going to be pretty close between Griffin and between the other Winker. Now we're looking at F4.
Christina Trigstad, running through the trees right now. She is just having a great race. I think definitely going to have to put the hammer down to make up any time on Hannah Ozowski, who is currently sitting in 3rd for the women, but it's definitely still a race, and we're gonna have to see what happens here. But Christina looking amazing as always, cruising through these trails.
Oh yeah, so Zach Almon in the chat, didn't Michelina run 4:59? Much smaller, much shorter course, and 500 feet less climbing. Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't concentrating. Oh, Zach says thanks. You're welcome, Zach. Standing might be challenging. That is for sure.
Oh, look, Rosalind Kinney. There was a call out in the chat for Roslyn. Roslyn is from, sounds like they're calling her out from Bakersfield, but she looks like she's a Bozeman. Good job, Roslyn.
Oh. I'm glad to see Michelino has moved on from his horizontal position, I think, unless he is hidden by the rut arch.
Michelino Sinceri.
And we
What
continue
a
to have
race.
finishers for the 11K coming through. So these ladies on their descent, they actually would have got to witness the men's and women's lead fields on their climbs, because from the bottom of the Andesite climb in the 50K was the actual maybe 6 mile mark of the 6.5 to 7 miles of the 11K. So they would have seen them come through. And there's a great shot of some bacon, I think, on the frying pan. I would love some of that right about now.
These aid stations definitely aren't messing around.
Yeah.
They have so many great snacks, and they really just take care of you. And it's just really.
I have a funny feeling this is Chad Trammell.
Okay, maybe Chad. We might be seeing Chad Trammell coming in through here.
And this is, I think, on the Moose Tracks area. Yeah, this is through the Moose Tracks area, I think. Yeah. This is where the aid station was yesterday. Let's see if we can get any updates from the Andesite tracker. No, it's still just the top 8, but I'm expecting we're going to see Luke Webster and Claire Rhodes come through pretty soon at the top. Let us see when that happens how much of a lead. I think Claire had a 7-minute lead on Jasmine at the bottom of Andesite.
We got reports from the course that that Claire had a 7-minute lead on Jasmine Lowther. Claire Rhodes in first, Jasmine Lowther in second, and Hannah Azowski in third. We do not know the exact amount of time separating Jasmine and Hannah. And then we've got Christina Trigstad, sitting in fourth place, followed by Megan Drake.
Oh my.
Nicole Abma, who is making moves. Guys, Caroline Harden.
We are going
and Amy King.
Here's Ryan Becker with 300 meters to go. Ryan Becker in second place. Ryan Becker is going to likely take... Ryan, you've got 2 minutes to beat Killian's time. I think Ryan Becker is going to move into third on the all-time list if he makes it to the finish line in the next 100 seconds. So Ryan, pick up the pace. You're only doing 5:15 minute miles. How about some 5s? Hey, why not even go for a 4:45? He's got 90 seconds. I think Ryan Becker is going to move ahead of Killian Jornet into fourth on the overall time. So we've seen some big shakeups on the men's top 10 times. I think we're going to see more men break into it now as well. One thing that hasn't been part of our discussion, Claire Rhodes, or if something happens, one of the other ladies are going to break the women's course record today. I think last year Jen Lichter ran down the 540s. It was on a shorter course, but on this full course, I think it is safe to say Sandra Naipaver's 6:13:35 record is going to go down. Ryan, you got to hurry up. You have 40 seconds. Yeah, let's go, Ryan. Let's go.
Ryan Becker.
Let's move ahead of the goat.
Ryan Becker has had just an amazing weekend. He raced the 50K, or sorry, the VK on Friday and was 3rd place. And today, Ryan
done,
is
Ryan.
finishing the 50K in 2nd place. So incredible
And
performances.
with a 5:09.12, he moves ahead of Killian Journey's 5:09.31 into 4th on the overall list. And look at him standing up.
Wow.
He had
what
more
a
legs in him
hug.
than Michelino, it seems.
Ryan Becker, just an incredible,
what
incredible
a great moment to witness
performance.
between two great competitors, two great friends. And now we are about to have Claire crossing
Rhodes.
into Andesite.
Here she comes, Claire Rhodes.
Guys,
The
Claire's
women's race leader today. Claire Rhodes is coming back after a 3rd place finish here last year, and she is coming back with a vengeance. She wants to win, and she is looking like she just might. We still got time. Things can happen, but right now
Claire,
she is
you
leading.
are well on course to break this course record. So
in classic Alaskan fashion, taking a little bit of some water on the neck. Must be warm, even though I think it's only 50 degrees, maybe even under 50 degrees.
Some perspective, it took Mikey 32 minutes to get from Andesite to the finish. Claire is an hour and 3 minutes ahead of the record, so 63 minutes. Unless something some calamity happens, she is going to take the course record, but the question is by how much?
Claire Rhodes,
Claire
what a
will
day.
Claire will go under 6 hours today. She will go under the 6 hours 14 record. But the question is by how much?
Yeah. Wow.
And I hope I didn't jinx anything there.
I think it's okay, Maddie. I don't think you did. I'll knock on wood for you.
It took Ryan 33 minutes to get down. So we're going to have Michelino and Ryan in to chat with us at some stage throughout the morning.
Like Ryan Becker's
we can't hear their chatting. So if we get on the mic, they're interviewing the mic. Oh, is that just
it's
for
just
the loud announcer?
Yeah, it's the finish line mic.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we have that audio, unfortunately. That's okay. It's cool that we have this at all.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Becker, 2nd place today. After Michelino Sinceri, what a race. They went 1 and 2 the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
So right from the get-go, these two guys were gunning it. They were on a mission, and they finished in some of the fastest times we've seen.
So update from Andesite. After we had seen Stephen Kirsch coming through in 8th, we had seen Claire Rhodes coming through in 10th. We missed in between that. Andrew Wise came through in 5:07.39. He is 5.5 minutes behind Stephen Kirsch, so maybe he can catch him there. But he has 2.5 minutes behind him. He has Claire Rhodes breathing down his neck. So Claire's inside the top 10 overall as well.
Yeah.
And I expect we're going to see Luke Webster crossing Andesite in the coming minutes.
Right now we're waiting to see when Jasmine Lowther comes through. Jasmine Lowther was about how many minutes? I got a report. Oh, here we go. Who's this? Is this Lars?
This may well be Christina. No, Lars has gone through. If this, Lars.
I
has
saw
gone
the blue shorts. And I was like,
no,
oh,
I think
this
this is. I think this might be Christina.
Christina, our 4th place woman at the moment, chasing after Hannah Azowski.
So Hannah's onto the Andesite climb now. So I think Hannah is very close behind Jasmine. So let's see what happens on that Andesite climb to see if she makes any time on Andesite. I think the top 3 have a bit of a buffer on Christina, and I think Christina's strengths are in the high alpine. But who knows what can happen in the last 45 to 60 minutes of this race.
I mean, she knows how this finishes better than the others do because she's done this race so many times. And this is Jasmine and Hannah's first time. So, there could be some course advantage here. You never know. Sometimes when you don't really know exactly what the finish, what to expect with the finishing few miles, you might be conserving more than you need to, but Christina knows when to push and when to hold back. And so, you know, it was a close enough race that there could be some closing happening, but we'll have to see.
Anything can happen in a race like this. They're the top 10 women's times on the historical course range from Sandy Naipaver's time at 6:13:35 through to Emily Forsberg's time at 6:32:39 in that 10th fastest time. The top 4 women are likely going to break into that time. If all 4 of them, Emily Forsberg's time, 6th fastest time of the top 10 is Emily Forsberg's 2015 of 6:25:44. These ladies have 70 minutes to make it under that time. I think there is a reasonable chance that all 4 could do that. Definitely all 3, because they're well on their way up and over on the side.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool,
people. Incredible performances from the women's race today. And after Christina, we'll probably expect to see Ella Ratliff from Boulder, Colorado, in that 5th place spot, followed closely by Megan Drake in 6th from Utah.
Luke Webster coming through Andesite.
Here we go, Luke Webster.
Got his bucket hat. He's looking fresh. He does not seem to have a camera in his backpack. He's concentrating on his racing today. Attaboy, Luke. You're doing great. Luke is into 11th spot.
Through Andesite.
Oh, and we have... Oh, yeah. He's into 11th spot.
Pulling out those poles. Or trying to collapse them. I can't tell.
In, I think.
Putting them back in.
Oh, and we just have all of the updates from Shedhorn now. So Shedhorn is updated. So we actually can get a fair estimate of our top 10 women now.
So let's see. We've got Claire, of course.
I can do we can do a gate on the. There we go.
But Jasmine is still not showing up in the tracker. But Jasmine Lowther is in 2nd, between Claire Rhodes in 1st and Hannah Azowski in 3rd. Christina Trigstad, in 4th.
But
and
then only the top 4 are true Shedhorn at this stage.
At this stage, those are the women who have gone through Shedhorn. Right now, we're looking at Andesite. What's this bib? 15. Oh, is this 1504?
Yeah, that's the 19-year-old.
Is this Wesley? I think this is Wesley Perkins. I think this is Wesley Perkins having a great race from Park City, Utah.
So the top 4 women are all true Shedhorn, and I think these top 4 women are all going to be well inside the top 10 fastest ever times on the women's 50k here at the Rut on the historical course. Then in 5th we would expect Ella Ratliff this is from the Lone Peak Times, Ella Ratliff, Megan Drake, Nicole Labma, Caroline Harden, Amy King, and Jocelyn Peterson.
And here we have Jasmine Lowther. Jasmine Lowther is coming up to Andesite, our 2nd place female, chasing after Claire Rhodes, her teammate.
So she is through 5:17:40. Claire was through in 5:10:02. So there's about 8 minutes. But Jasmine, keep moving. You are going to break. You could well break the course record right now. 4.25 miles to go from here, predominantly descending. I'm just going to get a little bit extra bit of scratch.
I just got to call out the person filling Jasmine's bottles is Heather Mooney. She was a professional cross-country ski racer.
Let's go, Jasmine.
Formerly a coach. Thanks, Heather, for
42 minutes to get to the finish line to get under 6 hours.
Jasmine Lowther coming out of Andesite. 2nd place female today.
Oh,
fist pump in the air. She's feeling good.
Let's go.
Let's see if we've got a race on our hands. Come on, Jasmine. You've got this. Way to go, Jasmine.
So Jasmine has 41 minutes to get under that. If she holds 9:30s to get to the end, I'd expect Jasmine's going to be going under 9 minutes.
Here's Scott Patterson. Scott Patterson coming in towards the finish line. It looks like he might be taking that last podium spot today in third. What an incredible weekend for Scott Patterson. He is running 2 races at the same simultaneously today because he is also doing the trifecta and is winning that. So I think we're going to see Scott Patterson win the trifecta and get 3rd place in the 50K.
So he has 30 seconds to beat Matt Shyrock's time. I don't know if he'll make it in time, but it's likely. Oh, I think Scott is going to be the 11th fastest time unless he gets to that finish line in the next 15 seconds. You want to get in that top 10?
I don't know. Santa's out on course
You
today.
better
There
hustle,
could be a
buddy.
miracle. It could be a miracle. Scott Patterson, just
So
absolute
impressive.
machine. If you really want to see a pole master, watch this back and watch Scott Patterson using his poles up the climbs. I think there's really great footage of him using those poles in the 28K yesterday. He's just an incredible athlete, multi-time Olympian in cross-country ski racing. He was one of the best. He was like the best in the country at the endurance cross-country ski races and one of the best in the world. He is just an incredible athlete, and that just... wow, what a race. 3rd place, Scott Patterson.
So impressive. 5:20.11. So he has ran a faster time than Morgan Elliott in 2017 and Sage Candidate in 2014. However, the 2 boys already bumped those 2 out of the top 10, so he's an 11th fastest time. Hannah
Here is Hannah.
all smiles.
Hannah Ozowski coming up the climb, chasing after Jasmine Lowther. We have our 3rd place woman coming into Andesite. This is Hannah Ozowski chasing after Jasmine.
So we just missed coming through. Charlie Michelets has made it through Andesite. He's on his way into the descent. Hannah we estimate she is probably 2 minutes behind, maybe 2.5 minutes behind Jasmine. Now we have our 5th place finisher, Florian. 4th place
Florian
finisher.
Winker, 4th place from Germany.
He is looking
cruising
a lot
in.
fresher than Scott was. He needed another half mile.
Florian had an awesome race day. This is his first time on this course. Really awesome showing. He'll have to come back and with some more course knowledge and see what he can do. Florian Winker, just an amazing race from him today.
He also ran faster than the previously historical 10th fastest time, but Morgan Elliott, whoever the 3 guys ahead of him, will bump him out of the top 10 overall times.
Back to Hannah. Hannah Ozowski
through the aid station.
cruising. She is now through Andesite, chasing after Jasmine. We're going to have to see if there's going to be a showdown, but right now, Jasmine, if she was looking fresh. So we'll see.
Just looking at the spread of those top 4 men, I just want to see what time they ran to get from Andesite to the finish. Mikey, it took him 32 minutes to get to the finish. It took Ryan 33 minutes. It took Scott 36 minutes. And it took Florian 35 minutes. So at this stage, Hannah has 39 minutes to get under 6 hours. That'll be tight, but we think the top 3 ladies are all going to go under the course record time on historical course, which is so impressive. Barring an injury or a wrong turn, these 3 ladies are going to break the pre-existing course record, and likelihood is Claire Rhodes will be, and Mike Sinceri, 2 North Face athletes, are going to be the new course record holders on the 50K.
I just found out from Adam St. Pierre, who's the head coach of the Montana State University ski team in Bozeman, that Florian actually was a skier at MSU, was a skier at MSU and foreran the course last year. So sounds like he did have a little bit. He foreran the course last year. So it sounds like he has a little bit of course knowledge here and is a kind of a local.
Yeah.
So awesome. Thanks for that update, Adam.
David Hedges is about to take 5th place in the men's race, 5th place overall. Nolan's 14 record holder. So for anyone who doesn't know, Nolan's 14 is, 14 peaks above 14,000 feet in Colorado? It's just this big. shred of an effort. 14,000 foot mountains in Colorado's Rockies, I guess, or it's in the San Juans. I'm not sure which. Extremely, extremely, extremely impressive record. Okay, so that's David Hedges about to come in around 5:25. The top 3 ladies are through the top of Andesite. I expect the 4th lady, Christina, will be through in the next 10 minutes.
David Hedges, our 5th place male today. Amazing showing from David. We'll have to see him come back again because I just have this feeling that he'll be on the podium someday at this race. I mean, what an amazing athlete at just, I believe, 26 years old. Yeah, 26 years old. David Hedges, 5th today here at the Rut 50K. Well done to David. He had just a really consistent race out there.
Yeah, I think he was always in that like 5th place. So rounding out our top 5, 26 years of age from Asheville, North Carolina, David Hedges in 5th. 25 years of age, Florian Winker, formerly MSU, from Freiburg, Germany, in 4th place. Scott Patterson, he's doing the trifecta. He won the trifecta from Anchorage, Alaska, twice former Olympian. Scott Patterson in 3rd, 32 years of age. Ryan Becker, 30 years of age, Telluride, Colorado, with a great race. His 2nd podium of the weekend, Scott's 3rd podium of the weekend. In 2nd place, and then our new record holder, Michelino Sansiri, broke the record by 3 minutes. So impressive. Our boy, Michelino Sansiri, new record holder, and our RUT 2024 50K champion. So at 5:25:60, it has been 5 minutes since Hannah Allgood. Hannah Osowski has passed through the Andesite.
And again, Jasmine Lowther, she is still not showing up in the tracker. Jasmine Lowther is the 2nd placed woman between Claire and Hannah. So, just want to make sure people are aware that the tracker is off and it has not been tracking Jasmine's bib all day. So we've got Claire Rhodes in 1st. A few minutes behind, we've got Jasmine Lowther, and then Hannah Osowski in 3rd, Christina Trigstad, in 4th for the women's race.
Christina was 7 minutes behind Hannah at Shedhorn. So now Andesite, 3 to 4 miles later, we would be expecting to see her come through in the next 90 seconds if she's on the same pace.
So Christina Trigstad, expected shortly at Andesite.
Other people we're expecting soon, Anchorage, Alaska, Chad Trammell, also doing the trifecta. So that would be 1, 2, 3 trifecta men in the top 20 overall. Christian Winker, who is in 22nd overall, also in the trifecta. Galen Peterson, who is 25th overall, also in the trifecta. I would like to see how is moment. Okay, Jenna Greaser is leading. So if we look at the top 5 women from the trifecta, we got Megan McCarthy in 5th, Jodie Sanborn in 4th, Melissa Davis in 3rd, Carly Bostrom in 2nd, and Jenna Greaser, the mountain bike professional, in 1st. Actually, it's pretty tight. It's going to be like a 7-minute gap between Jenna Greaser and Carly Bostrom in the VK and 28K cumulative. I'm intrigued to see where they are in the 50K. So Jenna Greaser and Carly Bostrom, where are they at in the 50K? Jenna Greaser is in 34th female overall. And then I do not see her competitor So as it stands, it looks like Jenna Greaser is holding on to her lead in the trifecta.
So far we've seen the top 5 men come through. We're waiting to see who that 6th man is going to be. As of Andesite, we had Lars Arneson in 6th and Griffin Briley in 7th. So we'll see if that holds up. We are waiting for that 6th place male to come through. And then shortly after that, it'll be Stephen Kirsch, Andrew Wise, and Claire Rose, our first female. So here we've got Christina Trigstad. Sorry, she's coming into the Andesite aid station right now. She's our 4th place woman.
So she is still holding on to that. She's about 8 minutes behind Hannah, which is where she was at Shedhorn. So holding on to a similar pace. She's 45 minutes until the pre-existing CR, so she moves well on this descent. All top 4 women may go under Sandy's previous CR. Super intriguing, super impressive women's race. Really shows the depth of the men's and women's fields this year in the 50k. Similar to the 28k and the VK. This has been a strong year at the Rub.
And we've had some good air quality, cooler temps, both things that really do help with speeding up some of the times for the runners.
It really goes to show the depth at the moment in US trail running at the moment, because this same weekend we have the Headlands race in San Francisco, which is on the Golden Trail Series, is attracting a lot of the top talent as well. So given the fact that all these records are going down
and look at this shot of Christina running out of Andesite. Christina Trigstad, our 4th place woman, chasing down Hannah Azowski. Hannah chasing down Jasmine Lowther, who's chasing down Claire Rhodes. So we'll see. Is there a time update on Christina yet through Andesite? How many minutes back?
She was about 8 back.
8 back. So Christina got 8 minutes back from Hannah. Hannah in 3rd, Christina in 4th. Jasmine Lowther still not showing up on the tracker. Jasmine Lowther sitting in 2nd, ahead of Hannah.
So coming through here, we've got another runner coming through Andesite. Is this Luke Galloway?
Oh, this might be Luke Galloway.
He was in the VK and he was wearing a red and black striped shirt. Horizontal stripes looked a bit like Dennis the Menace. Oh, and we have our first shot.
He might have been water.
Oh no,
that's definitely not water.
Not water.
With that face, certainly not. All right, I think we're looking at Luke Galloway right now. I'm trying to see the bib. And here's Lars Arneson. Lars Arneson, I think, is going to be our 6th place male today. After David Hedges, Lars Arneson from Anchorage, Alaska, 34 years old. He is flying down to the finish right now. Way to go, Lars. What a great race from Lars Day. He also was very consistent.
Can we give a shout out to Zach, who just went and fetched Olivia and I a bacon cheeseburger? Much appreciated. We've been on the go since for the last 6 hours. At least these Ultra 50k finishers, they're done with the race now.
Yeah,
we're not even close. We haven't been taking our scratch throughout those, so
it's definitely hard to hydrate when you're on a mic.
It is.
Harder than when you're running, actually, which is surprising because I'm just sitting here. But
very
anyway,
impressive time by
more importantly, Lars Arneson coming down to the finish. Really awesome race from Lars. 6th place today at the Rut 50K. definitely a race to be proud of. I mean, some seriously fast times today.
Mm-hmm.
He just ran a 5:30-ish. I mean, that is just incredible.
So 5:34.58 was Jen Lichter's time from last year on the short course. So it just shows how much of a difference between this year's race and last year's race in terms of how runnable the course was.
Absolutely.
Mikey had ran 4:59.32 last year. He ran a 5:02 this year.
Were we seeing
That's Chad Trammell.
Chad Trammell exiting Andesite aid station right now? Chad Trammell moving really well. He's chasing after that trifecta today.
So it'll be interesting to look back at the math between his time and Griffin's time.
Yeah.
They're both going to be in the mix for that second and third. And we have Stephen Kirsch.
Stephen Kirsch. Oh, so did he pass Lars?
No, Lars just finished.
Lars just finished. I didn't see him cross the finish.
Yeah.
Lars did. Lars did. We're good. Lars Arneson, 6th. We just saw Stephen Kirsch cross, but I don't have. Oh, here's Griffin Briley. So Lars in
Kirsch
6th.
Passed Briley on the descent.
Stephen Kirsch made a move on Griffin Briley at some point on this descent. Stephen Kirsch just crossed the finish line in 7th place. And here we have Griffin Briley, 18 years old, from Park City, Utah, crossing the finish line in 8th place and competing in the trifecta.
We'd have to do the math to see I'm going to quickly do the math.
What a great race from Griffin. I mean, I'm excited to see what he can do on this course in the years to come. At just 18 years old, he just had an amazing race here at the 50K after racing the VK and the 28K on Friday and Saturday. So it's going to be interesting to see if he moves up on the trifecta results as well.
I think, well, it all depends. So Griffin is currently in 2nd place on the trifecta with a 51.50 VK, 4:24 28K, and a 5:35 50K for a total chip time of 10:52. However, Christian Winker ran 3 minutes slower than Griffin in the VK, but he ran 25 minutes faster than him on the 28K. So that would have gave Christian a 22-minute advantage going into this race. So to hold on to 2nd place, Christian needs to run faster than 5:57 today. Christian, as I recall, he was in like 24th place. So he's going to be, I think he's going to have his work cut out to him.
Well, and Chad Trammell, he's moved up on the results today as well. So Chad might be shaking things up as well, because we're seeing Chad. He's already come through. Andesite. I think we might be seeing a shake-up here in the trifecta results.
Chad was about a 24-minute difference from Griffin. However, Chad just crossed. Christian hasn't crossed Andesite yet. It's a 36-plus minute descent. Neither of them are going to pass Griffin. I think Griffin just took 2nd place.
We think, Griffin Briley, 18 years old.
So he went from 4th to 2nd in today's race for the trifecta. We think.
And 8th today in the 50K, Griffin Briley. Well done. Right now we've had 8 finishers. Michelino, Ryan Becker, Scott Patterson with the 1, 2, 3, then Florian Winker, David Hedges, Lars Arneson, Stephen Kirsch, and Griffin Briley with the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So Blue Tights guy is on his way up to the Andesite aid station. Unsure who Blue Tights guy
Scott?
is.
No. But way to go.
Oh, he was interviewed.
I think this is Alec Reese.
No, is it Sam Westcott? Because wasn't there a Sam we were chatting to?
I think this might Sam was the Jorts. He's the Jorts racer. I think this is Alec.
Or if it's 1540, it's Alec Rice.
It must be Alec Rice.
Yeah. So updating
Reese.
since Luke Galloway crossed through and had his shot, We've had Cam Yeaman from Lego, Colorado, who's also crossed through Andesite. And this is likely our next guy who...
Or I guess this could be also Scott Schoen. Shoot, yeah, this must be Scott Schoen.
So he's drinking,
Sorry, it's really hard
the
to read the
last
bib.
of his soft flask. Gonna reload here.
I think this actually is Scott Schoen. I see a 92 now. So Scott Schoen, apologies for the mix-up there. Scott Schoen is coming through Andesite aid station, Haley, Idaho. Great job to Scott. He just blow right through it. Yes, he did. Scott Schoen running right through Andesite aid station. It looks like he still had a pretty full pack, so great job to Scott. So at this point in the course, we are looking at Andesite aid station, which is about just under 26 miles into the race. So they still have 4-ish miles to go. From Andesite to the finish, there is a 1,600-foot descent in total. So you're losing about 1,600 feet in elevation. So it's a lot of descending, only 600 feet of climbing between Andesite and the finish. So definitely if your legs are still able to get that turnover and descend well, then you can definitely finish strong. So here we've got another runner making their way up towards Andesite aid station, making their way up that climb, that grueling Andesite climb. It's the last major climb of the course, but like I was just saying, there is still 600 feet to go after you drop off from this aid station. I believe we're looking at... Can't see the bib. $1,787. Probably Cooper. Yeah, that's Cooper. Cooper West. Great Falls, Montana. Big hug. Cooper West having a great race today. Filling up some bottles at the aid station. About 4-ish miles to go. Cooper West, I think, will be our 19th person or 20th person to cross. 20th person to cross the site aid. Got some drone footage. Might be seeing someone come through this fire road right here. This is Christian. Is this Christian Winker? Yeah, Christian Winker, another Trifecta competitor. Got Christian Winker coming in as Cooper. Cooper West is leaving. Christian Winker having a great race today. I mean, he's got so many miles and vert under those on those legs at this point.
I think it's going to be challenging for Christian to get past Griffin on the Trifecta, but I think we are going to have a pretty tight battle between Christian and
Chad
Trammell.
Yeah, I think between Christian and...
Because there was effectively, Christian had a 1 minute advantage on Chad for third place. Well, it technically would have been second place, but currently third place. Chad passed through, 5 minutes ago?
Yes.
So
yeah.
Chad passed through at 5:29, so 14 minutes ago. So I think if Chad runs well, he's going to take third overall on the Trifecta. and Christian will take 4th. This a finisher and a camera person?
I think that's what we're looking at right now. I think we're seeing yep. Yeah, we're seeing someone coming up on the finish here, running down this fire road.
So this could be Andrew Wise or this could be Claire.
I don't think it's
not
Claire.
Okay, so it's likely Andrew Wise. It's a mountain biker. But what's going to be interesting is that if this is Andrew, Claire was 2 minutes behind Andrew at the top. This is Andrew rounding the corner. That's Claire.
And
That's
here
Claire. 60 seconds from the finish, about to shatter the course record by 27 minutes.
Wow. Here's Andrew Wise. What a finish. He is sprinting it in. Well done, Andrew. Wow, what a great race. That was an incredible finish. What a kick. What a kick. That was a very impressive finish from Andrew Wise we just saw.
Either he wanted under 5:45 or he knew Claire was hot in his heels. This
and
is
here
the most
we have
impressive.
Claire Rhodes, a professional trail runner for the North Face from Alaska. She had an incredible day. Claire Rhodes taking the course record down. What an incredible showing from Claire.
Oh.
She was so fast they almost missed the finish line tape.
Hilarious. Jennifer Lichter, you need to be quicker with that finish line.
Adam and Jen quickly jumping out to get the finish line tape. Claire Rhodes just wins the women's race in an incredible time, around 5:45.
So the previous record was 6:13:35. She just took
Claire
27
Rhodes.
minutes off the course record. You took 27 minutes off the course record, Claire. Quite rude, to be honest.
What a race. She's amazing. I mean, what an athlete. She came back. I think we're hearing Aaron at the finish. Aaron, can you hear us?
Huge course record out here today. How did the race go? What do you think of the course? Oh yeah, like 28 minutes course record. Something they know had a tough day over UCME a couple of weeks ago. Coming back today. Also rejection rate after a really great team.
Okay, so we can't really hear her too well, but don't worry, we're going to have Claire in the studio to talk to us throughout the morning. She looks to be fresh, much fresher than Sincerely was. Okay, we just witnessed history across both the men's and women's races. So impressive.
What a day.
Mikey eked past 3 minutes past the course record. Claire shattered the pre-existing course record.
She came back after a 3rd place here last year to win the race in course record fashion. Claire Rhodes, what an incredible performance from Claire.
What a year from Claire.
What a year from Claire.
Winning Mount Marathon, running I think the 3rd or 4th fastest women's time at Mount Marathon, going under 50 minutes. True to she had OCC, didn't have the ideal race there, but coming back fresh off the disappointments of OCC to absolutely shatter the Rut 50k course record 2 days after coming second in the VK. Very impressive back-to-back, and our first jorts competitor.
Still in the lead. We've got Sam Westcott, 22-year-old from Frisco, Colorado, and in the jorts division for the potentially 3rd time. Way to go, Sam. Just left Andesite 8 station. Wow. I mean, what Claire Rhodes did is absolutely incredible. 27 minutes. It's just a phenomenal race. And for those of you who were paying attention to the race last year and are like, wait, those times are faster. That course was shorter. And they did not summit Lone Peak due to some construction in the gondola up there. So the times this year are part of the standard course. And so last year's did not count in terms of the historical record. Obviously, the results matter a ton, and they are incredible times, but they are not actually valid on the record sheet. So if you're wondering why we're talking about it like this, that's why.
I'm sure Jen Lichter, who was holding the finish line tape, who was second yesterday in the 28K and was the 3-time previous 50K champion, I'm sure she is looking at that time and thinking about future years as well. So it's great just the talent in mountain athletes we have here. We're fortunate the talent we have in the North Face team, with the last 4 years of the 50K being won by our teammates. And we got Luke Webster. What's the crack, Luke?
Luke Webster's coming through, headed towards that finish line.
You're looking fresh, Luke.
Usually Luke's behind the camera, but today he is out running for himself. And what a great day from Luke. I think we're going to see him come in at 11th overall, 10th male. Claire was 10th overall today. So just let that sink in. He just had an incredible day all around. But here's Luke Webster. Looking like he's going to be our 11th overall and 10th male finisher today.
He is looking
Great
over
job,
his
Luke.
shoulder. Wesley Perkins could be coming soon pretty quick, but also remember, Jasmine was 8 minutes behind Claire at the top of Andesite. It has been 5 minutes since Claire is finished. We could expect Jasmine in the next 3 minutes. Also to go, she will go probably 20 minutes under the course record.
Jasmine Lowther, minutes away from becoming our second place finisher today.
So it's pretty wild in that we are likely to have, I'm going to guess, definitely 3 runners, female runners under the previous fastest time. Potentially a 4th. Christina would have to have an absolutely powerful descent to get under the pre-existing 3:13. However, who knows? This is Luke Webster. Luke enjoying himself. Is he going to get a little high five? Nope, arms are too tired. No high five. So Luke Webster, talented photographer. He was out there working the camera yesterday. I saw him all over the mountain just to finish in 5:52 flat. Your 11th place finisher, Luke Webster. See Madge Backhausen gets a great photo of Luke absolutely dying. Sunglasses off. And here we go. We got the second place finisher, Jasmine Lowther. She is going to go 5:53. She is going to break the course record by 20 minutes.
What a race from
talented
Jasmine
field.
Lowther. She was the Speed Goat champion this year, and just incredible performance today from her. She just has been so consistent today. So coming in hot. Jasmine Lowther, another professional trail runner from the North Face. She's actually from Canada, so representing Canada, Jasmine Lowther. And again, her tracker was not working today, so she has not been showing up on the sheet. Jasmine Lowther has been consistently in second place all day behind Claire Rhodes.
Wesley Perkins on her shoulder. So Jasmine to take 12th overall, Wesley to take 13th overall. And we're wondering where we're going to get a sprint finish there.
And Jasmine Lowther crossing the finish line under 6 hours. We've had 2 women just cross the finish line in under 6 hours today.
And I think we're going to have a third.
What an incredible day for the women. Here we have 2 teammates celebrating their days. Claire and Jasmine, both on the North Face team. Great job to both of them.
Great result. Well done, ladies. You're doing us proud. Super impressive times, and you both look substantially fresher than Michelino did at the finish.
Oh, I just have goosebumps. They just what performances, and as you can see, they're both actually
Oh wait,
gators.
what
which is
happened?
interesting.
Oh my God, we did not notice this. Claire is just covered in muck. She definitely slid in her belly somewhere.
I actually think her bottle is just spilling out.
Leaking. Oh.
Yeah, I think her bottle's leaking.
Is that
Maybe some
Coca-Cola?
Coca-Cola.
Oh, okay. Is that a Coca-Cola slippage? Potentially.
What a race!
Okay, so we're gonna let them.
We're gonna see if we
talk.
can get Aaron.
No, it won't be good enough. We'll take them in later and we'll have a chat with them. So, we're keeping an eye on the finish. We're gonna expect Hannah relatively soon. So Wesley's finished. The next two we're expecting. So across Andesite, Wesley crossed Andesite at 5:16.52. 2 minutes later, Charlie crossed in 5:19.09, and 2 minutes later, Hannah crossed in 5:21. I think this is Charlie Michelet's in the TNF shirt coming in, and the TNF vest, and likely TNF half tights. This is Charlie Michelet of Helena, Montana. No, that might not be a TNF. That might be a Solomon vest. So great result, all smiles. 22 years of age, just ahead of him at 19 years of age, Wesley Perkins. The youth are doing well and running fast. Charlie Michelet's 14th overall. Very impressive result. Well done, 5:55. I bet a lot of these runners are looking at their clock and they're like, can I get under 6 hours? Hannah is definitely our next athlete we're expecting in. She is going to be looking. She has 4 minutes to get underneath 6 hours. And there she is. 60 seconds from the finish. We have our third place finisher.
Hannah Azowski.
Finisher. Smile on her face.
What
she knows what
race.
she did.
Another woman under 6 hours today. Incredible showing from the women. And this was Jasmine and Hannah's first time on this course. And they just got second and third and broke 6 hours. What an incredible showing from these women today. Hannah Azowski in third. What a day.
17 minutes faster than the previous course record. Stunning results.
I have chills.
Oh, and straight into the hug. Well done, ladies.
Claire Rhodes, Jasmine Lowther, Hannah Azowski, 1, 2, 3, all under 6 hours today. I'm so impressed.
So when we saw these three ladies crossing Lone Peak within 30 seconds of each other, we were wondering how was it going to shake up after this? But Claire Rhodes dominant on the descent.
Can we also talk about Hannah just like leaping down the hill to give them hugs? I think she still had some legs left. We're gonna have to see her come back again.
Yes. So the positions held from the top of Lone Peak. Claire with the dominant descent. Super impressive. Claire Rhodes with the win and the new course record. Jasmine Lowther, second place. And Hannah Osowski, third place. So that is 3 women underneath 6 hours. I don't think we're going to see Christina Trisgad-Sari, Montana local. I don't think we're going to see her go under 6. She crossed Andesite in 5:30. I expect we're going to see her on, I think she may be close to going under the course record though. So that would be an amazing sight to see 4 women break the old course record. When we look at the little PDF doc of the rut performances in the top 10 times of all time, we're going to see 2024, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. Extremely impressive.
What a day for the women. I mean, they had amazing races all around. Claire Rhodes leading from tape to tape.
Okay.
Michelino leading from tape to tape.
We have a lot of updates from Shedhorn now that is back on track. So we can give you an update on the top ladies from Shedhorn.
Yes.
So I'm going to...
Let's see here.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to count down from Jocelyn Peterson in 10th place through Shedhorn at 5:38. Then we're up to Lucinda Culpa from Bozeman, Montana. I think Lucinda just moved into the top 10. We hadn't her there earlier. Caroline Harden in 8th place, 28 years of age from Missoula, Montana. Nicole Abma, Deadman's Flat, Alberta, in 7th place for the women. She's true in 5:27. Megan Drake, Ogden, Utah. She's true in 5:24. So that's a close race between those two. And 2.5 minutes ahead of her in 5:17, the 5th place woman, Ella Ratcliffe. So it's a tight race, 5th through 7th for the women. There's maybe actually 5th through 10th. There is a 20-minute gap for 5th through 10th in the women's race through Shedhorn with about, counting it, 8 miles to go. So we're going to have a pretty tight race for the back end of the women's top 10. We are just about to cross into 6 hours, so I think that is going to be how many runners under 6?
I think 13 or 15. Wait, where are we at?
Hannah.
I can't count.
So Chad
15.
would have been close for going under 6, but it looks like we just crested over. So Chad, and great selfie by the finish line there. No, this is his 3rd attempt at doing a selfie at the finish. I hope you got your good side. Sean, I hope you got your selfie right there. You took you enough attempts. Does he have a microphone in his ear?
We are waiting for Chad Trammell, Christina Triggsad, Luke Galloway, Cameron Yeaman, Scott Schoen, Cooper West, Christian Winker, all coming into the finish. Chad Trammell is one of the Trifecta competitors as well.
Oh, one thing we can see in the background, everyone can see Zach's white bus.
There it is. There's the donut
and gentlemen,
bus.
if you want, and look at this adorable photo of our men's winner, Michelina Sansiri, and our 2nd place woman, Jaslyn Lowther. How cute.
Teammates. Very cute.
Strong performance from the TNF team today. We had 1st and 2nd in the women and 1st place for the men. We actually do have a lot of North Face staff out there today. In the first hour, we did see
Justin Meringue.
We saw quite a bit of Justin. I'm trying to find out. Right, Justin has dropped out of the top 50.
And here we've got Ella Ratliff coming up.
5th
Andesite.
place. Yeah.
It looks like somewhere around Andesite we've got Ella Ratliff making her way up. She's in 5th place right now. Charging up this hill. Way to go, Ella.
Ella, North Face staff.
No, I don't think so.
Is that not Ella?
I think that
it is.
Justin. Isn't it Justin's partner?
Oh, hence why all of the North Face gear.
Ella is Justin's partner.
Okay. Yeah.
Way to go, Ella. Ella Ratliff is such an amazing athlete. She's done a couple of races this year.
F28, 5 races. If I'm looking at the correct Ella Ratcliffe, because there are 2.
Yeah. Dead Horse Ultra.
Well, that was 2019.
Never Summer 100K. Oh, actually, it looks like maybe the 60K she did there.
Regardless, she is moving well. She is running this climb that we've seen a lot of people walk the top of it. So a great result. Well, she still has a ways to go, but she's looking in good stead. She is in a race because 5th through 10th are within 20 minutes of each other. So keep moving, Ella. Keep moving. There was about a 3 or 4 minute gap to 6th place. So watch out for the mountain bikers coming through.
So we are watching our 5th place woman coming into the last aid station. After this, she's going to have about 4-ish miles to go and still some descending. So
you're smiling.
She's going to have about 1,600 feet of loss. So she's descending 1,600 feet. and is also going to be still ascending 600 feet. So there's still some of the race to go, about 4-ish miles from here to the finish at the Andesite aid station. And there's another runner coming through aid here. I think we're looking at... That'd be...
It's not Micah, no Mike.
Maybe it's Robert Short.
So
We'll
Ella took a dunk of water, and she is on her way out, holding on to 5th place, but she is in a bit of a battle. There are a couple of women within a couple of minutes behind her. So Ella, keep moving. You are currently in the podium. Descend strong, stay upright. You got this. So holding on to 5th place. So Aaron O, Ella is our queen in Boulder. Well, your queen is crushing it out there today. And Aaron says, yes, she is. That to answer which question, I wonder. She is the queen of Boulder.
Ella Bratliff running back out of the aid station, heading towards that finish line.
So I'm really intrigued as to what the gap from Ella back was.
Yeah, once we get her time through, we'll see sort of how far back she is from Christina.
So Mike Cappy had passed. So a couple of people had passed between when we saw Sam Westcott pass with the George. Noah Brown was through. Casey Wyman through. Casey Wyman, Eric Stryker, Jake Hacker, Mike Cappy, who was in the mix in this race last year, then Ella Ratcliffe, and then Robert Schwartz has passed through since Ella. Now we are looking at Christina.
Christina Trigstad, sorry.
Is going to beat the... Oh my God, she is going to shatter her own records on this. So she has ran... She had 2 of the fastest Montana times. In 2018, she ran a 5:27. In 2021, she ran a 6:32. She is going to run this race in 6:06 to 6:07.
She's going to be the fastest Montanan.
Fastest Montanan. Yeah. She just gets ahead of Jen Lichter's 2021 and 2022 times. I'm sure Jen is going to use that, and she's going to be back, and she's going to smash it in future years.
Oh, yeah. Knowing Jen...
who has just passed her? Is that a competitor, or is that it might be a competitor?
I think that was the camera. That was this camera.
Oh yeah.
No, here's another. Yeah, here's another gentleman. He just ran by.
That is
Christina. Following him. That's
Luke Galloway.
Yeah, Luke Galloway leading Christina Trigstad, into the finish here.
So I'm guessing they may both have passed Chad, because Chad has not finished yet. So unless we just missed him marginally just ahead of them. I think we had Luke has moved into 16th place. Christina, 4th lady, 17th overall. And then, yeah, there you go. Great job, Christina.
Trigstad, Christina had an amazing race today.
Shattered her own PR.
Is now the fastest Montanan, as well as completed her, how many reps is this?
She's the 4th fastest overall.
How many reps has she done? So many. What a great race from Christina. I mean, she is such a consistent competitor here.
So the top 10 women's times have been shattered. We've now got the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fastest times. Our top podium has not been finished yet. So Olivia Amber just danced beside me because of her predictions, but you haven't predicted 5th place yet.
No, actually. I did. I was wrong.
Oh yeah, we both got it wrong. Okay.
I crushed my predictions though, I just have to say.
All right. So, okay. Now that we're into this, let us look at Olivia and mine's top 5 predictions and see how we did.
I was 4 for 5.
Okay,
for the
so
women.
our results were David Hedges 5th, Florian Winker 4th, Scott Patterson 3rd, Ryan Becker 2nd, Michelina Sincerity 1st. I predicted Andrew Wise 5th. I was incorrect. I predicted Patterson 4th. I was incorrect. He was 3rd. I predicted Kirsch 3rd. I was incorrect. But I got Becker and Michelina. Olivia.
I guessed Patterson 5th, Becker 4th, Hedges 3rd, Kirsch second, and Michelino first.
So you only got one correct, and I got 2 correct.
But I at least had Michelino, Ryan, and Scott top 5. So they're at least, they still get
Yeah,
points
so,
there.
Yeah.
For the women, we have Claire Rhodes in first, Jasmine Lowther second, Hannah third, Christina fourth, and we will see about fifth, but right now it's Ella Ratliff. And I had guessed Claire, Jasmine, Hannah, Christina, Lindsay, but Lindsay did drop out before the Lone Peak Ascent. She dropped out at Swift Current. She just wasn't feeling it today. And let's take a pause right now because we've got another finisher coming through, looking really strong, finishing with some spring in their step. I think we've got, is this,
Maybe Cam Yeaman, maybe?
yeah, because we haven't seen him much on the
Or Scott
feed.
showing.
Like I remember Scott wearing some other color.
It's a friend of Hannah's, and I'm guessing because Hannah's from Colorado, this guy's in Colorado, maybe it's Cam Yeaman.
Yeah, I think that's Cam. We didn't get to see him much in the live stream today. So Cam Yeaman, we're pretty sure that's him. Just crossed.
Oh, he's a La Sportiva, wearing La Sportiva gear. Is Hannah a La Sportiva athlete? No. What is the pink that Hannah wears? I think it's La Sportiva. It's the same as Cam Smith, I think. So 6:10. And here we got Chad Trammell across in 6:10 and 14 seconds. Oh, Dynafit, and that's what Cam Smith wears is Dynafit. So 2 good results by the Dynafit athletes. So that's Chad as a cross. So that is going to be, we're getting close to our top 20.
Cameron Yeaman just finished. Chad Trammell just finished.
Yeah. Yeah. So because, and just to, for my own top 5 predictions, I predicted Lindsay in 5th, Christina in 4th, Hannah in 3rd, I did Claire 2nd, and Jasmine 1st. So I only got my 3rd and 4th correct. So Olivia crushed me on that, and overall cumulative, I think Olivia won our fantasy prediction stakes for this.
Thanks, Patty.
Well done,
I
Olivia.
appreciate it.
You won this round. Now, as we're waiting for our, so that puts us as we have 19 finishers from Cameron Yeaman in 19th, we just passed. So we are going to take a 10-minute break and eat these burgers that were delivered to us. We're expecting Ella, I would guess, in about the next 25 to 30 minutes, so probably in around a 6:30 to 40 time. So we expect her to complete the top 5. Then we're also going to have a lot of interviews coming up with our podium finishers. So bear with us. We're going on mute for a second and going to devour our burgers. We'll chat to you all soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with the newly minted record CR holder, Michelino Microlino Sinceri. How's it going, Mike? How are you feeling?
I'm a little tired. I can't see my right eye still. It's a little fuzzy. But other than that, I feel pretty good. I'm pretty stoked on this one.
So you just ran, what, 5:02?
I think it was 5:01:15.
5:01:15.
So about a minute 16 seconds off my goal, but that's okay. I mean,
but 3 minutes
fine.
ahead the record of the course record.
Yeah. Lucky.
We were willing you down the last half mile or so because we were unsure whether it was a quarter mile or a half mile. And we're like, how quick can Mikey run a half mile time?
Oh man, that last mile this course. So I knew where the 2 mile mark was to the finish. I was at 4 hours 44 minutes, and I was like, oh, I just have to run 8-minute miles the last 2 miles. Like, that's not a big deal. But that last mile, you climb 400 feet, and I was just shredded, man. I was trying so hard. Hamstrings are cramping, the quads are cramping. Yeah, no, I tried, dude, but couldn't do it today.
We had a nice drone footage of you picking your way up through the trees, and there's that one section where you cross over the washout. Yeah. And it was like, it's so slow to get to the fire road. But once you get out to the fire road, we saw a smile on your face. And we knew you were going to take at least the course record. So let's go back to the start. When I talked to you this week, you said you had your goal was to go out hard and go out fast and then run faster. Did you talk to us about your game plan and about how the race played out?
Yeah, totally. My game plan. So looking at the start list, there's some really freaking talented Alaskans coming down here. And they're known for being absolutely fantastic climbers and fantastic on the technical terrain. So I kind of thought, okay, the one thing they don't have there is the altitude. So I talked to Ryan Becker, so we're kind of in on this together. So luckily that was nice to have a
so you both planned
a partner in crime
to go out hard at the start, right?
Yeah, I told him yesterday. I was like, Ryan, my plans. I want to go out hard, take it out really hard. That way we can kind of destroy their lungs early. Because we're used to it. Ryan lives up at altitude. I've been up at 9,200 feet all year. So the goal was, okay, we gotta make sure like we can get these guys early. That way, they're tired by the time we get there. So there was some planning involved.
As a sea-level person who raced against you last year, I am so glad I didn't jump into the 50K this year because I would have been amongst that group of people crushed by an early fast pace.
I was paying for it. That start to finish, that hurt.
Yeah,
but. I mean, it worked out, so it's all good.
So you both yourself and Ryan ran into the first aid station Moonlight 1 together. I think by Moonlight 2 you may have gapped him slightly. Did you see him after that? Were you cognizant of where he was behind you throughout the rest of the race?
Yeah, no, me and Ryan were working together for most of, all the way up until about mile 12 or so.
Okay.
So we were actually right after that second aid station. So aid 1, aid 2. I was taking in calories, and he actually gapped me, and I was, running with him for a little bit. We kind of leapfrogged for, the first 12 miles, like I said.
Yeah.
But then, Ryan's a friend, but this is racing, and sometimes you do have to be a little cutthroat. So he was, he started taking in a gel. He was, trying to get nutrition in, and I kind of took advantage of it and put in a little surge. And
Where
then
did
from
this
that
happen?
point forward, led from the.
Where exactly was that surge?
That was around right after that mile 12 or so. It was on the
Like
switchbacks that cut up to the bowl. So you take the switchbacks up Headwater before the big climb, and then you kind of dip down and around through that talus field, that first big talus field. It was probably about a half a mile before then on those switchbacks.
Yeah, because we saw when he crested over down into the talus field, he was ripping.
Yeah.
So I wasn't too sure what his strength in terms of the technical terrain was, but clearly his strength was right there. So he was always consistently just a couple of minutes back from you, and then Scott, who's back here now, a couple of minutes back from him. So that is your third time doing the 50K and your third time winning the 50K. Is that correct?
Third. My goal was to make this my third and last 50K here at the Rut. I wanted to top it off with a third victory and a course record. Was lucky enough to get that today, and I feel fulfilled here. I'll be back to hang out because it's the most fun race.
Do you feel fulfilled, Mikey? Because I know you were gunning for that sub 5.
I got sub 5 last year on a shorter course.
Shorter course, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, you may have dodged that.
Shorter course, but
you
that's
may
fine,
have dodged that bullet. I'm sure the 28K would be something you'd be interested in going for, and and giving that a shot in the coming years as well.
Maybe.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
you could be sitting here doing the commentary.
Actually, that would be a lot of fun.
Coming through here, no, that is not Ella. So we're waiting for Ella Ratliff, who will be our 5th lady. That is Mason Copy, or Mike Copy from Salt Lake City.
Attaboy, Mike.
Attaboy, Mike. Yeah, he was mixing it up with us last year at the race.
Oh, yeah.
How did you feel the course differed between last year and this year? Do you think, because you ran a 4:59 last year, you're 3 minutes slower. Whoever in the women's race, they ran maybe 20 minutes faster, or 15 minutes slower. How much of a time gap do you think was reflective of the course differences?
I mean, I'd have to dig into the data, but I mean, from the feeling of it all, it felt tougher. I mean,
it's definitely a slower course.
I think it's a slower course.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a quarter mile difference, I think, but a couple hundred more feet of climbing, a few hundred more feet of climbing. But instead of going, super smooth, runnable switchbacks down Headwaters, you take that right and you head up that fire road up into that, talus field with those really short switchbacks and those short talusy switchbacks, which
go.
Yeah, which slows things down, So, yeah, it felt harder this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but we had such fantastic weather.
The weather was perfect.
I think the weather being absolutely perfect was
yesterday
huge.
when we raced across a little bit on Headwaters, but predominantly on top of Lone Peak, there was a lot of snow left. From what we saw there, was there any? Did you cross any snow?
There's no snow.
Okay.
There's no snow. That sun roasted it last night.
Yeah. How do you think the pace going down off of Headwaters, going down off of Lone Peak, do you think it would have been faster with the snow or without?
Faster with snow.
Faster with snow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when the snow covers it all, it's so tight, little rocks and all that. You avoid getting things in your shoes and getting rocks in your shoes and kind of just slide down it. So if there was snow, that would be pretty fun.
What was your most memorable part? You can't say the finish because obviously that's your most memorable part.
That's a cop out.
Other than that, what's your most memorable part of the race course out there?
Oh man, I would say it was really nice. I mean, the 2 aid stations that I think were the most memorable were the Taylor Swift water aid station. I mean, going into there, and I mean, one of my favorite things about this race is the crowd. The crowds, the cheering, the support.
Yep.
Seeing all my friends and seeing everybody out there, super stoked. Between that and Andesite, the aid stations are my favorite part.
Yeah, I love that.
Everything in between the aid station is kind of just like grind time.
Yeah.
But once you actually hit hit those aid stations, you see your friends, you get the high fives. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
I love that. One thing you need to give a shout out to your family because they were commenting on, they've been following your race all morning. They were giving some great shout outs to you. Your brother was telling you should be running a bit faster. Maybe if you had to listen to your brother, you could have went under 5.
I know. Well, I mean, yeah. Frank's always, he's always going to push my buttons and get the most out of me.
Yeah.
I mean, my family's extremely supportive.
Yeah.
I don't think there's love you guys. You guys are the best.
Yeah. They were rooting for you there today.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they watched start to finish too.
Yeah.
Putting in 5 hours of time. They're going to have to bill me for that one. I'll bring you guys out to dinner with the prize money.
So the Sinceri family and the North Face family and the Rudd family were so proud of you and your result today. 3-time winner, now course record holder, well deserved. Mike Sinceri, congratulations and thanks for joining us.
Thank you, man. Yeah, thanks for doing this. You guys make a kick-ass team. It was so much fun watching you guys on the live stream the last couple of days.
Oh, I love that.
I mean, you guys are great at this.
I think you'll be a natural behind the table at some stage as well.
I would love to do this next year. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And we are going to keep an eye on the finishers coming in through because we're expecting our 5th place lady to come through pretty soon. Ella.
Hey, Robert. Attaboy.
What's Robert's surname?
Oh my gosh, what is Schwartz? No, that's a different Robert. Schwartz? Robert Schwartz?
Yep, Robert Schwartz. So he was just behind Ella. So at the last aid station. So this is Ella Ratcliffe. Yep, Ella Ratcliffe is not here, just right behind this guy.
Man,
I think that might be Jake Hacker, maybe. But right behind, we've got our 5th place female from Boulder, Colorado, the Queen of Boulder, Ella Ratcliffe, to take 5th place and the final spot on the podium. She is smiling, she's waving, she's across the line just on 6 hours and 45 minutes.
Atta girl.
Such a tremendous result.
You've probably already mentioned this. Huge shout out to the women today.
I know.
Yeah.
So now the top 10 overall times, if you look at them for the men and the women, we've one from the men and then one other person broke into the top 10.
Yeah.
Ryan. First, second, third, and fourth fastest times have ever been done at the women's
yes.
50K was from several ladies who were in the room with us here today.
I mean, I'm not surprised, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised at all.
It's awesome.
Yeah, there's some
It's
strong
awesome.
ladies.
Yeah. Nice work.
Cheers, dude.
All right.
All right.
Welcome back to the studio. I am here with our 2024 50K champion and new course record holder, Claire Rhodes. Claire, welcome to the champion's chair. How does it feel?
Thanks for having me. very happy to be done. Very tired, but yeah, really happy with it.
So Claire, you actually did this race last year for the first time. You did the 50K. You came in third place, actually behind Christina. How does it feel this year? What was your mindset going into this race? You know, you are somewhat familiar with the course after last year. Obviously, it was a little bit different this year since you did not summit last year. I'd love to hear about your mindset.
Yeah, I loved the race last year for sure. It was great to get some experience on the course. Coming into this year, this race really wasn't on my race schedule. I was planning on racing OCC in Chamonix a few weeks ago. I had a really tough day there, and so this was kind of my backup plan, for lack of a better word. But I actually got really excited to come back and do it, and I just went into it with a mindset that I was open to anything. I just knew I wanted to finish and feel good and proud of myself, whatever that looked like. And things just happened to line up, and I felt good today. So I'm really happy about that.
Well, feel good was clear because you just absolutely smashed the course record by 27 minutes. You ran 5 hours, 45 minutes, and 29 seconds. So that is the new course record for the Rep 50K. Was that actually on your radar at all today? Did you have any results in mind going into the race?
Not at all. Definitely not the course record. I actually had no idea what that even was. I knew my time from last year, but I ran a slightly different course where we didn't summit Lone Peak. So yeah, and in terms of place goals, you know, again, I was just trying to go into it being ready for anything. I knew that the field was really strong, but I also felt like it was kind of anyone's race. There was a lot of strong ladies. So yeah, of course, you know, always want a podium, always want to like win if possible, but I was just going to go out there and try to run my own race, and that's what I did. Certainly wasn't planning on leading from the start, but just kind of found myself there and ended up running scared all day and looking behind my shoulder, which led to some trips and falls. I know, I need to stop that. It's like a really bad habit of mine. I like cannot help myself.
We saw a little bit of that, and we were curious, did you ever see Jasmine charging up behind you?
Yeah, I could see Jasmine a lot all day. I could see her in like the first 10 miles when you're kind of winding through the trees on the bike path or bike single track. And I would like kind of try to keep an eye on like what the split was. And then I could see her as we were climbing Lone Peak too. And it's just hard to know what the time gap really is when you're on that. And
so what went through your mind when you'd look back and see her there? What were you thinking?
Yeah, despite me constantly looking back, I did try to keep reminding myself to run my own race like I said I was going to. So I was like, well, that's fine. Like, that's awesome. And I'm just going to keep up exactly what I'm doing. I didn't think at any given moment that I could do much more than what I was doing. So I just tried to focus on my effort in any given section of the course. And was just going to see where that took me.
Yeah. And so how do you feel like some of that course knowledge, since you were on, you know, a bit of a different course, but still generally speaking, similar course this year to last year. How much do you think that course knowledge played into your strategy this year?
It was great to have some understanding of the course. I will say I kind of forgot some parts of the course and how long it actually took to get up to Headwater Ridge, I think, and some certain parts of the course. And then descending off of Lone Peak was entirely brand new to me, and that was quite interesting. That's an awesome ridge. I was thinking while I was out there, it'd be awesome to like come and just do a training run on this trail because it's so beautiful and a really cool technical piece of trail. But yeah, it's intense, a lot of loose rock, and I was just trying to stay on my feet, which I failed to do a few times. If you saw me at the finish line, you saw that.
So we did see this like huge sort of brown splotch on your shirt.
Yeah.
Did you slide on your stomach or was that Coca-Cola?
No, I absolutely ate it after the last aid station.
Patty was right.
I was coming down like a steep, soft bike trail, thankfully soft, but very steep. And I went to put my sunglasses on because it was getting sunny and just absolutely clipped a toe. Fell flat on my stomach and kind of knocked out the wind out of me for a second. But
oh my gosh.
I rallied. I was okay, but I knew that it was ruining my finish line photos.
Honestly, I think it just added to them because we were all like, oh my gosh, what happened here? I was pretty convinced it was Coca-Cola. So I'm glad we could clear that up. I was wrong. It indeed was a stomach slide. I'm glad you're okay. Where exactly was that again?
Just coming off of Andesite.
Coming off of Andesite.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we saw that there. So,
yeah, I was worried the drone was over me and it caught me.
So when you hit Andesite, what did you know that Jasmine was kind of close by? Were you like, okay, I gotta like really sprint it in here because she might be catching me? Did you have any sense at all that you were near the course record, or what was the motivation those last few miles? Because after that Andesite climb, it's tough to stay motivated. So what were you sort of thinking? What was the motivating factor for you at that point?
The course record was not in my mind at all because again, I didn't even know what it was. I was just planning on like a 6-ish hour finish, but I got to the top of Andesite and I think it was maybe just over 5 hours, and I was thinking, I don't think this is going to take like a full hour, so that's cool to be under 6. I was excited about that. But again, I didn't know what the course record was. I asked a few people that I saw before starting the climb up to Andesite if they had any splits, which usually I don't like to ask, but I was getting tired and I wanted to know how hard I had to push. And they said they thought about 4 minutes. So I didn't want to let myself get too comfortable. I really just kept going at the effort I was going at. And yeah, worked out. I kind of liked that last section actually after Andesite until that final little mile where you have some climbing, but otherwise it's kind of fun.
Yeah, what is your favorite section of the course?
I mean, the high parts going up and down Lone Peak is super beautiful, but also like I was absolutely feeling the altitude there as a sea level girl. So I actually really liked the runnable sections today, which like maybe would surprise some people that know me, but like I was having a lot of fun with
coming from our reigning Mount Marathon champion, that is very surprising to hear.
I was really liking the cruisy runnable sections. That's like where I felt my best. Climbing was feeling like really tough. I feel like I hiked more than I expected, but yeah. So I liked the running today.
And how did your fueling go? What did you use? Did you follow the sort of plan that you had in place for that?
Yeah, fueling went well, which I was happy with because I've kind of struggled with that at altitude and with heat. So thankfully we only had one of those major variables today. But yeah, I tried to take in a gel every 30 minutes, and I think I drank a lot more than I normally have, which is huge for me. I think that was a big part of my problem at OCC. I got really dehydrated in the first few hours. So I tried to take in at least a bottle every hour with electrolytes. And yeah, thankfully the aid stations had Scratch, which we love, like plenty of aid stations, lovely people. So that was really helpful.
Awesome. Well, Claire, you had an amazing day. So thank you for just, pushing the sport, pushing the time forward. It's going to be really fun to see other women come back and try to go under 6 hours again next year. It's just been incredible to watch. So thanks for coming out. Hopefully you'll be back again next year.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully. Yeah.
So thank you again. We're going to keep an eye on the finish line. We are going to gather up some more of the podium for more interviews shortly.
Okay, here we are with Scott Patterson, the, correct me if I'm wrong, VK 4th place, 28K 2nd place. I'm getting tired even just listing them off. 50K 3rd place, and Trifecta champion from the Rut 2024. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
How are your legs feeling?
Rough. I'm hobbling around with my trekking poles right now.
And, so you started your effort at, was it 11 a.m. on Friday? Was that the race start?
Yeah.
12? So in the last 50 hours, you have ran for 9 hours and 19 minutes, 56 seconds. And I think I was estimating earlier, it's something like, what, 22,000 feet of climbing?
Yeah, I think it's something like that. I'm feeling it right now.
What on earth inspired you to do the Trifecta?
I mean, when I was signing up, Mike Foote gave me an entry not too long ago, and I wasn't quite sure which race I wanted to do. I was like, well, why not all three?
All three.
Yeah, so it was kind of, I feel like I needed a challenge. I've raced the VK in 50 or the VK in 28 combos before. It's like, sure, I'll give it a go.
So I guess let's talk through the race today, but then I want to actually talk back on your experiences doing the race before, because you've been a regular since did you race in 2016?
Yeah.
I think I raced against you, and I was many minutes behind you in 2016. You might have been third. I think I was
third.
€3 or €2, and then there was Alaskan, and I was the first from south of the border. And sixth or something like that. So today's race, what was your game plan going into it, given what you had in your legs of the previous days? How did you think you were going to fare?
I mean, I kind of went out trying to race it like it was a fresh race.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to do well today as well. I knew I'd be feeling my legs, and those guys started so fast.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, 1 and 2 are gone, but I can fight for whatever I have.
Yeah.
I kind of just had one pace and cranked throughout the day.
At times, both times through Moose Tracks, I think you were Florian had caught up with you. Were you working with him at all?
I mean, we were running together. I don't know if we really were working together.
Yeah.
It was kind of, we were running together.
Yeah, because you actually disappeared from the, we missed you on drone footage a couple of times. You kind of disappeared off the radar from the bottom of the climb up to Headwaters through to the next time we saw you was after your descent off Lone Peak.
Okay.
So we had no idea where you're going. Maybe it was the camouflage shirt you were wearing, but they kept missing you.
Yeah.
So we're like, oh God, it's Scott's legs finally caught up with him.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I mean, I was running with Florian, and I mean, Florian was strong on the uphills, but definitely could use some work on his technical downhill skills.
Yeah.
And so coming off Headwaters, I pulled away from him.
Yeah. At any stage throughout the race where your legs finally catch up with you and you were like, oh, I'm worried about the people coming behind?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, top of Lone Peak, I was concerned, but I knew Florian would have that descent and I could put some time back on.
Yeah.
And then off Andesite as well. He was only 2 minutes or something behind. And I was definitely concerned. My legs were feeling it.
Yeah.
Lots of sore muscles.
So we were looking back at the historical times. In a moment, we'll talk about your own previous experiences with the race. But as you were running into the finish line, because the previous top 10 times, I think it was the 10th fastest time prior to today was Morgan Elliott in 2:24. Obviously, Mikey finished. He dropped him out. Then it was Sage Candidate was the 10th in 2:20.25. And then Ryan knocked him out of it. So Matt Shryock's time of 9:14.40, and you came around the corner in like 19. We were willing you into that top 10. You ended up getting the 11th fastest ever time by about 20 seconds.
And Matt's a friend. I would have liked to bump him off the list.
But there has to be a couple of asterisks behind them about 11th fastest time had 19,000 feet or whatever, 22,000 feet in his legs. So how many times have you been at the Rut?
This is my 5th time.
This is your 5th time. When was your first time?
I think 2016.
2016.
Yeah.
When we didn't get over the top. When that
that was my first year.
Yeah.
So I was here in 16, 17, 18, 19, and then haven't been back for a while.
Okay. And were you always doubling up VK plus other race?
Yeah. I did the VK in 50 3 years, and then VK in 28 1 year.
Okay.
I had some good stories back then.
Yeah.
I ended up in the medical tent 1 year.
Oh, come on, tell us about it.
I mean, coming down from Alaska, between being a sea level person and it was hot, it was smoky. I pushed myself a little too hard. One of the water bars coming into the finish, I actually tripped over. and crawled across the finish line. There's a
my
photo of
God.
me crawling across the finish line.
Oh my God.
And then ended up, in the med tent with an IV.
Oh,
But I wasn't the only Alaskan in the medical tent. One of my friends was also
who was in there as well?
Chad.
Chad Travel,
Yeah.
who was out there today, and I think went in the top. He finished 3rd place overall in the trifecta. So let's talk about the trifecta. So 9 hours and 20 minutes. We actually have 2 Alaskans in the top 3 for the trifecta. Chad Trammell, who also ended up in the first aid tent on an IV back then. Why do the Alaskans keep coming back to the rut?
I mean, I think part of it is there's not that many like really technical races in the U.S.
Yeah.
And this is one of the few.
Yeah.
And there's a pretty good connection between Bozeman and Alaska.
Yeah.
Got a lot of friends who went to MSU.
Yeah.
My parents actually live in Bozeman.
Okay.
So it's a good excuse for me to come down and visit.
Yeah.
So it's a fun race.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike put on an awesome event. I mean, like yesterday, helping out with the run.
Yeah.
It's pretty
so
cool
fun.
to see the future.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, it's a cool event. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's maybe a little high and a little hot for us, but it's technical at least.
Yeah.
So.
Fortunately, it wasn't too hot today.
I was so happy about the snow the last few days.
Yeah. You mentioned the youth, the run yesterday. I don't know if I got that order correctly. The run. One thing I have to say, the Mount Marathon is one of the races that really led from the forefront with youth participation in our sport, with the junior race, which has been going on for at least a decade or longer, or even, I don't know how long the junior race has been going.
I mean, the course record, I think, is from...
Did you ever do the junior race?
I never did the junior race.
Okay.
I did the senior race twice.
Yeah.
I won it in 2017 and haven't raced since.
Yeah. As someone who I've had the good fortune of racing and getting schooled at Mount Marathon last year, there's so many parallels with that, with the community that surrounds Mount Marathon and the community that surrounds the rut.
Yeah.
And we were been saying it on the live stream over the last 2 days. There's so many parallels between the two groups. It's really cool to see.
We've got a cool community in Alaska for mountain running.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so much access. Whether you want to race or just go run in the mountains.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
We were reiterating how much of a stamp of approval it is for the rut that the Alaskans come back year after year after year. I mean, they are the burliest people out of North American trail runner, out of at least US trail runners. So it's a great stamp of approval for the rut. I always want to ask, what was your favorite moment on the course over your last 3 days? What was your favorite? What was your favorite moment? Because you've had all the weather over the last 3 days as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think honestly one of them was probably the descent down from Andesite in the 28K.
Yeah.
Where Johnny was
right on your tail.
Right on my tail. And I'm not usually that much of a descender.
Yeah.
And just kind of went for it then and held him off. I mean, we were basically the same split up top, so it was kind of a little stamp like, okay.
Potentially the best descender in the United States is Johnny Luna Lemus, so holding him off was a very impressive feat. You should be very proud of that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's so many awesome moments over the 3 days.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I love running along like Headwaters. It's so cool, where you actually get to kind of cruise along the ridge.
Yeah.
And, I mean, should have looked at the top of it. Lone Peak. Apparently, you could see the Teton yesterday.
Okay,
but
I
did not look.
I think both of us were in similar states of hypoxia at the top, being both sea level people.
A little cold, little hypoxic.
I think these people like Ryan and Mikey, who all live at actually all of the podium finishers in the room all live at elevation. They don't appreciate the stuff we go through coming up to this. Like the first half mile of each one of these races is just death.
And then that Lone Peak, the 10 to 11, it's just. It hits hard.
Yeah. Do you ever see yourself pushing a bit further and doing something like Pikes Peak? Have you done Pikes Peak?
I haven't done Pikes Peak. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. It is really hypoxic.
Yeah.
It was a very miserable experience.
I do really kind of hone in on the races that have some technicality.
Yeah,
I'm kind of trying to figure out what I want to race in the next few years. So
I'm going to selfishly recommend you go back to Ireland or Scotland and race back there, because we have some very technical racing.
Yeah.
Minimal course marking. You just have to get top of the mountain, back down. You have to choose your route. I'd recommend it.
Sounds great.
Well, thank you so much for interviewing with us today, and congratulations on your frankly insulting speed across the 3 races. For all of us who are just doing one races and you school us, it's a very humbling experience for the rest of us.
Thank you.
Proud
it was a pleasure to race with you yesterday.
Thanks very much, and we'll see you at the next one.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool.
I'm here in the studio with Jasmine Lowther, our 50K runner-up this year. Welcome to the studio, Jasmine.
Thank you.
How does it feel finishing your first rut in second place?
Yeah, it feels good. I think the main thing that feels really good is that it was like the top 3-4 women.
Top 4.
Top 4 women
believe,
going under
yeah.
course record. I think that's super badass. So yeah, it's an honor.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredibly fast year. So what was your mindset going into the race today? I mean, this is your first time on this course. It's a gnarly course, as we know. What were you thinking this morning as you towed that start line?
Yeah, it's always such a curious thing. I think for me, there was definitely some unknowns. So coming off of a DNF at CCC and just wanting to see how my body is doing and see how the legs will spin out at altitude again. Yeah, and then just the rut. I mean, the course is super badass. There's a ton of single track. There's a lot of technical ascents, descents, all the things that you can imagine. Highly recommend it for anyone who's considering it. I'd say it's like the most beautiful 50K mountain race in the States for sure. And yeah, I think I was just curious. That's what I told some of my friends, and I'm curious to see how it pans out. And always want to be gunning for the podium, of course. But yeah.
So was this always on your calendar? Were you planning on doing this race even if you had finished CCC, or was this kind of a last minute, like, oh, you know what? I've got some legs. Like, let's send it. Let's do it.
Absolutely. Definitely that. Yeah. Yeah. I was planning for just the VK and then realized like, oh, you know what? Let's just hold the phone and let's just jump into the 50K.
It's a bit of an upgrade.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
In distance.
Yeah, definitely.
So what was your race strategy today? So obviously, again, first time on the course, you're obviously familiar with like the GPX file and what your teammates have shared with you about the course, but did you have a strategy in place from a pacing perspective? What was sort of your strategy going into today?
Yeah. I always like make a little map, hand draw the course. Have some, have some like, highly recommend doing this. Have some goal times in mind. It was a little bit trickier because it is a slightly different course, and going off of like Jen Lichter's past times and things like that. And I think this course, it is interesting because there is so much down up. So it can be tricky to kind of estimate your pace strategy. So I had to have like a bit more of an open mind of like, all right, I know that there is a climb coming up. I don't really know what it's going to be like. And I will say that climb up to Andesite is super brutal when you have like tired legs. It's at the last part of the race and it's like super steep. You're literally like clawing your way up some crazy Black Diamond mountain biking trails. It's good times.
So what would you say your least favorite part of the race course was and your favorite part of the race course was?
Ooh, maybe the Andesite climb would be my least favorite off the top of my head. And then, most aesthetically pleasing was definitely going up Lone Peak. It's a grind, so you have to work for it a lot. There's like some ropes there that you can use.
Did you use them at all?
I did.
Yeah, I thought we saw that. We definitely saw Claire using it. We had a bit longer drone footage on her at first. And then we were able to pan out and see you sandwiched between Claire and Hannah, almost like exactly at the same interval apart. You should definitely look back at the footage and see. It's incredible. At that point, I'm assuming you saw Claire. Did you look back at all and see Hannah?
Oh, I knew Hannah was on my ass. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So it was going through your mind when you'd look back and see her chasing after you.
Yeah. She was strong on the uphills. Absolutely. And she was lighting a fire on me for sure. And then I don't actually know. I don't think I actually knew that Claire was so close to me. So I don't think I actually saw her, which is a little bit unfortunate. That would have like fueled my fire even more. I think that is so cool to be like neck and neck for a female race, and definitely it's such a like keystone part section of the race too. So that was really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about your fueling strategy? Did you execute as you had planned? Did you have a pretty solid plan going into it? Were you little unsure of what you were going to do today, or what was your mindset about your fueling strategy going into this?
Yeah. Fueling strategy went a little bit out the window, but I'll contribute that to like the intensity and then being at altitude. So like a little bit of nausea going on, but yeah, no, I did have some NAC gels, some of the caffeinated ones, which are great. And then I was mostly subsisting off of just liquid fuel. So what they had at the aid stations and anything else.
Did you like the temps? I mean, it was definitely a little bit cooler this year than previous years. Also, definitely better air quality as well. We've had some bad air quality years here, so that definitely can slow people down. What did you feel comfortable with the temps today, or were you looking for a hotter race?
It was amazing. It was like the perfect race weather. There was definitely like the section coming off of Lone Peak. It's super epic. It's just like this downhill on dinner plate rocks, and you're trying not to bail. You're trying not to eat it, and it was super windy, so that got definitely a bit cold. But otherwise, I mean, we had like perfect overcast weather. Like, what more can you ask for when you're trying to like go for a fast time on a course? And yeah, I did heat up a bit at the end. There's like this last little section where there's not too many trees, and it was like, ooh, if we had this the entire day, that would have for sure affected most of us.
Maybe a little bit
Yeah.
more.
Yeah,
A little slower,
totally.
perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I am so curious. What shoes did you race in?
My go-tos, which are the Active Endurance 3s. They're just my good luck shoes.
I love them too.
I love them for all races, and they handled all of the crazy rocks very well. And I didn't roll an ankle. I did not bail. And yeah, I'll count that as a win too.
I'd say they're still probably good luck shoes, huh?
Yeah, totally, my faves.
So from a layering perspective, I think I saw you had arm sleeves.
Yeah.
Is that, and then obviously the mandatory gear like green shell.
Yeah.
Is that? Did you wear them the whole time, or did you take them off?
Basically the whole time.
Yeah.
And I'm
It's a testament to the temps. Huh?
Yeah. No, I love arm sleeves. You can like roll them up, roll them down. I did roll them down for a bit, definitely for like the climbs. And then as soon as we neared the top of Lone Peak, it was like super windy. So yeah, you can bring them back up again. And yeah, they're kind of nerdy, but super practical. And then at the very end, when it got pretty roasty, I put them away. It's like, okay, these aren't needed anymore.
And I've seen you use poles a lot in the past.
Yeah.
What was the pole situation like for you today?
Yeah, it was really just curious. I think doing this race again, I would maybe consider poles.
Yeah.
Like there's quite a few steep climbs, and I think you just have to be really good with like putting them away. I do think they would help you out just on those climbs. So I didn't have poles today. I am a big believer in poles for sure.
Yeah, you're a pole wizard.
Yeah.
I've seen you with the poles.
yeah. Brings out like the ski like movements out. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm kind of hungry to come back.
You just answered my next question. I was just about to ask, are we going to be seeing you back next year?
Yeah. If I can like fit it in, for sure. I definitely would love to come back, and I think anytime that you get like second place, you're kind of hungry for more. So
running the time that you ran, executing the race as you did, it being your first time on this course, I think we're all excited to see you back a second time and see what you can do.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back, Mike Foot.
You've heard it here. Jasmine will be back. Well, thank you so much, Jasmine.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to keep an eye on the finish line. So we're going to gather up Hannah, the third place finisher, for another interview shortly. But yeah, thanks. We'll be back soon.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are with the second place finisher from the 50K and the third place finisher from the VK. He wasn't content with one podium, he had to take two. Ryan Becker. How are you feeling now?
Feel pretty good.
Yeah.
I was a little envious and also not envious of Scott.
Yeah.
I did the trifecta a couple years ago, so it was kind of nice to go into the VK a little more rested.
Oh my god.
So I feel really good comparatively.
Yeah. So how many years have you been coming to the rut?
I think this is the fourth year. We missed last year, but yeah, this was one of the first like mountain races.
Yeah.
Definitely like a real mountain race that
Yeah.
I ever came to. But
Yeah.
yeah, this fourth year.
What was your first year? What year?
2018, 2019. Yeah. Somewhere around there. Yeah.
It's a great sign to a race that runners, especially talented runners like yourself, keep coming back to it. It really shows how spectacular an event the rut is. So we were talking to Michelino earlier, and he had told us last week what his game plan was going to be. He was going to go as hard as he could, and then he just told us in an interview later that he brought you in on his game plan, and you jumped aboard. Could you talk to us about it?
Well, sort of. He told me as well. He was like, "Yeah, like elevation. I'm already acclimated, so we're gonna make it hard for the Alaskans and people come from sea level." And I was like, "That's perfectly fine. Thanks for letting me know, but I'll see you. Like, you can go that on your own." But yeah, I ended up feeling pretty good actually, like right off the bat. And so he had already gapped, but I do like to run off the front as well, and so I was feeling good. He was already pushing, and we kind of just gave each other a pat on the back midway up the first climb, and we're like, "Let's go."
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, it was great. We were able to see you guys come through Moonlight. Is it Moonlight Aid Station? Moonlight
The
Aid
first
Station?
aid? Yeah.
Moonlight.
Yeah.
Moonlight 1 and Moonlight 2, you were so close to each other. It was really fun to see you guys work together. And then as you got up that fire road, and before you descended into once you descended into the talus field, we just got a person running behind you going into the talus field, and you took off ripping down towards that. Did you end up catching up with Michelino before the climb up to Headwater?
No, and I thought he was pretty gone.
Okay.
So yeah, I thought my descending was really not on today.
Well,
so,
it looked impressive on. You were going faster than the camera operator.
Oh, got it.
So you can thank the camera operator later for making you look fast.
Well, I do think I've heard a couple people talking about coming back to this race, and again being the fourth here, but you have that same descent in the 28 and the 50, which I've done kind of both. Yeah. And I remember the first year just stumbling my way down. So I think course knowledge does help, and of course, I guess expectations help a lot of how fast you're going to be, and I don't know, maybe foot placement helps a lot too on some of those more technical rocks. But
so we were talking just before the interview here, and we're talking about the likes of Michelino and Scott, who consistently practice on challenging terrain. And in your hometown, do you have much gnarly terrain like this to race or to train on?
We sort of do, but I would say like a lot of our more technical things are going to be on old mining roads in Telluride, and so we do have like quite a bit. We have like very steep terrain, but a lot of it is pretty loamy, or you have more dirt than I would say like moving talus and rocks. There's a couple sections, but I thought it was pretty funny today. I always like. Maybe because I started this race as more of like a road running background, but watching Mike just like run away from me on the runnable parts, I was like, man, he is ripping today. Because I was like, oh yeah, I'll just close him down on the running parts, and that's where he was moving on me. So it was pretty funny to watch.
Yeah. Did you see him again after Headwaters? Were you able to see him up the ridge line?
Yep, I kind of had been moving back and forth with him on different sections, and so I was definitely keeping tabs on him, and I think different people had told me different splits right before we started climbing up to Lone Peak, but I could definitely see him. And I didn't go back to verify, but it did look like he had gapped me pretty good going up, which, again, is always kind of funny because I think Lone Peak is often you're just kind of locked into positions and splits there. But I was anticipating losing quite a bit of time off the top, I think that's what happened.
Were you cognizant of the guys behind you, of Scott?
I did, Scott and Flo. I looked back at one point after you kind of run the runnable ridge before you really start going up. I'd taken a couple peeks, and I could see they were kind of closing in. I had seen Scott actually even before that aid station.
Swift Current.
Yeah. And before you do that, like climb up and then come down and then go back up to Swift Current, I had saw him. Kind of closing on me. So I was definitely aware of him, and then when I saw Flo as well coming up, I was like, oh man. I thought the entire descent, I was just waiting for them to just blow right by me.
Yeah.
But shockingly, that did not happen today. I was pretty surprised.
So as we were tracking you guys through after Lone Peak down to the next aid station before Andesite, you guys your times didn't come through at Sledhorn, so we were like really unawares about what was happening between Lone Peak and Andesite, and also we were unaware of the times you guys are running. At the time, because were you aware of what the course record was? Were you aware of what Killian's time was? Were you shooting for a certain time today?
No, I wasn't. I think, referencing again that Trifecta year, I think was the only year I've actually done the 50K.
Yeah.
And so I ran something like 540 that year. And so I was expecting to be maybe like 520, 515 today with fresher legs.
Yeah.
And I definitely consider myself more of a climber than a descender, and so I've looked through the leaderboards just on Strava with some of those Killian times, and I thought I was moving pretty good today, but I was surprised to see this was like my only the third fastest time through that section, and I thought I still had like pretty good legs. So I guess in years past maybe I just walked all the way off Lone Peak, and I was super fresh by the time we hit that final climb. But I was surprised.
Up Andesite, you mean?
Yes. Yeah. So I was surprised to be slower today by quite a bit, actually.
Okay.
But I don't know. Who knows?
Because that's a climb that can just break you. So the fact you were running that, or the fact the other years you've run that well, it stands to your fitness previous years. But you were able to hold on to a pretty good time, and you just moved into the third fastest time, just ahead of Killian Journey.
Which that was also pretty funny because at the last aid, someone, I don't know if I misheard it or if they misspoke, but they were like, "You're about like 5 minutes, 7 minutes back on Mike, and you're like 30 minutes down on Killian's time."
Down on
And
it.
I was like, "Oh, thanks for telling me I'm like 30 minutes behind Killian." Like, I don't need this information.
Because we would have been talking, and they probably heard us, and they might have just completely misunderstood.
They might have said, you might have said 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like after the fact.
Yeah.
But I was like, okay, that's great.
Oh, because
I was 30 minutes slower than Killian. I was like, okay, perfect.
I think
great.
you said you had you might have had 38 minutes to beat Killian's
Got
time.
it. Okay.
Which you descended in 37, so it's perfect. What is your favorite part of the course? What was your favorite moment out there? Across both days, even across the VK. Or
I do. I mean, I do love VKs, so I really like that environment. I like the feeling you get afterwards. I like really just pushing to the summit and feeling that afterwards. So I love VKs even when they don't go well. I think just like a 40-ish minute VO2 stimulus kind of feels like really nice. Today I've had kind of like a weird off and on summer of training, and so I didn't really know what to expect, how today was going to go. And so part of my plan was just use the VK to kind of just like blow the cobwebs out and see how it would go. But I came in with a lot more gratitude for just like being able to push than I have like maybe ever in most races. And so I think I did like appreciate more today, just like in general. So there were a couple like, of course, low moments, but in general, I was just reminding myself like it's actually just like a privilege to be able to just run hard for 5 hours and have good competition and be on a technical course and challenge yourself. So it was a pretty nice day. Mike and I were running together for quite a bit, and we like shared kind of a special moment as the sun was coming up. And I would say that's probably like the moment of the day for me. Yeah, it was a pretty amazing sunrise out.
We're very fortunate to be able to run these mountains and participate in these events and as part of this great community. And you were saying that you were really appreciating every moment out there. On the live stream, that showed
trying to
every time. At least you made the impression that you were enjoying yourself every time we saw you. You had a huge smile on your face.
Okay, well.
Sometimes it was a bit of a grimace in the smile, but you were positive out there, and we loved watching you racing. We're so impressed with your time today and with your performance and with your attitude and just everything about your involvement in this event. The Rut is super grateful to have you. Like the fact you keep coming back is a great stamp of approval for the Rut, and they're really excited you're part of the community.
I think it is like the community. That's what brings people to be here. I mean, 4 years ago I really didn't know that many people, but now like you see your Gus, like Gus Gibbs is out there on course, like giving you shit, and then you like your friends from Montana are out there, and I think that is what keeps people coming back. You know, it is the community. So. Yeah, it's fun to be back.
I
And
love it.
I'm happy to be back. Yeah.
Well, I think we can both be grateful that we're part of this community.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice job out
Great.
there.
Thanks, Patty. Yeah.
We'll chat to you soon.
All right.
Welcome back to the studio. I am here rounding out the 2024 50K podium with our third place female finisher, Hannah Allgood. Welcome to the studio, Hannah. How are you feeling?
Still tired. My throat hurts, but otherwise I feel good. Yeah.
Good. Well, this is your first rut. What were you thinking going into it? What was exciting you about the race? Why'd you sign up?
Well, originally I signed up because one of my good friends wanted to. He's like, this would be so fun as a weekend. So that was when I signed up, and then was like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna do this based on the rest of my season. And then last minute, here we are. So even if you talked to me yesterday, I was like, ooh, I don't know if I'm ready for this adventure, but yeah, got it done.
Yeah. So what was your mindset going into the race? So obviously you were unsure yesterday, but you woke up this morning and decided to still toe the start line. What were your emotions? What were you sort of thinking as you were at that start line in the dark, lining up? What was going through your mind at that point?
Yeah, so for me, the beginning of this season, I set a goal with my sports psych. And so my goal of 2024 was growth and improvement. And so I knew this is a race that I wasn't very comfortable with. But having the mindset of like, okay, I'm just trying to see where I'm at. How can I improve and get better? And so that was kind of where I was at this morning of this is kind of fulfill that goal. And so staying true to that.
So what were you thinking about improving? So you weren't comfortable with the race. Is it kind of the technicality of the course, or what exactly were you hoping to improve? And do you feel like you succeeded with that goal?
Yeah, so I would say my for me personally, like this like talus and shale and all that stuff is
not my personal preference for a lot of.
That's most of the course.
Yes, and so I was honestly I watched so many videos and I was like, oh man, what am I getting myself into? But yeah, and so I think looking at it as an opportunity of like you get to compete against really strong women, you get to do this, and I think just having that appreciation of gratitude of like maybe it's not what I'm best at, but I can still improve and get better. And I would say like, you know, looking back even a year ago, I guarantee like I'd done, if I did this last year, like this would have been much better. So I think just trying to change that mindset a little bit, even though I was unsure.
That's an amazing mindset to have going into a race like the Rut. It's so challenging. It's grueling. I mean, it is the most technical race in the United States, and to use that as a way to improve is I'm just going to remember that. Okay, what race do I need to do?
Yeah.
So that's really cool. So what was your fueling strategy going into the race? Was it similar to sort of the other races that you're more comfortable with? Did you feel like you had to change that up at all? Or what did you feel like you were able to execute it?
Yeah, so I felt overall pretty good. I would say one challenge always with this is I just had like all of my gels in my pack. So it was like 14 gels or something. So that was a lot. And then I had a belt with a bottle and then I had 2 front bottles. And so I need a lot of water because I was like, if I were both high altitude as well as like higher intensity. And so I didn't know if that was the right move, but for me, I was like so grateful to have that 3rd bottle, and then kind of lost track very early on of like, oh, what time did I eat a Joe? I was like, I'm just going to keep going. And so, yeah, I have been using just like never second. So I just was like hammering those and pretty much was doing a non-caff and a caffeinated kind of every hour after the first 2. And then just tons of water. Again, I think that was the big key thing for me, filling up at every aid station. Cause yeah, I felt really good. Almost cramped like the last little climb at 29 and then just like chugged 500 mils and was like, please do not let me cramp at the last mile. That would be horrid. But yeah, so I feel good about it. I didn't puke at the end of the finish. So that's a like first this year. So yeah. Last year was all
awesome.
During the race. This year's been all after. And so today I didn't have any.
What a win.
This is great.
That's
yeah,
great.
Huge win.
That's awesome. So going into the race, who were you sort of thinking were going to be your competitors? Do you feel like that ended up playing out? Did you see them at all during the race? And if you did, what were you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, like Claire's performance didn't surprise me at all. I mean, she was in OCC shape. I was like, she's going to take it out hard and go for it. And I mean, saw her for a little bit here and there on climbs when it was like wider open. But I was like, I'm not where she's at, especially with, again, coming off of Lone Peak, like knew she had those Mount Marathon legs. I was like, we'll see you later. And then like Jasmine and I were together quite a bit, or like, you know, could see her consistently. We're kind of right behind, or I was right behind Jasmine for most of it until Lone Peak. Same thing. I was like, see you, Jasmine. But that was really fun. And I mean, I think that, you know, I can never remember the quote, but like, I think they were the 2 that I was like, okay, I think it's going to be us 3 really pushing each other. And I think that we just raised each other up and like all really pulled out really strong performances. Even if, you know, maybe this wasn't our like A races, I think that's what made us run so fast. And I mean, it made me run way faster. So I appreciate having that like competition. So it was fun to see them out there and then just be able to share miles, even if I was like a little bit behind them. So
yeah. Well, you now have the 3rd fastest time on the course. So it is your first time. So
we'll take it.
Do you think that you'd come back to a race like this? I mean, I know it's a little bit out of your scope of technicality, but clearly it's not now. 3rd place, first time here.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I am like a broken record of like, I need to work on that stuff still. And so I think there's definitely a potential chance of like, again, once you know the course, you kind of know what to expect. I think there's some things that you maybe are nervous about of like, oh, hitting the same splits. But yeah, I think I would do it again now knowing a little bit more of just what to expect or where my skills lie, where I could really push the pace, or I probably would have pushed some of the like open fire roads a little bit more than I did today. But yeah, I think it would be fun to come again. And I also would say like volunteers and everybody on the course. It was just like such a fun environment and like so happy and constantly cheering you on. And so I think that is what really makes it a special event, is just like everyone around. And yeah, everybody was so great, volunteers, people, and just cheering you on, and that's what makes it fun.
Isn't it so crazy? You get to the summit of Lone Peak, you're at the top of a legit mountain, and there's just like a whole squad cheering you on.
Yeah.
Were you just like, what is happening right now?
Well, it was great because I saw Bailey a couple of times, and she kind of knew I was mentally yesterday, and so she was like, "You're gonna finish it! Like, you got this! Let's go!" And so I was like, "Okay!" Like, and I knew for me, like, once I got to the top of Lone Peak, I was like, "Of course, I will finish this unless a crazy injury or something." But it was so fun to have people up there and just like friendly faces, like again, just cheering you on when maybe like. It was just different than I expected. So yeah, it was great.
That's awesome. So what is next for you?
Ironically, I'm doing Javelina 100. So,
just a little different than the rut, I would say.
Yeah, nothing to do with it. But, like I said, kind of going off of the theme of growth and improvement this year is like I've never run 100 miles. And I think a lot of people don't necessarily think I can run flat fast, so I'm excited to work on that because I've really kind of been falling more into these like vertical, like more verti races, so I'm really excited. A little bit nervous about just like the 5 laps if I'm just gonna be like we're time warp here. But yeah, so despite doing Javelin 100, I'm still happy I did this today. It was a good 6 hours on feet.
Yeah, well, I believe anything is possible from you after today, so I'm really excited to see you throw down at Javelina. It's gonna be really fun to see.
It'll be fun. I'm excited. Well, I guess we'll see if I can run 100 miles or not.
All you have is just an 11-hour drive today, and then you're ready to go. Her ultra continues because she is doing that drive. So
yes, yeah. Thankfully, I have two, my husband and my friend Cody with me because there's no way I could drive 11 hours back to Colorado.
11-hour relay.
Yeah, we got it.
Sweet. Well, thank you so much, Hannah. We're gonna continue with the live stream here and just do a little bit of a recap. So we'll be back momentarily. So clearly I'm not back here with Patty O'Leary. I am here instead with Esther Kendall, the athlete team manager here at the North Face. Esther, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much for having me.
So the North Face has been such an integral part of the rut for so many years, and we don't really sponsor that many races. Why do we keep coming back?
So I think one big part is that the race director, Mike Foote, is one of our athletes and an incredible partner. So that's always really enjoyable getting to work with him. But then also I feel like the rut really epitomizes everything that the North Face is about. We are a mountain brand at our core, and so this is kind of one of the best in my personal opinion, but I think one of the top mountain races in the country. So it's really great to keep coming back every year.
And I think really with North Face's support, it has helped create such an elite event. Elites keep coming back again and again. I mean, we saw so many North Face incredible performances this year alone. So it's just really cool that there's such a deep relationship on both sides. So thanks for continuing to support. And you yourself have done almost every race here. Am I right?
You are correct.
Except the 50K.
Except the 50K and the run, I guess.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I feel like you've kind of helped with the run, though.
Oh, I am a big time supporter of the run.
So that we count it, right? Okay. I think we should count it. So when are you going to do the 50K? Everyone is wondering. The whole team is like, how are we going to get Esther to do the 50K?
No one is wondering that. I would love to do the 50K someday. I once I do all of them, I feel like then I can also get a rut tattoo.
Yes.
So I'm really it's that I'm not ready for a rut tattoo, so I'm going to wait until I feel ready for that, and then I'll jump into the 50K.
You have heard it here, folks. We've got to figure out how to get Esther comfortable with getting a rut tattoo. I think most of the team has one at this point.
Yeah,
so kind of a rite of passage.
Number. Yeah.
I also do not have a rut tattoo yet, so maybe we can get them together.
So because you did the 28K last year?
No, not last year. I did 50K in 2021.
Okay.
2021.
Okay.
I did the 50K. And then I did the 21K this year.
Yes.
Which you did last year.
Which I
and
did
you
last
also
year.
podiumed.
Yes.
So I feel like we're nearing tattoo / 50K territory.
Together.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So I think it's in our future.
All right.
I think maybe we'll see a sort of a 50K appearance from Esther. We'll see a tattoo happen. I think we're expecting big things in 2025.
The future is bright.
The future is very bright. Well, Esther, thank you so much for everything. I don't know what this event would be without the North Face, and we're so grateful to have her as our manager on the team. I don't know what we'd do without you.
Well,
Keeping us
thank
all
you,
in check.
Olivia, and thanks to all of I think one of the other really special things about the rut is that like all of the athletes on our team are here to help. So thank you, to Patty, who's over there, to Brittany, Erica, Zach, like they were all on the live stream, which is amazing. Everyone was chipping in to help set up, folding t-shirts, like doing all of that extra work. So it's so much fun to have the entire team here to support Mike in this really amazing, incredible event for the community.
Well, you certainly make it easy for us to want to help. So everyone, we will be back with more live stream coverage, and Patty and I will be doing a recap. So stay tuned. Welcome back to Mountain Outpost. I am back here in the studio with Patty O'Leary, and we are recapping the weekend. But first, let's talk about the 50K that is happening and the Trifecta that are both happening right now.
So should we start with the men or the women?
Let's start with the men.
All right. So the men's race. Oh my God, the 50K. Last year's champion, Michelino Senseri, said he was going to go out hot and he was going to stay hot for the whole race. Go out hot and get faster. He did just that. Himself and Ryan Becker took off from the start to try tire out everyone behind them, and their plan worked out. So Mikey ended up breaking the course record by 3 minutes. He beat David Sinclair's course record to run and finish the 50K of the rut in 5 hours, 1 minute and 13 seconds. 9:56 minute mile pace for a race course with
insane.
Between 10 and 11,000 feet.
Absolutely insane.
Frankly disgusting. In second place, we had Ryan Becker, who had a great race, and this is off the back of Ryan coming third in the VK on Friday. Third place, Alaska's Scott Patterson, our Trifecta champion. He ended up finishing in, so Ryan finished in 5:09. Scott was in 5:20. And Scott also came fourth in the VK and second in yesterday's 28K and now third in the 50K. For back-to-back-to-back results. It was truly impressive.
So crazy.
One thing I want to note is that both Michelino and Ryan moved into the top 10 overall times for the historic 50K rut course. So Michelino is now the course record holder, and Ryan Becker has moved behind David Sinclair to take the third fastest ever time at the long rut 50K course. In fourth place, we had German Florian Winker. In fifth, we had David Hedges. In sixth, we had Alaska's Lars Arneson. Seventh, Stephen Kirsch. Eighth, Griffin Briley. Griffin was also participating in the Trifecta. In ninth place, we had Andrew Wise. And in 10th male, 11th overall, he was out there shooting photos for the race yesterday. We had Luke Webster, who closed out the top 10 men overall. Sorry, top 10 men, not overall.
Top 10 men, yeah.
Top
10 men were not the overall top 10.
Nope.
So we have the top 10 female finishers today. We had 3 break 6 hours for the first time, which is incredibly fast for this course, and 4 women under the course record. I mean, I feel like I should drop my mic, which I can't because it's on my head. So first we have Claire Rhodes. Claire Rhodes podiumed last year. She was third place. She came back with a vengeance to take the course record and take the win today. She is just on fire this year.
Second in the VK.
Yeah, and second in the VK. How could I forget? Second in the VK. Jasmine Lowther, first time on this course. She, again, broke the 6-hour barrier. First time ever at the rut. Second place from Canada. Then we have Hannah Ozowski, also known as Hannah Allgood. She rounds out the podium this year, also broke 6 hours. First time on the course as well. She and Jasmine just came in with just crazy times. It's incredible.
Didn't round out the podium. 4th and 5th. We're still podium people, you know.
Well, that's true. We do have a 4th and 5th podium here at the rut. So 4th place, we have the legend of the race, Christina Trigstad. Sorry. She has been a multi-time winner of this race, and she was just off to the 3rd place podium this year, but still up there in the top 5. So 4th was Christina.
One note on
fastest time that she's
yeah,
raced
she PR'd by like
yeah.
20 minutes on
Amazing.
her race.
We've got Ella Ratliff in 5th. We had some folks in the chat say she was the Queen of Boulder, so I'm now calling her the Queen of Boulder. Great job to Ella. So that is our rut podium. Top 5 are technically the podium here. So great job to Ella. Super fun. We'll get to celebrate you later as well. And some people who we obviously have to celebrate: 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. 6th place, Megan Drake. Incredible race from Megan. 7th place, Nicole Abma. She is from Canada as well. Awesome race from Nicole. 8th place, Caroline Harden. 9th place, Lucinda Culpa. And 10th place, rounding out our top 10 here at the rut this year, is Jocelyn Peterson. great race to all of you. You did such an incredible job, and the fastest women's race we've seen.
One cool thing to note about the women's race, and we saw this coming through Shedhorn and Andesite, from 5th through 10th, there was like a 17-minute spread. From 5th and 6th, Ella and Megan came in 60 seconds apart. So that race was a battle for the final podium spot.
Yeah, it's true. So as they stand right now, our top 3 non-binary racers today, Emma Keating from Bozeman on their way to Lone Peak as we speak. Madison Sedweeks from Salt Lake City on their way to Lone Peak as we speak.
Oh, no, they're beyond. They're both through Shedhorn.
Oh, is my timer not updated?
Yeah. So you've Emma
Oops.
Keating through
Sorry about
Shedhorn
that.
at 7:25, and only 9 minutes back to Madison Sedweeks.
We got
at
Ori
7:34.
Frazier from Tucson.
On the way up, I would estimate it being at Lone Peak in the next 10 to 15 minutes, potentially.
Okay.
Then Hema Loken, who's doing the Triple Crown Trifecta.
Yeah,
only
he
got
has been
through
having a
Moonlight
race
once, so I guess may not have made the cutoff or may have had to DNF.
So right now they are all making their way towards Andesite, I believe.
So that's a battle for first place there.
It is a battle. So we'll see how it shakes out. Top 3 female for the Trifecta as it stands. We've got Jenna Greaser, Carly Bostrom, Melissa Davis, and Jody Sanborn seem to be neck and neck for that 3rd spot going into Andesite. We'll see how that shakes out.
We were trying to do the maths on it there. They're both, I think, true. They were both on the way between Shedhorn and Andesite. And we were struggling with the math. We've been up for 8 hours. But I think there's only like a 5-minute gap. So who comes through Andesite first is really going to define how that 3rd spot on the Trifecta comes out.
I think we have the top 3 in for the men for the Trifecta.
The podium for the Trifecta? Can our producers suggest, is it top 3 or top 5? The Trifecta. Top 3. Okay.
So we've got Scott Patterson. He just had a weekend. So remember, the Trifecta is those who have decided it's a great idea to do the VK on Friday, the 28K on Saturday, and the 50K on Sunday.
So Scott's overall chip time is 9:19.56 for an average pace of 11-minute miles over on an event that's predominantly uphill when you consider the VK as well. Truly impressive how fast Scott ran that.
Incredible. And while we wait for the women's podium to shake out in the Trifecta, we do have the full men's podium. Could we talk about Griffin Briley?
18 years of age, Park City, Utah. Griffin Briley.
Second place
with a cumulative time of 10:52.
He came out with a vengeance today. I think he was sitting in 5th.
4th or 5th.
I believe it was 5th. That's what I wrote down.
Yeah.
Coming into the day, and he ended up getting 2nd in the Trifecta. Griffin, wow, I'm so excited to see what is to come from him.
I think 7th or 8th overall in the 50K. Which is truly impressive on your 3rd race of the weekend. A young lad, 18 years of age, to do that. Very impressive. But then just behind Griffin was Alaska's Chad Trammell, who was finished on the cumulative time 8 minutes behind Griffin, just over 6 hours for his 50K today. Chad Trammell, 40 years of age from Anchorage, Alaska, rounds out our Trifecta. So he will be on that podium along with his fellow Alaskan, Scott Patterson, and young Griffin Briley from Park City, Utah. One thing, 2 out of 3 people on the podium for the men at least are from sea level. They're from Anchorage. But once again, the genetics is different in Alaska. They somehow can act like they're acclimatized.
Yeah. So should we talk about the VK?
I think we should.
Yeah. So in the VK, we had Jen Lichter, our 3-peat 50K champion, take on the VK and the 28K this year. And she came out on top on a snowy day. Lone Peak was snowing. There was inches of snow on the top. Jen Lichter wins ahead of our one and only champion and now course record holder of the 50K, Claire Rhodes, who not only just won today, but also raced the 50K and got 2nd on Friday. So cool. We got to get her to do a Trifecta.
I know.
In 3rd place after Claire and the VK was Caitlin Patterson. She also raced the 28K. She is just an incredible athlete, former professional Nordic skier and Olympian. Rounding out the VK podium. Well, sorry, I keep saying that because it is technically the
Someone
podium.
who has come fourth
but
in
there's
this race
the top
many
5
times,
that get to
we're still
stand.
podiums.
So the top 5 get to stand. So in 4th place in the VK, we have trying to find
Marilee
it, but it's
Wythe?
not. Yes, Marilee Wythe from Great Falls, Montana. She had an incredible race as well. And then rounding out the Rut podium, which is top 5, we have Danny Stack from Bozeman. So great job to all 5.
One thing I
in the VK.
immediately noticed from the top 5 at the in the VK, 3 were from Montana, 2 were from Alaska. I think they are the 2 strongest states, it seems, across the
On a snowy
podiums.
day, that checks out.
That checks out. When we pop over to the male for the male results for the Lone Peak VK, in first place, also won the 28K, Cam Smith out of Crested Butte, Colorado. Such an impressive time. I think, as far as I recall, he might have ran the 2nd fastest time on the historical VK. However, I think the finish line might have been slightly short because of the new construction up there, maybe 100 meters short of the finish from Remy's time several years ago. So who knows where he sits on the exact overall results, but very impressive result, running 46.09. Just behind him, formerly Sunnyvale, California, but now living in Boulder, Colorado, Mika Boudin-Rousseau. And then in 3rd place, today is 2nd place in the 50K, very impressive result, Ryan Becker in 48.41. In 4th place, our Trifecta champion, our 2nd in the 28K, our 3rd in the 50K, Scott Patterson, Anchorage, Alaska at 49.12. Then just behind him, he came 4th today in the 50K. A lot of people doing the VK 50K double. Florian Winker, who ran just under 50 minutes in 49.48.
I just got to throw in Griffin Briley's name really quick
I
because
know.
he was 6th, and I know we're just talking about the podium right now, but Griffin Briley was 6th in the VK. And that was how he started off his weekend doing the trifecta. Incredible.
Really incredible.
Great job, Griffin. So going to Saturday.
And then just for the VK, we had on the non-binary.
Oh, yeah, we're still doing VK.
In 2nd place from South Richmond Hill, New York, we had Hema Locken, who was also doing the trifecta, but I think may have dropped in the 50K today. In 2nd place, and on top of the podium, we had Taylor McCaslin from local Big Sky, Montana. Here we go.
Woohoo.
Who won the Lone Peak VK. So then moving on to the 28K.
Moving on to the 28K. I'll kick things off with the women.
things
So Bailey Kowalczyk, our champion yet again. I think this was her 3-peat performance here in the 28K. She led tape to tape. Incredible performance from Bailey. In 2nd place, we have Jen Lichter, who did go off course, but was able to come back with a vengeance, get 2nd place, and I believe only 90 seconds back from Bailey after a multi-minute off-course meander. Great job to Jen, our also 50K champion the past 3 consecutive years.
I have a funny feeling Jen is going to be hungry for coming back to this 50K now.
I'm sure I will come and do this race next year again, and I'm going to be terrified of her. But I always am because Jen is just such a competitor. And 3rd place, we have Denali Stravel from Anchorage, Alaska, our Mount Marathon downhill queen. She was 3rd place yesterday, and she had an incredible race. What a consistent. I mean, she gets a lot of credit for her downhills, but she had some incredible consistency yesterday on all different terrain types. So I'm excited to see what's next from Denali. And after Denali was yet again Caitlin Patterson. We saw her on the podium in the VK on Friday and 4th place in the 28K. That just the next day, she again Olympic cross country skier. She's just an incredible athlete, and no surprises that she was up there yet again. And rounding out the top 5 from the 28K yesterday was Annika Landis, also former professional cross country ski racer, currently running a bit more. I think she's kind of transitioning more and more into the trail space. So I'm so excited to see what's to come from Annika. Amazing skier as well. So definitely watch her on all trail types, snow or dry trails. She's incredible at both. So really exciting to see that. I'm going to take over the
and
men.
Then in the men's 28K. So yeah, the VK champion from Friday, Cam Smith. What an impressive result. What an impressive result for him coming back from a couple of years of injury. Really cool to see Cam come back to his best. He is an exciting couple of years ahead with trail racing, but also in ski mountaineering. He's going to be in the mix for a US Skimo spot potentially for the upcoming Olympics. So Cam Smith won in a time of 3:03:45. Was that just short of the course record?
Yeah, and it sounds like we don't know. We don't have clarity on if that course in 2015 was different. It sounds like it may have been. So we really are unclear.
So currently the top 5 men's times on the 28K are all from that year.
Yeah. 2015.
If it was the same course, theoretically he would be on the 4th fastest time for the 28K. So he won. Then in second, our Trifecta, our 4th in the VK, our 3rd in the 50K, second place in the 28K, Scott Patterson, Anchorage, Alaska.
He is taking home the hardware. I hope he has space in his bag.
Oh my God, he's definitely checking his second bag. 3:10:38. He had an absolute battle with the North Faces Johnny Luna Lima from Nederland, Colorado.
We were on the edges of our seats for
54 seconds apart. Johnny is one of the best descenders in the game, and Scott said just in the interview earlier today he was running scared, and his proudest moment of that was holding off Johnny on that descent. So Johnny took 3rd place. In 4th place, big up in the Sky Running World Series this year, Missoula, Montana, so our closest local here, Jackson Cole in 3:19:10. And in 5th place, there was another guy, San Francisco, in 3:22:43.
Oh, Patty, was that you?
In 5th place,
Patty O'Leary, 5th place yesterday in the 28K.
Consistently sneaking onto the podium. Patty O'Leary, San Francisco, California, formerly Tom Farney, Adamstown in Escarty County, Wexford, Ireland. Shout out to my mom if you're watching. She was texting me earlier saying she's been watching all of the races all weekend. Big ultra fan.
And our top non-binary finishers in the 28K. In first, we have Winona Rachel from Missoula, Montana. They had an amazing race. And second, Emily Spugnardi from Sausalito, California.
Go Spugs!
Yes!
Spugs is one of our San Francisco running company and the Marine Trail Sisters.
Yes!
They're
amazing.
Absolute legend.
They are just incredible. And Lee Saris rounding out the non-binary podium yesterday in the 28K. They are from Bozeman, Montana, local. Great to see you out here. I'm excited to see you guys all back again. And that is, I think, all of the races that have happened so far.
So there's also, we're not going to break down, the 11K was just on today, the 21K. We're not going to go into those in the detail into those races or the run race. However, I'm doing a quick bit of math here. I had an interesting question because we mentioned earlier that Alaska and Montana were the 2 strongest states. So I'm just totting up the numbers for Alaska versus Montana versus other states or countries. And I'm just adding in, and this is from the 50K, the 28K, and the VK, the highlight races. And I'm quickly doing up the math. And Montana. So it is tight between okay, almost at the VK here. Interesting. So the other states won, if you're looking at across the men and women from the VK, 28K and 50K. Others of the top 3 podium spots, others took a grand total of 16 spots on the podiums. Montana took 6 spots, and Anchorage also took 6 spots.
Anchorage specifically?
Or not Anchorage, Alaska, aka the short for Alaska. So
Montana,
Alaska and
Alaska
Montana
tied?
were tied.
Wow.
And the others were in the mix. Colorado might have been up there. California might
I
have
think
been up there.
Colorado's up there. Yeah.
But given Alaska, everyone's at sea level. That's a super impressive result.
So impressive. I mean, it's just a testament to the technicality of the trails they run there.
Yeah.
It really is. And also a testament to how technical the rut is as well. What a great race.
Across the 3 races, what's your favorite result?
Oh my gosh, Patty, that's such a hard question. Do I have to say you because you're here? Patty getting 5th place, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's what people are looking out for.
No, I do have to say the women's 50K today. I mean, with
maybe
time.
What's your favorite moment?
My favorite moment? Honestly, my favorite moment was seeing Jen just lock in when she was like, all right, I'm at Swift Current now. I know Bailey's ahead of me. I know I just went off trail. And when we saw her face coming into that Swift Current aid station after that moment, it's like, she is here to fight. That was, I think that was maybe my favorite moment. And seeing her just like dig deep and try to catch back, that was incredible. Gotta channel more of Jen.
As someone who has been chased down by Jen Lichter many times in my career, that is not someone you want chasing you down. I actually, through my race yesterday, I kept looking over my shoulder and thinking I saw her yellow T-shirt. Ends up it wasn't her, but she had me so scared. I was like dreaming her behind me.
What was your favorite moment, Patty?
My favorite moment was from today. Was from the 50K from the women's race, where to see the 3 women coming up to Lone Peak. That drone shot that Mitch, one of our drone operators, got of Claire, 20 seconds back to Jasmine, 20 seconds back to Hannah. I'm getting
wild.
goosebumps thinking about that moment.
I want to get a photo of that and frame it and put it
Hang it in the
my
Louvre.
Wall. Yeah, have it in the my wall. That's not cool enough. Definitely put it in a museum.
Yeah. So I guess to summarize, our this wouldn't happen. This event wouldn't happen without the great sponsors and the people who support this race. From the North Face, they have been a spectacular sponsor of the run over the last couple of years. Mike Foote, North Face athlete, has been kind of one of the leaders on our team. We're both North Face athletes. He's one of the mentors we look up to.
Yeah,
so it's great to see the TNF Rut crossover. Obviously, Big Sky here have been a great consistent sponsor and supporter and host of the Rut event. Shout out to Scratch, Petula, Garmin, and the many other sponsors who help supporting the Rut coming back year after year. One thing Mike mentioned this morning, that he loves the relationship, the long-term relationships he builds between the Rut and his sponsors. So it's great to see that just consistency happen over time. I just mentioned Mike Foote. What an excellent human.
Really. Truly. I mean, I don't know what we'd do without him.
Can everyone at home just give a little shout out to Mike Foote, the race director? Let's see some hearts. Tap, subscribe, whichever you do there.
And obviously, we would not all be here right now without Mountain Outpost. Yeah. I mean, can we just give a huge, huge, huge thank you to everyone behind the cameras, everyone in the studio, everyone setting up all of the crazy. I mean, I've never been in the studio before, and now that I know what it takes, I am never ever going to be like, wait, why is it pixelated? Why can't I hear them? Why do we not know what's going on? There are so many moving parts. We're in rural settings. I am just so impressed by what they are trying to do here. I'm leaving this weekend in awe, honestly.
Yeah. And then also all of the volunteers who come together and support Mike and his team throughout the whole week and in the build up to it. We just witnessed a couple of days of it helping folding T-shirts on Thursday.
Yeah, ooh, my wrists are still sore from that. We were doing so much folding.
So much work comes up, and I think people don't often realize the amount of work that goes into putting on these races. So whatever race, whether it's the Rut or whatever race you participate in at home in whatever part of the world you're living in, make sure to thank the volunteers every opportunity you get. We were trying to do that out there whenever we're racing. These races and our sport does not happen without the tremendous volunteers that make it. And if you've never volunteered, get out there and volunteer at your local race.
And next weekend, what's going on next weekend, Patty?
Yeah, so a final thank you to Mountain Outpost for putting on such a great production. Next up for them is the 3 races down at Mammoth Trail Fest down in the east side of the Sierra Nevada, California.
Actually, technically, Mammoth's on the west side,
was
but
trying
it
to think.
feels east because that's how you access it.
Is it?
Yeah, it's on the west side of the crest.
I'm going to have to look at a map later and
Hey,
confirm
I was
that.
a geology major.
She was a geology major, so I'll give her that.
Give me that.
There's 3 events on. We've got the Dragon's Back Hill Climb on Friday. We have the 50K on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we have the final race of the Golden Trail World Series. I'm going to be jumping in and getting crushed by a lot of internationals
Patty's
on
gonna
that.
be there.
Yep.
So cheer 'em
Can't
on.
wait for it. Follow Mountain Outpost, subscribe, and tune in next week. Follow it on YouTube. Thank you all for participating in this great event. We are going to keep the stream up until the cutoff. Earlier, I was saying the cutoff was 4:30. I was inaccurate on that statement. That was the cutoff at Andesite. The cutoff, I think, is 6 p.m.
Okay, great. I was like, my gosh, we are getting cutthroat over here. I don't even. Oof.
So keep an eye. If
that's
you're,
still very fast.
Keep an eye if your friends are coming in over the next couple of hours. We're going to go get some food and try to recover from our little ultra-marathon endurance effort of commentating. Great job.
And thanks again.
We'll see you all soon.